Good morning, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8. I'm joined this morning by Jennifer Falk. Jen is a former Dallas County child abuse prosecutor. She also prosecuted sexual assault crimes. So she brings, I think, a unique perspective today to help us as we continue to walk through day 6 of this trial. I'd like to start off by playing our coverage from last night.
Pictures told the story of where and how Athena Strand's body was found.
On the other side of that block is where the remains were recovered.
Tanner Horner, the man who confessed to killing the 7-year-old, told investigators he threw her body over a bridge, and that's where she was found, in the water.
Remember her being really cold to the touch, firm, and then with the lights and everything that was on the bridge hitting down, her skin appeared to be glistening, almost kind of angel-like, is what I recall it.
The courtroom fell silent as the image of Athena's body was shown only to the jury. But just the description of what they were seeing brought her mother to tears. The family then listened as the medical examiner detailed the little girl's injuries, saying she died from blunt force trauma, strangulation, and smothering.
Was there any area on her head, neck, shoulders, face, back of her head, top of her head, back of her back, top of her chest, shoulders, that did not have some evidence of injuries?
All of those areas had injury.
Prosecutors then read letters out loud written by Horner to detectives, a church, and to Athena's family.
I'm sorry I took your little angel away from you. She didn't deserve it.
And while Horner apologized, he also tried to shift blame, suggesting it wasn't really his fault. Those same contradictions show up in jail calls. Horner goes back and forth, at times apologizing, but then also sounding angry about how he's being treated, and even making light of the attention. He says he became famous while making national headlines. In Fort Worth, I'm Rebecca Lopez.
Now that Tanner Horner has pled guilty to capital murder for the killing of 7-year-old Athena Strand, the trial has gone into the punishment phase. That's where jurors must answer 2 critical questions that will determine his sentence. They're called special issues. First, jurors must decide whether Horner would be a continuing danger to society. If even one juror says no, the death penalty is off the table, and the sentence automatically becomes life in prison without parole. But if all jurors say yes, they move to a second question. Are there reasons to spare him from the death penalty, including evidence about his character, background, or mental condition? If all jurors reject those reasons, Horner will be sentenced to death. If they cannot agree, the sentence again becomes life without parole. Attorneys say much of this phase could hinge on expert testimony. Horner's lawyers have argued that his autism should be considered as a reason to spare him from the death penalty. Jurors will now weigh those questions as they decide Tanner Horner's final punishment. Will he spend the rest of his life in prison or be sentenced to death for the killing of Athena Strand? Jen, you and I were talking before we went live just about trying to understand what goes on in the mind of someone like Tanner Horner. Can we understand this?
I don't think we ever can. So I handled almost exclusively these types of cases, kind of the worst of the worst, for almost 20 years before going to private practice. And I've had this conversation with families and witnesses and friends and law enforcement, and all of us want to know the why. We want to have the understanding. We want the explanation. And kind of simply put, my brain doesn't work the way Tanner Horner his brain works. Your brain doesn't work that way. We're just never going to understand it. There is no way to rationalize the completely irrational, and there's no way to make sense of something that is nonsensical. And the violent death of a little girl is never going to make sense.
It's been, you and I both have done this for a long time, but this ranks right up there with one of the most horrific crimes that I've ever covered. And he just, over and over, he's, doing these interviews with law enforcement, and he's leading them to the wrong place, and he's pretending to be this, have this alternate personality, zero. Then he's leading them to the right place. He's calling them back a week later and saying, hey, I'd like to get an ankle monitor. I'll tell you all the details if you let me out to spend Christmas with my kid?
Can you just let me out for 30 days so that I can have Christmas time like normal? That's what's important to me. I think what I find most intriguing about that is the self-interest that just speaks through it over and over and over. I've struggled with whether it's self-interest or self-serving, and self-serving to me legally is the manipulation piece. It's the taking them to different places, it's the stringing them along. Maybe self-serving is bringing up this alter ego. It's something to diminish his guilt in any way for kind of a legal point. What I really think it is self-interest. It's the, I want my fiance to have a wedding. I want to have Christmas. I'm worried about me, when everyone else immediately thinks about Athena, thinks about her family, thinks about the entire Wise County community, because they're all dealing with, at first, her disappearance and then her loss. He, however, is focused on, can't you just cut me a deal so I can go live my life for 30 days? I'll be on my best behavior, which is never going to happen in the legal sense.
Yeah, I mean, he's never seeing the outside without handcuffs ever again.
No.
Did he not comprehend that at that point? Did he think there's some way out of this?
I think it may be that self-interest and self-serving, and thinking that maybe if he can manipulate them or guilt trip them, i.e. the rangers and law enforcement, police, prosecutors, judges, whoever, convince them to get on board with it, then he'll be able to go on and kind of live his normal life.
Oh, so by the way, somebody recognizes you from the Siobhan Randall case. Somebody
Okay.
just said,
It's me.
Wasn't she the lawyer in the Siobhan Randall case? And while we've got time, we've got more than 20 minutes here to chit chat while we wait until to start this morning. Siobhan Randall, I'll give what I remember. I don't remember the year this happened because I've gotten old, but was a little girl who was kidnapped from her home. In some ways, this is a similar case. I think she was 12, 13 years old.
Right at her 13th birthday.
Okay, and it was a kind of a drug deal situation gone bad, a little bit of a mistaken identity situation. Anyway, she gets kidnapped and killed and murdered and left in a house. Her body's found burned. It's just a horrible, horrible case. And I think it might have been the second or the third trial that we live streamed and did this sort of gavel to gavel sort of coverage. And you were talking to me like this actually helped you out when you were doing that case.
Yeah. So I was the prosecutor on that, on the whole series of trials that we had to bring justice for Siobhan's family. So back in, you have a great memory, so close on all the details, but yeah, so almost 10 years ago in 2017, she was kidnapped and held for ransom. And originally it was an Amber Alert. And then ultimately, unfortunately, they were able to recover her body days later, right around her 13th birthday. One of the most, if not the actually most tragic cases that I've ever handled. And really my team and I worked on it for almost 5 years. So what I think everybody doesn't see is all the work that goes on behind it. That case was complex. So there were numerous trials, both in the federal system and the state system. But I was telling Tanya earlier that it was one of the first times I think that WFAA did this type of coverage.
It was.
And what I could not share at the time, but what I can now that I'm in private practice, is that each night I would go back and I would look at the commentary that the lawyers and Tanya made. And most importantly for me as the prosecutor, I went and looked at the comments, because when you're in the case so deep, you are in the weeds. And I don't always see it from this kind of outside 10,000 foot view. And I would read the comments to see if there was something so basic, something so foundational that I'm just missing because I am in it.
Right. You can't see the forest for the trees.
Correct. And the comments on YouTube at that time gave me the forest that I needed. It was immensely helpful. And I will say, sitting here today, many years later, it's kind of a full circle moment to be sitting here instead of in that courtroom and getting to do the same.
And then on a case like this.
Yes.
And not exactly similar to Siobhan Randall, but both of them involving a child, a crime that you can't really, wrap your mind around.
Yep.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so guys, do we have sound from the courtroom?
What time was to your house?
I think we've got a hearing.
It was in the evening time, roughly 5:45. Okay. And at that time, who all was present, if you know, when Tanner Horner drove up? It would have been my whole family. Was there? Okay. When you say your whole family, we don't need to give all their names, but would you just tell the court, do you have children? Yes, sir. And boys or girls? Girls. And how many?
2.
And were they both there on scene at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you were there,
Yes.
and then who else was there?
My wife.
At the time that Tanner Horner delivered this package to you, how old, if you remember, were your 2 girls?
My youngest daughter would be in my 7. Her and Athena were the same age. So.
Okay. And
7.
then the one that's older?
And then the older one is 2 years older. So.
So at the time, it would have been 7 and 9?
Yes, sir.
And as far as that, what was Tanner Horner doing on your property at that time?
He was delivering a keyboard.
Present for the kids?
Yes. For my
And-
youngest.
And this was the day before that Athena went missing?
Yes.
On the same road where Athena went missing?
Mayor, I'm going to object to all the leading.
Overruled, just for purposes of this hearing. And at some point, did you have a chance to review a video with regard to the instance of Mr. Horner delivering a package to your house?
Yes, sir.
And that particular portion of the video that you used, did that fairly accurately represent what you saw when you arrived at the property and actually the 90 days?
Yes, sir.
Now, other than the package, anything else go on with that?
No, just, short conversation. Yes, sir.
But other than that, that's it.
Yes, sir.
That's what it is.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Huffman, when Mr. Horner came up to your property, your wife was outside with the children, correct?
Not initially.
And when you drove up, you said you reviewed the video, so when he drove up, isn't it true that he asked to speak to an adult who was present?
I don't know.
Oh, you said you reviewed the video,
Yes.
and on that video, did he not say, I need to speak to an adult? Said it was a Christmas time precaution?
Right. I believe that's, I don't know verbatim what was said, but
And Mr. Horner stayed in his truck until an adult came out. So when your wife came out, he was still in the truck, still had seatbelt on, and had the window down, is that right?
at least partly. I believe he was in his truck. I don't know about seatbelts.
He stayed in the truck until someone came out and basically said it was okay for him to get out into the street. Is that right?
I think that's fair. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what was said.
And all this time the wife was outside with the kids while they got out of
Not the entire time, but, I mean, I came out first. Briefly came out.
So somebody was with the kids when Tanner was present, is that correct?
After we come out, yes. Not initially.
So when you said that you had idle conversation, what did you talk about?
There again, I don't recall exact verbatim what was said other than, I remember the alluding to, not wanting to ruin any Christmas surprise. And I think there was a little bit of talk about, musical instruments, musicians, because my girls are both into music, and I guess he had mentioned being a drummer or something.
But there was nothing about that conversation that you would pause.
No.
Was there?
No, not at the time.
And then after this idle conversation, Tanner got back in the truck and started to drive away, but you're the one that noticed that you forgot to close the door.
Yes.
And you two laughed about it.
I think so.
And then you closed the door and then he
Redirect. Do you, first of all, if you'll do me a favor, step out in the back, okay? And we'll call you back to you. Will there be an objection?
Yes, Your Honor, it's wholly irrelevant. He said that Mr. Warner was acting odd, didn't give a pause to think anything was odd. There's really nothing about this that really helps the jury to determine a fact and issue.
So this video, in and of itself, shows Warner's actions 24 hours, almost to the minute from the time of kidnapping and murder. Additionally, what we showed on the video and what makes this more relevant as part of the video is we covered up the camera on almost exactly the same time before he entered and went to the Huffman's residence as he did when he went to the Strand. It is a pattern that we have to establish, I believe him on, that he was there, who all was there.
How long is the video?
His portion of the video is, I mean, it's probably less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's about 4 minutes, and
Do I need to look at it?
I think he lied.
I mean, will there be an objection specifically to the video, or is everything encompassed in his testimony?
Everything will be encompassed in my objection to his testimony. If the state wishes to go into what they said they wanted to, this is not the witness to do it with. I believe they're bringing the person who can verify and authenticate the truck videos, but what they're trying to show through this witness is not relevant to anything. Basically, all it shows is that Tanner made a delivery, and that's it.
So do you anticipate playing the video through this witness or through the witness that you anticipate would sponsor the video of the...
Not through this witness.
Okay.
But
Now, I will say this, as it applies to relevance, I think it is highly relevant that within a 24-hour period in relation to a kidnapping and murder of a child, that he is at another residence 24 hours before on exactly the same road at almost exactly the same time with the same age children within yards of where he committed the murder.
Okay, so folks, we're gonna, Jen and I are gonna talk while we wait for sound from the courtroom. At times, the judge has been not allowing us to have audio of hearings that are outside the presence. At other times, he has. So I don't know if it's that or if it's because the person operating the camera in the courtroom is trying to fix whatever audio they're having. There's clearly having some sort of audio issue in that courtroom with the pull camera. Okay, and now there's the feed. I don't know. Jen, so this guy seems like he's a neighbor. Tanner Horner, I think if I understand correctly, had delivered a package there maybe the day or so before, and there's some sort of video. Talk to us about what you think about what we're hearing, seeing.
So
hearing.
what I think Susan's probably, Ms. Anderson, who is his defense attorney there, I think what she's arguing is that video isn't relevant to this case, right? So her job is to Keep out any evidence that doesn't relate directly to the charge involving Athena Strand. And so there's a couple legal hurdles. One is that it has to be relevant. Two is that it may be some sort of improper character evidence, but I think we'll get a little bit more information about that here in a minute once the audio picks back up. If it's not relevant to this case, then the jury certainly isn't entitled to and should not hear anything. It's important for her to do her job and have this full-blown hearing outside the presence of the jury, because if he is convicted and sentenced to the death penalty, this will be an appeals process possibly for decades. And so anything like this video, this neighbor, this piece of evidence, if she thinks it's going to be damaging in any way, she needs to fight tooth and nails to try to keep it out. If the judge lets it in anyways, then she has a ground for appellate purposes to try to get the case flipped over at some point in the future.
At some point, is it just enough? I mean, you know, we've heard hours and hours of him confessing, you know, whether you want to believe the Zero story or not, which I don't. We've got his, you know, the letters he wrote, the one he wrote to Athena Strand's family, which is just gross. And then we've got his, you know, call with his mom, his visitation with his grandma. I mean, you got all these things. I mean, at what point do you just say, it's enough?
So I think if this were a different type of case, that is a question that you ask, and the prosecutors need to make a decision that yes, it is. However, when you're talking about taking somebody's life and having the state do that on your behalf and asking jurors to make probably the hardest decision of their entire life, because ultimately they are making a decision that leads to another person's death, there simply isn't enough. And so you put on every single piece of evidence that you have. Now, had he not pled guilty, I think strategically they should, or my advice kind of from an advocacy perspective would have been, you hold back some of that evidence in guilt innocence and you hold it out for punishment. Maybe the Zero stuff, the phone call with mom, anything that is kind of more than what is required. I think this would be a case where they would be able to get a guilty relatively quickly. I think that's why Mr. Horner has pled guilty. And so the is it enough kind of analysis would have come into play if he had not pled guilty. Because it's not, and because it's punishment, and because it's a death penalty, I think that there simply isn't enough, that you put on every single thing you have. Because what we're seeing outside the courtroom, there may be one juror that says, well, if only there was this one thing, and if the state has it, then I think it's important that they share it.
Right. But were you surprised by his guilty plea?
Kind of, yes. I think strategically from a defense perspective, and I'm in private practice now and I do criminal defense some, I think strategically it was absolutely the right move. I think that it shows that Mr. Horner, I've heard some rumblings that maybe he hasn't always followed his lawyer's advice. I would imagine that if they advised this plea, which they probably did, that it shows that he trusts them in that regard, because he took their advice, and I think it was fantastic advice because it does show that he's taking accountability. In his statement, in his communication with the police officers, his alter ego, his letters, all the things, he's really not taking ownership, right? I mean, he's saying, oh yeah, I did it, but in this guilty plea, he's saying, I did it. And I think Ms. Anderson and her co-counsel, whose name I'll find out on break, I think that their job is not to say, I did it, but it's to say, he did it and, right? And to give a little bit of explanation instead of excuse. So far, all that I've heard is excuses for his behavior and self-serving, or not really his behavior, I mean for his choices. His self-interested or self-serving statements and his concern really only for himself and his immediate family. Pleading guilty helps, I think, the jurors at least know that he is taking legal responsibility for the death of Athena Strand.
Yeah, but it's a hard one. You know, you look at, yesterday we had the medical examiner on the stand, and she testified to the extensive injuries that Athena Strand had. I mean, this child had bruises and injuries basically from head to toe, and died from blunt force trauma with smothering and suffocation. Cannot even imagine the horrific death that this child suffered. And then you got coupled with that, you got these letters. He tries to commit suicide back in 2023, and he writes these letters. He writes one to Athena Strand, which they read, Athena Strand's family, her parents, in which he expresses, his sorrow for what happened. Okay, wait a minute, we might be. I hear some static in my ear from the courtroom. But he goes from there to I, me, they put me on this route that I didn't, and my life is hard and I'm not going to be with my kid, and then, you hear his visitation. His mom tells him what his bail is, and he's, 1.5, he basically is like, you got to be kidding me, when she says what the bail is. And then he, in the course of this conversation with the jail, again, it's also, oh me, oh my, and then also bragging about how he's probably his lawyer's most high-profile client, and he doesn't like the news media. Well, he wouldn't be the only ones to not like us, and frankly, I don't care. But that, it is all that kind of stuff. I mean, how does that weigh with the jury, and how do they compare that to a guilty plea?
I think it does not land the way he was intending for it to land. I think it makes them angry, and I think that, like most of us watching this, we find it offensive. It is like the worst attempt at manipulation ever, because it is, I'm sorry, but all of the other comments, obviously his actions, don't show that there is any true remorse. Again, this goes back to the very first thing we were talking about, which is you would expect someone who did this type of action to be remorseful, to be falling all over themselves, saying sorry, trying to make it right in any way that they could. Well, someone who does this type of act, I'm never going to understand why they did it, how they did it, and they're never going to act how I would expect them to do, because they wouldn't have done it in the first place, really. Period. End of story. I will never understand how someone can take the life of a 7-year-old, any of the surroundings about it. So I don't know why I'm still consistently surprised that someone who did something I can't fathom, I also can't understand their kind of follow-up actions. I think that a jury will see right through this and be angered about it. I think that the prosecutors will probably, in closing argument, pounce on that. And I think that they should strategically, in order to anger the jury in that way, because it's righteous.
Yeah, no, I know every day as I've covered this trial, I have left angry, sad, upset, just like level of emotions of, for what the unspeakable crime that was done to this little girl. Have you ever in your career, seen, have any of the people you prosecuted been as bad as Tanner Horner? Is this like, does he rank?
He's up there. I think he may be top of. I would say that the death of Siobhan Randall was up there as well. It was senseless. They could have just released her. They held her for days, we believe, before anything happened. And so I would put that one up there as well. I think what makes this case even more unique than cases that we had a decade ago or 2 decades ago is the advent of technology. So that image of Athena in the truck is jarring. Knowing that we are going to, at some point, hear audio is incredibly jarring. I think that everyone who learned that has kind of emotionally steeled themselves, knowing that one day we're going to hear that. Those little things make this case really one of the worst of the worst, because instead of just being told something happened, you have these visual and auditory cues that are going to fill in any gaps as to what you think may have happened. And those are the things that last forever.
Yeah, because he told this story. He claimed that he hit her. He accidentally hit her with this delivery van. Then he panicked and grabbed her, and then killed her. Of course, that story would still be horrific, because how do you get from that to that? But there's video from this truck that shows that's just a lie.
Correct.
That's just not true.
Correct. And it provides this visual image cue for all of us of I mean, I think that image, we all know what image I'm talking about, is so jarring, and it will stick with us forever. That's the difference in this case than cases that we had 20 years ago. The audio that I know that we're going to hear, because knowing that something happened and only knowing his perspective at that time, right? So 20 years ago, if we didn't have additional evidence, it would have been the medical examiner who would have testified to the same blunt force trauma, to the same injuries, but that's not concretely kind of in contradiction with what he said. Now we have kind of technologically advanced evidence that is going to concretely show it is in direct contradiction with what his story was originally.
Yeah, and by the way, folks, and I don't know if Jen knows this, but what they're planning to do with the audio from that and the video from that truck is they're gonna, when they do play it, it'll be played in the courtroom, but it will not be live streamed. The judge, for reasons that I think, frankly, I completely understand and I'm good with, is not going to allow us to live stream that. And there are just things in life that we don't need to hear, the public doesn't need to hear, but the jury obviously needs to hear it.
And they don't want to hear it, and they shouldn't have to hear it, but they do. This is the how much evidence is enough question. They need to hear it. Because it was his choices and his decisions and his actions that have put all of them in this situation, and they need to know everything in order to make that ultimate decision about whether to assess the death penalty. I love that the judge is going to close down the courtroom for that piece of it. I think it's really, really considerate for the family and for the community, and even for kind of those of us on the outside that are observing, right, in a very different way. And I think that it helps kind of maintain some dignity and some privacy. So we always did the same. When it came to certain autopsy photos with the medical examiner, would often strongly encourage, if not kind of order, that victims' families leave the courtroom, because their memory of their little one especially should be the sweet photos that we've seen, not on a metal table with kind of the graphic reality that comes in a case like this in an autopsy.
Yeah, I mean, there's things in life that the images that you can't unsee once you have seen them. And yesterday, I thought what they did was really, like you said, considerate. There was one image. Okay, I can see that the jury is about to come back in, so hopefully we'll get audio here in a minute. We are. The judge has, been pretty clear about not having audio when they're not on the record. So. I think that's what's going on, and why we're not. I hear static again. Don't hear any voices yet. I'm hoping that whoever's running that camera in that courtroom can get it can get it together. But yesterday when they had the medical examiner on the stand, what they did was they passed around one photo to the jury. Did not publish it in the courtroom.
Yeah.
There was one image that they did put up on the screen, and it was a picture of Athena's body was in the water, and you could kind of faintly make out her hand, which I have my issues about whether or not that should have even been put up on the screen, but that was more eerie. And then they had, when they did the Emmy from the autopsy photos, they had them in a binder and covered. And so basically they had. Okay, here we go.
Good morning. We are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Berry.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Morris.
Good morning.
Before we start, I just want to ask you to make sure court reporter reminded me that you talk fast, and she's taken you before, so just if we can go slowly to go through this, so everybody can understand all the things you have to say. Please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what you do for a living.
My name is Scott Morris. I'm a digital forensic examiner employed by the FBI.
And can you give us just a little bit about your background, that as far as your training, your education, experience, that qualifies you to do the job that you now hold?
So I was retired in 2020 from the Grand Prairie Police Department. I have a Bachelor's of Applied Science. As part of my duties at the Grand Prairie Police Department, I was assigned to the Computer Forensics Laboratory, the FBI, the North Texas Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory. I since retired, became employed by the FBI. As part of my training to become a digital forensics examiner, you go through about a 1.5 year process of training, hands-on classes. Once you become certified, you continue to go through training. And since that time in 2016, where I was certified as an examiner, I've had approximately 1,200 hours plus of continued training.
And you work for some, you said you work for the North Texas Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory?
Correct.
And is that associated with any other agencies that the jury may know about?
So the NTRCFL, as we refer to it, is made up of FBI as well as task force officers. As I said, I was a Grand Prix task force officer originally, but it still has Richardson, Dallas, Plano, Frisco, as well as the FBI that make that up, and we serve essentially the top half of Texas, taking in requests from the FBI and other law enforcement agencies.
And are you, even though you are, I guess, what you classify as ITSDFD, is that right?
That's what the FBI classifies me as, yes, sir.
And what do those letters stand for?
Information Technology Specialist, Digital Forensic Examiner.
All right. And so do you actually work under the purview of the FBI in that capacity?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So back on in November of 2022, did you receive a phone? Did you have to go somewhere to get a phone on behalf of that had been seized by the FBI related to the disappearance of a young girl by the name of Athena Strand?
It was actually December 2nd.
Okay.
And it was a Friday night, and I was called by the lab director at that time and responded to the Wise County Sheriff's Office, where he turned over the phone to me.
Okay. And once you got the phone, what did you do?
At that point, I returned and went to the laboratory and attempted the extraction.
And where is your laboratory located?
It's in downtown Dallas.
Is it right there? Or describe where in downtown.
It's right near Dealey Plaza, 207 South Houston.
Gotcha. And may I approach you, Ryan?
Yes, sir.
Prior to court today, did I show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 153?
Yes.
And at the time that I showed it to you, did I ask you to check to make sure it was sealed and it hadn't been tampered with?
Correct.
And then, in your presence, did I open it so that we could examine the inside of the package?
Yes, sir.
And once we took it out of the initial packaging and get down to this pink packaging, do you recognize this item? Actually, it's the one that's inside. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, this is the way that the phone was turned over to me on December 2nd.
And then, once that you had dealt with it, did you then place it inside of this pink packaging?
Correct.
And it has your initials and where it was sealed at that time?
Correct. My initials and the date that I sealed it across the top, as well as our lab number for our examination, and our barcode number is the DL120330.
And for purposes of the record, for previous testimony, I'll state that State's Exhibit number 153 is the phone that was entered as the phone that was with the defendant at the time that he was arrested. You know?
Correct.
Okay. Now, were there some other items besides the phone that you were asked to examine as well?
Yes, a few days later, they also brought 2 gaming systems and a laptop.
And we're just going to talk about the phone this time. So you said that on December the 2nd, you drove out to the Wise County Sheriff's Office and you picked up the phone, took it back to Dallas to your lab, is that correct?
Correct.
Were you able to do a full download of it at that time?
Not on December 2nd, no, sir.
Okay. When was it that you were able to complete the download process?
That would have been the following Monday, I believe December 5th.
All right. And tell us the process that you went through to what we call digital extraction of that phone.
So the reason I was unable to do it on that Friday night is that the USB port by default, or maybe set up that way by the owner, had been set to charging only. So it didn't allow data transfer without unlocking the device. At the time that I received the phone, I wasn't provided a passcode. On Monday, I obtained a passcode and then was able to obtain my extraction. And we do that by connecting it to a tool, software, that then obtains the extraction for us, following a set of steps that are prompted. Once we obtain the extraction, it also provides a hash value, a mathematical hash value for that specific extraction that you can then, if you copy it to the network or move it around, process it. I should always be able to go back to that hash value, whether it be 1 month, 10 months, 5 years, and rehash it and show that the extraction has not been altered in any way.
And in fact, during the discovery process, did you actually have to go back to your original download to create an additional copy of that original download at the request of the defense, so that they had the, I don't know exactly what you say, but all of the raw data that you had?
Correct. I requested and responded by making a discovery copy for the court.
And so there's a whole lot of different reports that you can generate with regard to this, but the one I think that generally is, what is the one that is generally used to sort of, for a layperson like myself, to go through the phone and just see what they might be able to find?
So when we are requested to perform an examination, it kind of falls one of two ways. Either we're giving a lot of data and kind of guidance on what they're looking for, and we conduct a full-blown forensic examination, or they can request a portable case, depending on which tool we use. It goes by a different name. But that portable case puts all that raw data, process it in a way that, yes, an investigator can go through, look at emails, look at text messages, etc., and they can look at it themselves. In this case, I created a portable case using Cellbrite, and then commonly referred to as a reader report.
And based upon the reader report, were you then requested to go back on the days following November 30th, I guess the specific dates of December 1st and December 2nd, were you asked to look at some cell searches, or internet searches that might have been done on that phone, and then also some images that may have been accessed on that phone?
Correct.
And were you able to go back and verify certain times and dates that certain things were accessed?
Correct. I was asked to provide a list of artifacts and asked to confirm that they did in fact come from my extraction and extracted data from the provided phone.
And prior to court today, did you, were you shown a document, I think it's approximately maybe 30 pages, 18, yes, 29-page document, that of those artifacts, as you call them, and there's some dates and times that go with the artifacts to verify that those dates and times are correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh,
I haven't done that yet.
I figured you were getting ready to do that.
So, may I approach?
Yes, sir. Should I call you Agent Morris or Mr. Morris?
Mr. Morris is fine. I'm not an agent.
Mr. Morris, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 287 and ask you if you just briefly look through that and see if that's the document that you examined prior to court today, and I think previous to that as well. to that document being created where there are numerous other artifacts that have been honed down to this as far as what we're going to bring before the jury today?
Correct, there were several.
Okay. And so with regard to State's Exhibit number 287, you have 2 pages that are just delineate the date that the thing occurred on, right?
Correct.
Thursday, December 1st, and Friday, December 2nd.
Yes, sir.
And with regard to the other pages on there, then there would be a screenshot off of your reader report, and then the dates and times that go with that screenshot.
Correct.
And do you, is your testimony that you have, where there's little red boxes that have been added to the screenshot, does that point out the things that are referenced as to the date and the time to the left, on the left side of the page?
Correct. The red boxes were added afterwards. They're not part of the initial processing.
And other than that, with regard to the photographs or the screenshots, are those true and correct copies of what would have come directly off of the reader report?
Correct.
All right. Now, on the dates and times, the dates and the times that are on the left side of the page, have they been gone through the conversion process? Is it the original times that you read on the reader report are usually in what time zone?
Usually the forensic software is going to list everything in universal coordinated time, otherwise known as UTC, or Greenwich Mean Time. And then from there, you can convert the time based on which time zone you're in. For this one, we are Central Standard Time, so minus 6 hours.
So if it says over here on the left side the date and the time, and it says CST, what does CST stand for?
Central Standard Time?
Do you believe it would aid the jury to understand some of the things that were being accessed by the defendant on this phone after the time, the alleged time, or the admitted time now, that he murdered Athena Strand on November the 30th, 2022?
I do.
I will offer State's Exhibit number 287 into evidence.
Sure.
A couple more questions about State's Exhibit number 287. We talked about the red marks. Those were added afterwards, correct?
Correct. I didn't make that presentation, so whoever did added those red marks afterwards just to highlight certain aspects.
But you would agree that the red marks that were added were to show what the time frame is related to over here? Because there's multiple time frames on some of these.
Correct.
Shots, correct? Yes, sir. And then there's also specifically as to the search where it shows web history, there's a URL or a file path that was used to get there. is that correct?
Correct. The file path shows where that artifact is located within the overall file system.
Now, understanding that, are the red marks helpful, in your opinion, to show that the date and the time that they're related?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the date and the time, those date and times were put there before you saw this document, correct?
Correct.
But did you go back and verify those dates and times to make sure that those were true and correct?
Correct. Each of the artifacts I was able to locate matched up to the time displayed.
Okay. And with regard to that, would you adopt that as far as part of your testimony as to for the individual artifact and the time that's on the same page, that that's the time that that artifact is related?
Correct, so long as it's minus 6 hours from whatever's displayed in UDC.
That's it. All right, thank you. With that understanding, one thing further. Prior to court today, was there a hearing outside the presence of the jury where you did your qualifications, talked about what you were going to testify to?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, the defense had an opportunity to make objections to your testimony?
They did.
Sustained.
Yeah, I don't have any objections to it as a demonstrative evidence. We would object to going back.
All right, so states 287 is admitted. You may have a running objection.
May I publish it?
Yes, sir.
Publishing page 1 of State's Exhibit number 287. Mr. Morris, as far as how these pages are related to each other, are they in chronological order, starting earlier in the day on December 1st and moving through that day, and then going earlier in the day on December 2nd and moving?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Thank you. So, the second page, page 2 of State Exhibit 287, I want to focus in on, it shows an event that occurred on December 2nd, 2022, which was early Thursday morning at 3:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that related to an internet search that had refreshed, I guess at that time, from one that had previously. Explain, you're right. Explain to me what we're seeing here in this red box that I have focused in on with regard to page 2 of State's Exhibit 287.
So the search was for my family makes me out to be a demon. I was asked to locate that within the extraction and verify that it came from my extracted data. In doing so, I located that date, that specific search, but also located what appears to be the original search, which, if my memory serves, was actually performed on November 22nd, sometime after 10 p.m. So that this search is either a research or it's just still in his history and was hit again, or the page refreshed back if he didn't close that tab. So this is not the initial original search.
But it does show that that search was refreshed or accessed at what time of day on December the 1st of 2022?
According to that, it's December 1st, 2022 at 3:30 a.m. Central Standard Time.
And the total text of, because over here, if we're looking at the middle, it doesn't give the entire text of the search, correct?
Correct, and you can see there as well that it's been refreshed a couple times at on that date.
Understood. And so, but the total text is over in this box in the lower right-hand corner. My fiance's family makes me out to be a demon. Is that right?
Correct, and if you were to widen the column in the software, which you can't do with the screenshot, obviously, you could also see the entire search string.
You're talking about this column here?
Yes, sir. If you widen that within the software, you'd be able to see the entire column.
All right, moving on to page number 3. Now we have an image that shows to have been accessed on December 1st, 2022 at what time?
6:19 a.m. Central Standard Time.
And just for purposes of the record, can you describe what we're looking at?
It's a graph, 3 circles intersecting, different subject titles in each one.
And so the top circle, are they in a triangular formation?
No, there's circles.
Well, they're circles, but they are like one circle on top of 2 other circles.
Correct, intersecting in the center.
Understood. So the 3 main circles titles are what?
Catholicism, autism, and nerdship.
Okay. And what does it say is the intersection of all 3 of those things?
It has the acronym BDSM.
And that was at 6:19 a.m. on December 1st, right?
Correct.
So let me go on to the next one. Okay, let's go on to the next one. December 1st, 6:19:48 in the morning. What's the next image that we're looking at?
It appears to be a book titled Hot and Bothered.
What's the subtitle, please?
How to think about, talk about, and have the sex you really want.
Going on. 7:37. Now we're jumping all the way to 7:37 p.m. And we have.
They have we're asking this question.
Don't leave your witness.
No, I believe this has been admitted into evidence. I think I could read off of the document that's admitted into evidence if that's allowed.
I'm just saying, don't leave your witness.
Yes, sir. Okay. Is that, tell us, is this the same or different search that was earlier accessed that you referred to on the first page?
That's the same search. Just to refresh, brought to the present.
Okay, thank you. Now, December 1st, what time is this next page, specifically for purposes of the record, page 6, what time is this image accessed?
It's displayed as 1:06:05 p.m. Central Standard Time.
And that's, in PM means what?
Post-reading means in the afternoon.
All right. And with regard to that, do you recognize that image as being a certain person?
I do.
And who is that?
Athena Strand.
Going on, same time frame. What are we looking at here? Page 7,
It's another picture of Athena Strand.
page 8,
Another image of Athena Strand.
page 9.
Another image of Athena Strand.
Now, the next time frame that we're looking at on December 1st, 2022 is what? Here on page 10.
2:20:54 p.m. Central Standard Time.
2:20 in the afternoon.
Correct.
All right. Is there a different search that is being done at this time?
Yes, but I can't repeat.
I'm going to focus in on it.
Thank you.
Over here in the box, can you see the text of that search?
I do.
What is it?
Do FedEx truck cameras constantly record?
You said that was at what time?
2:20 p.m. 54 seconds Central Standard Time.
And over here, can you see that in the UTC time?
Correct. So again, 6 hours forward, 8:20 54 p.m.
Going on, page 11. What time frame are we looking at here on the searches that we're focused in on at this point?
Shows December 1st, 2022, 7:33:29 p.m. Central Standard Time.
And what is the text of the searches that are being done?
Paradise, missing girl.
And how many different refreshes or new screens were accessed as part of this?
What's displayed there is 5.
Going on, page 12. What time frame are we looking at here?
December 1st, 2022, 8:16:07 p.m. Central Standard Time.
And I'm going to show you, that is page 12, page 13. Are you familiar with what these photographs show?
I am.
Can you state that for the record, please?
Certain areas of the crime scene.
Going on to page 14.
Additional photos of the crime scene and all those, that string of images is part of, I believe, a WhatsApp chat group.
And I want to ask you about, when you refer to it as the crime scene, it's hard to narrow that down because there's multiple things going on at the same time. So can you say where are these search areas, or where the body was recovered? You know.
I do not know each specific one.
Okay, that's fine. Going on to December 2nd, 2020. At what time frame are we looking at here?
That one shows December 2nd, 2022, 1:49:43 p.m. Central Standard Time.
And do you recognize the person in that photograph?
I believe that is Tanner Horner.
And was this a photograph that was embedded within his phone?
It is several times.
And with regard to that, was it accessed though at this time of day?
It pops up within that Facebook workup, which is Android's name for Facebook Messenger. So I don't know, and I wasn't asked to determine if it's profile picture or how it's accessed. But yes, the image did present itself at that time.
Okay. Now going on to page number 17. What time of day are we looking at here?
December 2nd, 2022, 2:57:09 p.m. Central Standard Time.
And is there a photograph of a young girl on there?
There is.
And do you know who that young girl is?
Athena Strand.
Going on to page number 18. Do you see another photograph?
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
Athena Strand.
Page 19, is this a different time that was accessed than the previous time this photograph was accessed?
Correct.
Page 20, what are we looking at here for purposes of the record?
It's a missing poster for Athena Strand.
Page 21,
Another missing banner for Athena Strand.
page 22,
Another missing poster for Athena Strand.
page 23,
Another missing poster for Athena Strand.
page 24,
An image of Athena Strand.
page 25,
It would appear to be, again, a photo of a search or crime scene location.
page 26,
It's another message photo alert, if you will, of Athena Strand.
page 27,
Another image of Athena Strand.
page 28,
Another image of Athena Strand.
and page 29.
It's still another image of Athena Strand.
And these are all images that you recovered from where?
These came from the extracted data of the phone submitted to the laboratory.
And who did that phone come from?
I believe it came from Tanner Horner.
Absolutely.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Morrison.
Good morning.
I have some follow-up questions for you. Now, as to this PowerPoint, you did not create that.
That's correct.
And your work in the digital forensic, the recovery from the phone, the artifact, is the images over here we've seen on the right, not the word.
Correct. The images on the right are what came from the extraction. The images on the left are just taken from that. Summarizing, if you will.
Sure. And you're only testifying to those artifacts on the phone. You're not giving any testimony regarding who the end user was at the time or anything like that.
Correct.
Now, this wording in blue there,
Yes, sir.
that is our file path.
Correct.
So that's kind of where it ended up on your phone, on the phone.
Yes, sir.
And there's ways things get onto your phone other than you searching for
Correct.
it. Can you just tell me what a cache is?
So a cache is, best way to describe it is a temporary storage. You have different caches within your web browsers, different caches within your social media applications, and the purpose of a cache is really to try to make your user experience better. So if you think of a news site, it may cache data, so that the next time you go to that news site, if it's one you go to frequently, you're not waiting on it to pull up all the original data. It can pull up more quickly and present itself quicker. In the same way, social media apps have a similar fashion that they're trying to present the user quickly what you want to see. You're not waiting, and so it can cache data of stuff you've looked at for social media. Some of it may be preloaded, as you may be familiar with social media. When you pull it up, there's already a video waiting for you.
And you kind of mentioned there, so different programs will have their own cache storage place, right?
Correct, and then the phone itself can have a cache. They're all over extraction.
Okay, so there's multiple different little pockets where things will get put into.
Correct.
And that's what we're calling an artifact, is any sort of image or message or anything that gets saved.
Correct.
And those images will remain in that cache until they're either written over or if the program has some sort of time limit.
Correct. Each platform can set up its own parameters. The phone can, to try to manage that cache so that it doesn't become too large on your device and then start rendering your user experience in the negative because it's taking up too much space.
Now, going through each of these photos in the state's presentation, they all have this file path showing where they ended up, right?
Correct.
And this one, for example, is from Facebook.
Correct.
So Facebook caches, what goes in there isn't necessarily something you click on.
Correct. It's made up of a multitude of data.
Okay. And it, like when you're scrolling and viewing things, that can be a cache.
Correct. It can, in the simplest of terms, it can be stuff that's preloaded. It can be things you've looked at. It can be things that your social media by kind of tracking your interest, your likes, or things that have been occurring in and around your phone or maybe your area, your application. It can preload that data and be available for you or shared by other content users.
Exactly. So if I look at a particular topic, searched on YouTube for gardening or something, and I pull that Facebook, and suddenly I've got 60 things on gardening, and I'm scrolling through those can end up back in my cache.
Correct.
Okay. And I believe Instagram's owned by Meta, so it too as is Facebook.
Yes.
So would it work similarly? I think we may have an Instagram photo or two of you.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on each cache, but yes, they'll work in a similar fashion. I couldn't testify that they have the exact same configuration and rules of how long they can store data and whatnot.
Well, for example, the dates we're talking about, Ms. Strand would have been in the news a lot.
Correct.
Would have been on the news feed on Facebook a lot.
Correct.
And if I'm scrolling in Wise County, I'm likely to run into something.
Correct.
And that would go into my cache.
Yes, sir.
Specifically Secondly, the one you testified to as being crime scene, that was actually from WhatsApp, correct?
Yes, and again, it's shared data held on the phone.
Okay. But that one is a little different because that was from a message group, right?
Yes, sir.
So and I believe it was maybe a FedEx, maybe something from his work.
I believe it's a FedEx group chat, yes, sir.
So when that goes out on the group chat, and I'm in that group chat, and I click on that there's a message from coworkers, or the mechanic clicked on this message from coworkers, that went into the WhatsApp cache.
Yes, sir.
So that wasn't like him looking for crime scene. That was a message group he was part of. He clicks on it and it goes on the phone.
Yes, for that specific artifact, it was part of that group chat.
Yeah, I'm referring to that specifically. There are also some of these that may have been from messages from his meeting from his grandmother.
Okay.
And so if you get a message from someone else, the same thing. You click on it, whatever attachment they sent you goes into the cache.
Yes, it could be cached depending on what messaging platform you're using, WhatsApp, the native messaging for the phone, Facebook messaging.
So because you've got the file path on these, and it's different from the search terms you showed, these are from caches from either Facebook or Instagram or the WhatsApp or a message that was sent.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask a question to you about the browser history. You talked about a first time searching and a reloading, that sort of thing. What are different ways that something gets into that history for a program that has a history rather than a cache?
So if you're familiar with, for instance, Google on your phone, if you type in a specific search, if you don't clear your history and you go back, then it can be, as soon as you start typing, it may present itself and you can click and follow that same search. Also, if you have multiple tabs open, you may have that tab open the entire time, and it's not until you click on that tab, then it refreshes, brings it back to the forefront, and you can continue that search again, if you desire.
So while they operate a little differently, either with the cache or with the history, you don't necessarily have to intentionally click on something for it to end up there.
Correct.
Now, I don't know if you mentioned this, but I believe it's in your report that one of the first things you did in gaining access to the phone to do was search for child sexual abuse materials.
I'm sorry?
Child sexual abuse material on the phone. I think it's in your report, maybe prior testimony, that was like one of the first things you did.
I think I remember noting that I didn't locate any.
Okay. That was going to be my next question. So you didn't locate any sort of child sexual abuse material. I think that was the acronym of it.
Correct, I did not.
Just to clarify, we're referring to any sort of pornography involving kids or children, anything like that. You didn't find any in your search.
I did not.
One last question, and you may or may not know the answer to this. As far as Facebook and Instagram and those sorts of programs, when you change your user handle, do you know that that changes the user, how that appears on old posts?
I don't know if it changes on the old posts.
Okay. Pass it, Sean.
Redirect. We've already shown this photograph. In order for somebody to have this documentation on their screen report, what would have to happen?
Those listed there are typing searches. You're typing in a search. If you wanted to know what the weather is, you type, what is the weather today? That is what that artifact is cataloging.
So would the person, whoever it was that was using the phone at that time, be the one that advertised it?
Correct.
is that the same with regard to state zip 287, page 10, this red box?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions?
Mr. Coble?
Yes, sir. As the first image he showed you, there was 4 or 5 searches. Those occurred between 1:33 and 1:37.
I don't know.
4-minute period.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, 4-minute period of 4 times.
Well, it could be that you load the first search, you didn't type it that many times.
Okay.
So it's repeating, kind of like with the FedEx trucks report constantly, or the other one about the family thinks I'm a demon. It's not being retyped each time. So you type the first time, and then as you go into your history, remember it shows your history. You can either follow it again, or it's just pulling up, refreshing that window.
Okay, so I thought Mr. Berry asked for the retype, but that's not necessarily what happened. It means that search was reloaded 4 times within that period.
Yeah, I didn't look to verify, but I don't believe it. I don't believe that he typed it 5 times.
Okay, and that second one he showed you, those had the same exact time for the second, 8:20, 54, or something like that. So that's not even retyping 2 things at the same time.
Correct. I'd have to see the slide again to follow exactly, but I don't believe it's being retyped. He could, but it doesn't necessarily indicate and mean that he typed it 2 times.
I'm sure you can retype something that's...
Correct, if they were at the exact same time.
Right.
That's what I would say without seeing the image again. I'm just taking your word that they were at the exact same time.
I was trying to
Correct.
write them down while they were up there. So
Sure.
Thank you, that's all.
Mr. Berry?
Nothing further.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Hand me that microphone, just pull it out. Pull that microphone, pull it out. Thanks, sir. Who do you have next? I'm sorry? Kevin Huffman? Trying to do something with this air conditioner. Oh, have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Staten?
Mr. Huffman, would you say? Too fast. Would you say your name, correct?
Kevin Huffman.
And Mr. Huffman, where are you currently employed?
I'm the elected constable for Wise County Precinct 4.
And without giving your entire address, where do you live?
I live on County Road 3573 in Paradise.
Now, let me ask you a little bit about this road outside of Paradise. Just describe this road that we're over.
It's going to be a paved county road. It's a little less than a mile long. It dead ends into a cul-de-sac.
And as it applies to this case, are you aware of where Athena Strand's residence is in relation to yours?
Yes, sir.
And where is it in relation to yours?
So when you turn on to County Road 3573 off of FM 2123, which is the farm to market highway, Athena's house would have been the first house on the right, up towards the highway side, and then my house is down at the very end in the cul-de-sac.
When you say cul-de-sac, is that it's like a turnaround?
Yes, sir.
And so on this particular road, is this area that is in, would you consider it to be urban or rural?
It's rural.
Now, how far away is this from, say, the town of Paradise?
From Paradise, as the crow flies, 10 or 11 miles, I would say.
Now, this particular road, how long have you been living on this road?
We moved out there in 2017.
Now, this particular road, is this a highly traveled or a lightly traveled road?
It's pretty lightly traveled. There's about 20 homes on this road.
Now, let me fast forward you here. At some point in November of 2022, did you happen to come in contact with the defendant, Tanner Horner?
Yes, sir.
And how did that contact occur?
He had delivered a package to our house.
And let me ask you specifically, what date was that on?
That would have been on November 29th.
And what time?
It was evening time, approximately 5:45.
Now, in relationship to that date being the 29th, are you familiar with what date Athena Strand was missing?
Yes, sir.
What date is that?
That had been the following day on the 30th.
And do you remember, you said you're a constable. Let me ask you a couple of questions about that.
Yes, sir.
Is a constable a licensed peace officer in Texas?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to being a constable, do you have access to the sheriff, the dispatch? How do you communicate in Wise County?
Well, I have a police radio in my vehicle. I don't personally use it that much. I'm kind of old school guy, but I communicate primarily by phone with them. But I do have the ability to use the county radio system.
And in that communication, do you remember when you became aware that Athena Strand had gone missing?
I'm sorry.
Is that relevance to the incident that we're talking about today?
Sustained.
When Athena Strand went missing, did you participate in the search?
Yes.
And how so?
That evening, I participated by going out and checking my property. I'm on 10 acres. So I went and checked around my fence lines, and I checked my stock tank and in that immediate area that evening.
So backing up, you said that Tanner Horner had delivered a package at 5:45 the day before that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me ask you, at your home back in 22, who all lived at your home back in 2022?
It would have been myself, my wife, and my 2 daughters.
And let me ask you, we don't have to give their names here, but how old were your 2 daughters in November of 2022, if you remember?
My youngest would have been 7, and my oldest would have been, well, she had just had a birthday, so she had just turned 10, actually.
So I want to make sure this is you, your wife, 2 girls, 7 and 10.
Yes, sir.
And were they all present when Tanner Horner arrived at your location on the 29th?
Yes, we were all on the property.
All right. And with regard to that, how did you become aware that he was there on the property?
My oldest daughter had come in to let me and my wife know that we had a delivery there. They were both out in the door.
And so that's the setup I was going to ask you about. Now, who was where when Tanner Horner drove up?
Yes, sir. My 2 daughters were out playing out in the front yard. We have a swing in the circle drive, so they were out playing out front, and me and my wife were in the house in the living room.
And other than delivering a package, anything else out of the ordinary go on that particular day?
Not necessarily out of the ordinary. It was just, little idle chit chat, small talk while he unloaded a keyboard that was being delivered.
Let me show you previously. Exhibits 289 and 290. Let me just ask you a couple of questions. You didn't take these pictures, did you?
No, sir.
Are these screenshots?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me just ask you, do you recognize any portions on these particular screenshots?
Yes, sir.
And just to give us an idea, what do you recognize on the screenshot?
So I recognize it shows a partial picture of the front of my house and the front door. It shows my wife's car parked on the carport attached to the house, and this picture shows an image of my youngest daughter.
And then what about, that takes 289, what about 290?
Thank you. I apologize. I left my cheaters in the truck. This one, in addition to the car, the front door, this one is going to show, looks like my youngest daughter at the back of the FedEx van, as well as me coming out of the front door.
Okay. And then on 288, is that generally the same as you see here in 289 and 90?
Yes, sir. Minus this one, I do not see me coming out the front door, and it appears that the van door is closed at that point.
All right. And do these accurately represent your home and those things around your home on or about that date of November 29, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Definitely.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Lead offer states 288, 289, and 290.
Any objections other than those previously brought to my attention?
No objections.
Right, states exhibits 288, 289, and 290 are admitted. Cross-examination.
Can we break down?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm Tanya Iser, Senior Investigative Reporter at Channel 8. I've got Jen Falk, who's a former child abuse prosecutor, sex crimes prosecutor. We've been watching this morning as they've been showing images that were retrieved, things that were retrieved from Tanner Horner's phone, and also hearing testimony from this witness. And I just want to be clear, the judge has been very specific about us not showing either audio or video during times when they're not basically on the record. So that's what's happened. I think you kind of may have noticed, guys, that they kind of motioned to the cameraman, I think, and that's when you saw that camera go up. So as soon as the mics come back on in the courtroom and we have video again, they'll kill our mics. Jen, just your reaction to what we saw this morning.
When I think I won't get more surprised, I get more surprised. So, you know, we could tell that there was going to be a digital expert coming in. We could tell based off his background it was going to be a phone. Clearly it was going to be Mr. Horner's phone. Normally with phone technology, it's so voluminous that I really didn't know what we were going to get, because we could tell the papers in the prosecutor's hand and Mr. Morris's hands were small, and I think the state did a really good job of honing in what's important. And so what leapt out was, you know, candidly, the sheer stupidity within his Google searches. And I don't know if people think that if they delete it, it goes away, or no one's going to get this. I can't fathom what would go through his brain throughout this entire situation and his behavior, but certainly Googling phrases like "my fiance's family makes me out to be a demon," right in line with "missing paradise girl," right in line with highest net worth of YouTubers, it makes me speechless.
You know, I'm kind of at the same point. You know, you and I have done this a long time, and you think, oh, wow, you've seen everything in this case. Like every time I think that sometimes when you cover a trial, you have the days when it's kind of, I don't want to say boring, it's not the right word, but you know what I mean. But every day of this trial has been like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, at one of the breaks, you and I were talking about how forensic evidence, especially cell phone, can be kind of a lull in the trial, so to speak. You know, I mean, you're doing information overload for the jurors. Everything can't be kind of the biggest thing. I recognize that. I feel like each of these witnesses, we keep having another kind of bomb, evidence-wise, that is really surprising. I did tick marks, and I think I was at roughly 15 images of her and or the missing photos and or the crime scene photos in his phone and in his digital history. That's really strong evidence for the state. If this were a guilt innocence case, I think there would be absolutely no question of guilt, which is why we've moved past that and why Mr. Horner's pled guilty. But it does paint the picture for who he really is at the end of the day, and who he really is someone who is, I don't want to say dumb enough, but maybe, I don't know.
Well,
really just dumb
I'm sorry,
enough.
this is dumb.
Yeah, I mean, really, there's no nice way to say it. For him to have those in his search history, for him to have those images, for him to have saved them. The images of her, I think more not as dumb and more jarring, and potentially kind of this evil thread through it of why would he be saving those images? Why would he be capturing it? The missing paradise girl, that's self-serving. The local news feed, that's self-serving, because that's am I about to get caught? Have they found me? Do FedEx trucks have constant recording?
Because it's like maybe it dawned in his mind, oh.
Yes, there could be evidence out there that is going to be really compelling, but then it's interlaced with the YouTuber's net worth and my fiance's family makes me out to be a demon. I mean, those again are consistent with who he's shown us to be, which is someone that is self-interested and selfish. And even when there should be kind of concerns and remorse and all the other layers to this, it comes back to me in a really consistently surprising fashion. So I really would have expected that the cell phone evidence today would have been a little bit of a lull in the trial. It's evidence that you got to get through. It's evidence you got to put on. But instead, we've kind of been hit with additional punches and surprise pieces here.
Well, and it's pretty clear that he is attempting, through his internet searches, to monitor this investigation.
Oh, for sure. Which means monitor for his own self-interest, his own self-preservation, maybe is the word that I've been struggling
Do they
to
have a
find.
person of interest? Do they suspect somebody?
Right.
Has she been found?
Are they going to go to the FedEx company and be able to pull video because they're going to know which truck went out and made that delivery around the time that Athena went missing? And is that going to show all the things that are going to get me arrested, get me taken from my family right before Christmas, because that's what he's
right,
concerned
because, you know,
about.
I got to be released on a monitor, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
I just killed, I mean, you just killed a little girl, but
Yeah.
you got the gall to ask to be released on a monitor.
For just 30 days. Well, and you know what I didn't even hit, and I had starred on my notes, is kind of one of the most jarring things is that Venn diagram
What did
that
you
he
make of
had
that?
pulled up. The playbook of a sociopath minus the Catholicism cue. I mean, I don't know. I think what I make of it, it's funny. You probably are the same way. Never really at a loss for words, and I'm finding myself at a loss for words because it's shocking. It's greatly concerning. The BDSM part in the center, the book about sex. Well, I'll just say that. Hot and
And talk to folks
unbothered.
about what BDSM is and explain that.
I mean, so it's a kink, right? So I don't even know what it stands for. I'm sure somebody can tell us here in the comments here in a second.
I'll Google it.
But you know, I know that it's a masochistic kink, and so that coupled with him
Okay,
being
bondage and discipline, dominance and submission,
there we go.
or also S&M, sadism and masochism.
Masochism.
Yeah.
Right. And so when you combine that with the violent abduction and murder of a little girl, this kind of creates a new alarm with me internally about where this case is headed, what these jurors are going to hear, even more alarm and concern about Mr. Horner and what happened with Athena.
Well, and some things that we're hearing that are probably going to come up in the trial that we can't really talk about yet, but you know, I think that there are more surprises to come.
Yes.
There are more twists and turns to this trial beyond just the things that we know about, and I think they're going to center around a comment that the prosecutor made in his opening statements that his DNA would be found in places that it should not be found.
And that is a comment that has stuck with me since opening statement, right? And I'm sure it's stuck with any of the viewers and anybody who's followed along, even if you haven't followed day in and day out, because I've tried cases like that. And I've said things like that in opening statement, not wanting to, I don't want to say show all my cards, but kind of share every single detail before we get into it. And when I do present the evidence, especially if I know it's going to be a 2 or 3 week long trial, I need to kind of hold attention, maybe not capture attention. The evidence in this case speaks for itself. It captures your attention, but certainly hold attention. And that line in opening statement, I don't believe they would have said it if there wasn't something to support it, because the defense would absolutely make it the focus of their closing argument that the state, you know, overpromised and underdelivered in what they were going to get. And they sensationalized this case. And so I think we're all kind of waiting with a horrified but kind of bated breath to see what that evidence will be and what that means.
And folks are asking, why did they break? You know, sometimes I don't really know exactly. They had this neighbor on the stand, and they were, you know, walking him through that Tanner Horner had delivered a package to his house the day before. He has a 7-year-old girl and a 10-year-old girl, and they had, and I believe there's probably going to be ring camera video and maybe video from that FedEx truck. And so it's kind of right as we felt like we were going to get to that, then the audio cut, you know, and then the judge clearly motioned to the photographer to, you know, flip the camera up. So I'm guessing there's some kind of sidebar going on right now.
It may be a follow-up of the hearing that was done this morning before we kicked off. So before we went live this morning, there was a hearing with the same witness, it appears, and then there was no audio of it because it's a hearing outside the presence of the jury. Now we know that that man is the neighbor, that the day before he had a delivery by Mr. Horner, that he has 2 young daughters around the same age, that the oldest was out there and alerted him and his wife that there was a delivery. And so I would imagine that there is a hearing, an evidentiary hearing about whether that evidence is, one, relevant, which I think it's pretty relevant.
Oh, I think
that hurdle's coming. The second kind of hurdle that the judge has to move past is whether it is so unfairly prejudicial? Is it so bad that that outweighs any what we call probative value or kind of evidentiary value? And then the third hurdle is this argument that it's character evidence. So I, as the state, am not allowed to put on evidence that, you know, when you were 4 or 5 or 6, you stole cookies from the cookie jar. Therefore, when you're 20, you also stole cookies from the cookie jar. I would imagine that the defense is making those are the good 3 legal arguments for this in order to keep this evidence out. The more that they fight to keep it out, the more I am very intrigued to see what it is, because it can't be good. No. I think based off what we have heard so far, we can all imagine that it's not going to be good. But I think it really solidifies Mr. Horner's relation over there. The little girls with this neighbor is the piece that I find kind of most intriguing. So I think the defense is fighting to keep that evidence out. And if the judge lets it in, which I think he probably will based off what we've heard so far, it creates an appellate issue for them long term. And over the next decades that this case is reviewed by appellate court after appellate court, attorney after attorney, this could be kind of a key piece of, should it have come in, should it have been excluded?
Again, this is Jen Falk. She has a unique experience because she prosecuted these kind of cases and prosecuted a case that was somewhat similar to this that I also covered and that we did one of our early live streams, a gavel-to-gavel coverage on. So I wanted her on for her experience because I felt like she would offer you guys a unique experience. We're waiting on Rebecca Lopez to call in. She's up at the court. She can give us a better idea of kind of what's going on right now and you know why we're looking at the tiles on the ceiling, but my guess is as much as what Jen is saying. But for you, if you're on the jury, how are you seeing this?
For what it is, which is awful, right? I mean, this is a long commitment. The qualification just to become a juror on we call it death penalty qualified. Oh, it looks like we're moving down, so maybe we're going to kick off here in a second. It's a long and grueling process, and so they knew what they were kind of in for, but I think they've been surprised the way we have.
Well, let's do it real quick. Bring Lopez on before we get sound, and let's listen to her real quick.
We're actually taking a break because we're having issues with the air conditioner inside, and Frank was about. It wasn't any legal stuff happening.
Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense. We were trying to figure out what was going on. Any sense on when they're going to get started back up?
It looks like they might be bringing in the jury soon, but I know that they've been working on that. The judge, I don't know if it's not working or it's too loud, but he's been commenting about the air conditioner all morning. I walked into the courtroom to figure out what's happening. Might be taking this witness on board. But the defense was up there asking him some questions, but not on the record. So I think that was just sort of an unofficial thing while they work on the air conditioner, Tanya.
Yeah, Rebecca, I've got Jen Falk on with me today. She's a former she's a former child abuse prosecutor. Remember Siobhan Randall? She prosecuted that case.
Yes.
Yes, you remember it. We both covered that case. And so we were just talking about these internet searches. It's kind of stunning stuff.
It really is, and it's amazing how people don't realize that everything that you search on your phone, if it ends up in court, the FBI and law enforcement can get it. That's why I always, people should be very careful about what they have on their phones and what they say and do. Even though we have some semblance of privacy, if you end up in a court of law in a lawsuit, that comes into play.
Okay, I think we're about to have sound from that courtroom, Rebecca. I can see him back on the stand, so we're going to let you go.
Previously testified about that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, we have pre-admitted defense exhibit number 44, and we would like to publish that to the jury now.
Any objection, Mr. Staton? No. Yeah, okay. Defense Exhibit 44 is admitted, and you may publish to the jury.
And I'm going to stop right here for a moment. Huffman, when Mr. Horner pulled into the driveway, the lights are on at the house, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there are cars in the driveway.
Yes,
So just looking at the house, there's an indication that somebody's actually home.
that's correct.
And there are dogs out in the front yard?
Yes,
Okay, and I believe you testified that your kids were out there playing?
yes.
Oh, where was your wife at the time?
She was in the house with me.
I would like to see one of the adults, please. There's a Christmas time precaution.
All right, so you can see the kids are playing in the back, and Mr. Horner still has his seatbelt fastened, does he not?
Yes,
He rolls down his window and he asks to speak to one of the adults, correct?
yes,
And tells you that, or says that it's a Christmas time precaution, right?
yes.
Oh, okay.
All right, so he stayed in the van until it appears that he had received some indication that it was okay to get out of the van, right?
What it looks like, yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure, Kevin. I'm actually sure that this person.
Now, Mr. Huffman, I'm going to stop for a moment. May I approach the screen, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Huffman, I have one question. Who is this in the white right here in the background? I assume this is your daughter right here.
That's one of my, that's my youngest daughter in the Ford, closer
And
one.
in the background, is that your wife?
To be honest, I can't tell from here.
You need to walk around and look at it.
I may have to.
You know what, I'll play it and I'll get us to a better spot. And the person in the background goes into the house.
Okay, that is my wife there, in front of the door.
Okay, so when Mr. Horner arrived, your wife was outside as well.
Yes, we both came out.
When he got out of the truck, he told your wife or told people that were outside that, you know, it was a Christmas time precaution because he had accidentally spoiled a kid's Christmas the other day. Is that what he had said?
I believe that's the gist of it, yeah.
And all the time that he is sitting in the truck, your wife is still outside with the kids, right?
Yes.
Okay. So your wife goes into the house. And is that you that immediately came out of the house?
That is me.
Okay. Mr. Huffman, during this time that Mr. Horner is getting the package out and delivering it to the front, you didn't have any concerns for your safety, did you?
No,
You didn't have any concerns for the safety of your wife?
Not at that time.
Didn't have any concerns for the safety of your children.
No.
In fact, Mr. Horner was behaving like your typical delivery driver, correct?
Well, I would say a little better than the prior one.
A little better than the prior delivery
Yes.
driver. But he was polite,
Yes,
and he was courteous, and he engaged in small talk with you and your family,
right.
but nothing that would give you pause.
No, ma'am.
Nothing that would make you get on your dispatcher and call sheriff. And nothing that would make you call dispatch.
No.
All right, so and Mr. Horner had just stated that 115 stops today. Did you hear that?
I didn't catch it, I'm sorry.
Okay. So Mr. Horner did say that there were 115 stops that day, not too bad. And during this time period, you can see yourself walking back out of the house,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're walking towards the back of the truck,
Correct.
and Mr. Horner's putting on a seatbelt.
Yes.
Oh, man. Yep, Dylan. Merry Christmas.
Mr. Huffman, the only other question I had about the package was the package clearly marked what the contents were?
I want to say it was, but I don't recall. It's been too long.
Okay. If it had been clearly marked and somebody just delivered it, you would agree with me that there was the possibility that if it had been a surprise, that surprise could have been spoiled?
If it had been, I think so, yes, but it wasn't.
Your Honor, call the witness.
Redirect.
Within 24 hours of that video, Athena's been kidnapped and murdered, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, Ms. Anderson asked you if you felt the need to call the police or dispatch, and he was there 24 hours before. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, knowing what you know now, that 24 hours later, he kidnapped and murdered a child the same age as yours, would you still have that feeling with him being on your property at this time?
Well, no.
And what would you do in response?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect. Ms. Anderson.
Yes, but at the time, you didn't fear for your safety.
At the time, I did not.
You did not fear for the safety of your girls.
No.
You did not fear for the safety of anybody in your household.
No.
Nothing further.
Mr. Stanton.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be used subject to any potential recall?
No objections.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Judge. All right, I hate to do this, but we've been working, so we need 10 minutes. All right, we'll call you back in just a few minutes.
Wow, Jen, that video is eerie.
Eerie's the right word.
You know, less than 24 hours before Athena is kidnapped and murdered. He's at this guy's house, this constable's house, neighbor of Athena Strand's dad, and this video shows him, you know, the little 7-year-old girls, and also in the front yard with her sister. You see her on that video. I mean, what is it saying to jurors?
I think it's saying to the jurors exactly what it said to the neighbor and to you and I sitting here, which is like, it could have been my kid. This isn't an impulsive, one-off kind of crime of circumstance, or, you know, kind of, I don't want to say the stars aligning, but a crime of opportunity when it comes to Athena, because just 24 hours earlier, he is right down the street with access to a 7, and it sounds like also the 10-year-old was present, and that probably was the deterrent, right?
And parents come out.
Right, right. And the 7 and 10-year-old have been taught, if there's a delivery, come get me, right? It's the same, it's the same with our kids, and you don't answer the door for strangers. If there's a delivery, even now as they're older with DoorDash or Uber Eats, it's you just leave it there. When they're completely gone, then I'll give you the cue to go get it. If there's an adult home, then the adult goes out and intercepts the delivery. And had that adult not been home, had there not been the older sister or younger sister being present, you know, I would imagine that, I think it's Mr. Huffman was his name, is very much empathizing with Athena Strand's family. And I think the jurors are as well.
The terror you would feel that maybe that would have been your kid. And yeah, you know, you and I were talking about that while we were watching it, that we both, sadly, based on our life history and the things we've done for a living, you know, when my son was little, I didn't let him play out in the front yard by himself. I mean, I did as a kid. I mean, you know, we ran all over the neighborhood when I was a kid.
Same. It was when the street lights come on. That's the rule, to go ahead and head home on our bikes, and we were just on our own. My kids have not had that experience.
No, my son neither. I mean, he's 14 now, so, you know, of course he's, you know, 6'1" and walks with the dog, so I'm not too worried about him. But when he was 5, 6, 7 years old, there's no way I would have allowed him in the front yard without me being out there watching him. And while, you know, stranger kidnappings like this are, again, I cannot emphasize enough, rare, is typically going to be someone you know. That's just a reality, but they do happen, and this is like the terrifying, you know, worst thing that can happen for a parent. And one of the things you said while we were listening is that the reason they would play this is how you prove future danger. Talk to people about that.
So I think that this piece is huge. So in order for the jury, kind of very 10,000-foot view, but in order for the jury to assess the death penalty, right? So to give the ultimate punishment to Mr. Horner, the very first question is he a future danger? Traditionally, especially when the death penalty was being sought more, the defendant who's charged has like a lengthy criminal history, or they're getting in fights in prison and they're a danger to everyone all the time. And from what my understanding is, and from what we've heard so far, is I don't think we're going to hear that evidence on Mr. Horner. And so proving future danger is the first kind of decision or hurdle that the state has to get past. And I find this evidence key and compelling in getting past that hurdle, because I think he was a danger to those little girls, but for the parents being home, but for there being both of them out front instead of just the one. That lowers the chances of an abduction by a stranger statistically. But it does show that this wasn't an impulsive one-off, right? So if it's a one-off, it's really hard for the state to prove that future danger element. If he is lurking, creeping, checking, not 24 hours before the abduction and then gruesome murder of Athena, that shows that he was a danger to these girls, he was a danger to Athena, he is a danger in the future.
Okay. We have Rebecca on the line. Rebecca, we were just watching that video, and what Jen was talking about is that this is part of showing that future danger.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, during opening statements, the prosecutor said that they were going to show that, right, but 24 hours before Athena was kidnapped and killed, that we were going to see evidence that Tanner Horner had been stalking another child in the neighborhood. But actually, you know, he was actually delivering a package. So I'm not sure that they got there with this witness that he was there to stalk the little girls, because clearly he did have to deliver a package, and it showed that he kept his seatbelt on. So I don't know. I mean, I thought that it was a little bit of a stretch to say that he was there stalking those little girls and had planned to kidnap one of them, which is kind of the impression I got that they were going to show us, but I don't think that we saw that.
What do you think, Jen?
I think that the word stalking is a really strong word, right? And so if the prosecutor used that in an opening statement to describe this piece, I think that can be an oversell, and I think you're absolutely right. And one of the key things is that you don't dramatize the evidence that's going to be put forward. I don't think in this case there's any reason to try to make this case bigger than it is, because there is so much. I think simply stating that he was there and he was present, had access to, even if it may have been thwarted, it does. I think calling it stalking is probably a stretch if there's not repeated behavior, especially if he's there for a legitimate purpose. But he also was there for a legitimate purpose when he snatched Athena. Mm-hmm. So again, it comes into this parent perspective of it could have been my kiddo, it could have been, and so I can see kind of that shading by the state of calling it a stalking. I don't know that I personally would choose that term. I think that I would want to ensure that I'm not over-promising and then under-delivering with the evidence that I put forward.
I don't know, I found it pretty eerie. I mean, when you consider that is that neighborhood, just a few houses down, and there's 7 and a 10-year-old out in the front yard, and oof, it gave me chills to see it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That was very chilling just to see him inside the van and then getting out, and and then I was envisioning Athena also coming across him and then getting into that van, and I also thought that the evidence that we saw was very compelling, that before she's even found, he is searching his phone on Facebook or Google, and he's looking for Athena's pictures and the crime scene, and he's Googling the crime scene, and he's Googling how long do FedEx cameras roll 24/7, or how long do the cameras roll. I mean, I thought that was all very it was kind of damning for him, I believe.
Jen, do you have any questions for, Rebecca, do you have any questions for Jen?
Yeah, no, just, what she thinks so far. I mean, again, what they have to prove are those 2 questions in order to give him the death penalty. And what you've seen, do you feel like the prosecutors have gotten there with the 2 questions that the jury's going to have to answer?
So I think it's a continuing journey, right? Which is part of something that Tanya and I talked about earlier was, is this enough? Like, is this too much? At what point do you stop putting on evidence? But because we have to, or the state has to jump through those 2 questions, specifically the first one, is he a future danger? You have to put in all the evidence, because that's what's important to juror 1 may not be important to juror number 2, and juror number 3 may feel like this is the most compelling piece when deciding that future danger aspect. So I think that they're on the journey. I think it's a little premature to say whether they've at least gotten past that first hurdle. The second hurdle when it comes to mitigating evidence, I think really is what the defense is going to put forward. And I've heard little rumblings about, him having autism spectrum disorder and maybe some what we call adverse childhood experiences. We're going to hear, if you look at him like a book, right, this is one chapter, and we're going to hear some other chapters from his book. I don't know that it's going to be compelling enough for this jury for them to find it sufficient mitigation to not then warrant the death penalty. Right now, really the focus and the state's job is to put forth the evidence that he is in fact a future danger.
Yeah, and
do you think the fact that he's do you think the fact that he is claiming that he's got this other personality, that would rise to the level of mitigating, or if they bring a witness to say that he did in fact have this other alter ego?
So I watched the interviews again last night because I was really, really intrigued by this alter ego theory. I am not a clinician, not a forensic psychiatrist. I think it's malingering. I think it's a really bad fake job. I would imagine that if the defense has experts to come in and say that it is legitimate, that the state will have counter experts to say it is illegitimate. I think it is like an 8-year-old probably could have done a better job at trying to create this split personality disorder, maybe kind of sort of alter ego / hero, and the rolling of the eyes. I mean, I just, based off my experience and having dealt with insanity cases and defendants that have malingered before, I would be very surprised if a credible expert comes in and the jury goes that route. I think that the defense will probably present it because their client has presented it, and so they need to kind of flesh everything out, and they too have a job to put on anything that they possibly can, because one juror may buy it and one may not, and they just need to kind of get there. And so Yeah, I don't buy it. I don't think that the jury will buy it, but if there's additional evidence or some sort of expert that puts on something that everybody finds credible, that may change our opinions.
Well, and when they, you know, and he doesn't maintain it. You know, when you watch the interviews, it's kind of like he uses it conveniently, and sometimes he doesn't remember anything that Zero did, and sometimes he does, and it's just kind of like, what? So,
yeah. And Tanya, he's also claiming that his girlfriend or fiance knew about this alter ego Zero. So I'm really curious and want to know if she is going to be called to testify to that, and will she, or will she also? I think it's sort of, you know, I don't know whether the defense is going to do that or not. Or they're taking a chance by bringing her up there, and then she says, "Oh no, I didn't know about this personality," or did she really know something?
I think that the defense absolutely knows what her answer will be before they would ever put her on the stand. The state too, right? Because that's a very risky move. Whatever she says is going to be pretty compelling or pretty damning either way. I am so happy that you brought her up, because one of the things that leapt out to me yesterday was when he was in this Zero alter ego out there, when he was taking them to the body of Athena, he brought up Cassie, and he brought up kind of their intimate relations. I'll use that phrase very generally, and it candidly felt very true Mr. Horner, very true Tanner, because it went from like, I'm doing this for you because this is what I'm supposed to be doing, to this is actually about me. Right? And he uses a very graphic term, and he talks about kind of graphic stuff with Cassie and their intimate relationship. And it goes back to the, like, it's about me. It's my Christmas. It's my fiance's wedding. It's my son. It's my getting 30 days of being with my family. And almost this like braggart way. It was 2 questions, and they jumped off the page and off the audio to me because it was just so disconnected, but also very on brand with how he's been throughout all of his discussions and interactions with law enforcement.
Well, one of our YouTube watchers said, "Do you think he did this to be famous?"
Oh, he certainly bragged about that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that he's yes, I guess I should say yes, because his level of intelligence doesn't really merit. I think he's so dumb that maybe he thinks he would, and I hate to be ugly about it.
I don't know that he wanted to get caught, but then, like, if I get caught.
And maybe that comes into the high net worth of a YouTuber, right? That was one of the Google searches, as he's doing all of these other Google searches about her and the news and the FedEx trucks and can they record. And then he's throwing in that. So maybe this is all an attempt to be famous.
Yeah, well, and then even... Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Tanya. It looks like they're taking another witness on voir dire right now. Like, I can see what's happening in the courtroom. You guys probably can't see that. It's not being fed out. It looks like there's a woman on the stand, and they're questioning her. I'm not sure who this person is right now, but they are questioning a witness and her testimony, and I guess determining what she's going to be able to say on the stand.
Yeah, and sometimes they're and sometimes we're getting that audio, and sometimes we're not. I don't know if there's a rhyme or reason to what's happening on that part.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that the judge has said that we're only going to stream out what the jury is going to see. And if the jury is not in there, then we're not going to be allowed to stream it out. But I think that sometimes, it depends on who's behind the camera, might accidentally allow some of that to be heard. But the judge was very clear when he was speaking to us here in the media room a couple of days ago that the audience there would not see anything that the jury is not seeing.
Yeah, well, it's anyway, it makes for complicated times. Oh, we were talking about, did he do this to be famous? I remember at one point during his visitation, I think it was during the visitation, or maybe it was in the phone call with his mom, he talked about how he could sell, like, implying that he could sell his story, right? Something like that. And so there's this sense of, and then he talked about how he was his lawyer's most high-profile client. Like, he was a little proud of it, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they kind of look at me, and then he obviously did not like members of the media very much, which is, join the club. But it was interesting. But I don't know, but I'll go back to the internet searches this morning. I just, the eeriness of searching that stuff, you know? And we were talking about like, how long does that stuff, you know, survive? And I think the answer is long enough, you know? Even if you erase it, it doesn't get deleted out of Google servers immediately.
Certainly 3 days worth, right? Especially in a high-profile national search for a missing girl. You know, if it was years prior and he deleted it, then I think they would be less successful in recovering it. I don't know that the state needs that evidence to prove this case. I think, again, if you use the book analogy, right? So the defense wants to put on chapters about who he is in a good way. The state is putting on, this is a chapter. This is what your Google searches, sometimes they're work related, but your Google searches show who you really are, because your words and sometimes your actions don't align with your true values. But what you're looking for on the internet, especially in that 3-day time period, that is showing us who he really is, which is a self-interested individual who maybe is worried about getting caught, but also wants, maybe not the infamy, but he wants to be famous, not infamous, but famous throughout all of this.
Okay, Rebecca, I'm being told we are getting audio, but the picture's blurry. Can you we go ahead and kill our mics?
And are you familiar with the defendant's Facebook account?
Yes, I am.
And do you recall about how when you started talking to the defendant on Facebook?
I want to say it was January of 2013.
You already have heard.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 292. And do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is a comment thread between Tanner and myself on Facebook.
And how do you know that that message belonged to Tanner Horner?
It has his photo in the profile as well as his name.
Did you ever make plans with Tanner Horner using Facebook?
Yes,
And who showed up after you made those plans?
Tanner Horner.
All right, this time the state, well, this is a very accurate depiction of that conversation.
Yes.
This time the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 292. No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 292 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 293. You spoke about anime earlier. What was the character that you and Mr. Horner spoke about the most?
Misa Misa from the anime Death Note.
And as part of this conversation that just was admitted as State's Exhibit 292, is that who you were speaking about?
Yes.
And do you feel like this would aid the jury in understanding who we are speaking about?
Yes.
And is this a representation of that character?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 293. I would object to relevance, Your Honor.
That objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 293 is admitted.
Now I'm going to show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 291. Have you had the opportunity to review this item prior to coming in here today?
Yes.
And can you tell me what these are?
These are Facebook messages between myself and Tanner Horner.
And are these a fair and accurate showing of your entire conversation that you still had in your possession?
Yes.
At this time? And is that y'all's conversation?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that that is your and Tanner Horner's conversation?
It is, it has Tanner's profile picture as well as his name.
Your Honor, at this time, the state option evidence states exhibit 291. No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 291 is admitted.
Judge. All right, we were talking about one of the things that you had in common with Tanner was anime.
Yes.
Can you tell us more about anime and specifically the conversation that you're having about Misa?
In this conversation, I was cosplaying as that character for a local anime convention that was going on, and Tanner was commenting on my post asking who I was cosplaying as.
And who were you cosplaying as?
Misa Misa.
Can you publish what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 293? Showing on the screen now, State's Exhibit 293. And what are we looking at?
This is Misa Misa from the anime Death Note.
Is this, I guess, what you're referring to in the conversation that was just admitted? It's in front of you, that Facebook message?
Yes.
And I'm going to have you read those messages and tell us who is reading. Tell us your part this part, okay?
Yes. The first comment that Tanner made asked who I was cosplaying as. I responded, Misa Misa. Tanner said, I just creamed my panties. Tanner then said, I had to go to Walmart and buy a pair just so I could cream them. I responded, Tanner, you're a male. That's weird that you're wearing panties. Tanner then said, well, banana hammock, but still, them be manties, not panties. LOLs, JK, JK.
Other than Misa Misa, what other things did you and Tanner talk about at that time?
At that time, a lot of it was just music related. We were both involved in the local music scene, going to shows, supporting the local bands.
Did Tanner Horner know how old you were?
Yes.
And how did he know that?
I openly told him when his friend and I were dating, as his friend was aware as well.
Were you ever at the defendant's home?
Yes.
Do you recall who you lived with?
His grandmother and grandfather.
What did he ask you to tell her?
I needed to use the restroom.
Your Honor, it's a vague question.
Rephrase your question.
What did he ask you to tell her about your age?
Objection, Your Honor, it's still vague, it has not been identified who the car is.
Rephrase your question.
You mentioned that that he was living with his grandma, correct?
Yes.
Right. When you were at his grandma's house, what did Tanner Horner tell you to tell his grandma about your age?
If I was asked about my age, I was told to tell her I was 18 years old.
Thank you. bring you to around June and July of 2013, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, what was your relationship with Tanner Horner?
At that time, we had entered a dating relationship for the period of about 1 week.
And you were how old at that time?
16 years old,
And how old was Tanner Horner?
22.
In June or July of 2013, what happened?
Tanner sexually assaulted me.
Was there another time that Tanner Horner sexually assaulted you?
Yes, August 11th of 2013.
And are you the same person that is a victim in 2 sexual assault and child cases?
Objection, Your Honor, to the characterization.
Let me hear the question.
Are you the same person that is the victim in 2 sexual assault cases that are indicted and pending in Tarrant County?
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor, I would object to the characterization of the victim. Only a jury can determine whether or not an offense has occurred. Until then, she's a complaining witness or the accuser.
Rephrase your question regarding the victim.
Are you the same person that is the accuser in 2 sexual assault of a child cases that are indicted and pending in Tarrant County currently?
Yes, I am.
Who is the defendant in those cases?
Tanner Horner.
Is that the same person as you have previously identified in court today and as the defendant in this case?
Yes.
In June, July of 2013, when Tanner Horner sexually assaulted you, where were you at?
In his shed with behind his grandmother's house.
Why were you there that day?
We were hanging out and drinking and smoking.
When you say drinking,
We were drinking alcohol.
okay. When you said smoking,
We were smoking marijuana.
you're still 16.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you purchase this alcohol?
No, I did not.
Who did?
Tanner Horner.
How much had you drank that day?
I don't remember exactly, but I know it was enough that I was not coherent.
Was there anyone else at his house that day?
I believe his grandmother was inside her home up the home in the front.
So what were you and Tanner Horner doing while you were drinking alcohol?
We were in his shed listening to music and talking.
Do you recall what time of day or night this was?
I believe it started in early afternoon and went on late into the night.
Were you planning on staying the night with him that night?
Yes, so my grandmother did not find out that I was out drinking.
I want you to tell the jury what happened to you.
That night, when I decided it was time to go to sleep, I laid down and Tanner Horner started grabbing a hold of me, kissing me, and proceeded to have sex with me.
Was this the first time that you had had sex with a defendant?
Yes.
Understanding you cannot consent, did you tell the defendant anything during or after at this time?
Directly after, no. After I left that day, I went home and showered because I felt gross. I didn't fully understand why I felt gross, but I did have a conversation with Tanner either the next day or the day after that I was not interested in him. I did not want to be in a relationship with him, and I never wanted to have a sexual interaction with him again.
What was your relationship, though, with Tanner after this? Before the August incident, what was your relationship like?
We were friendly. We had mutual friends, and again, we were both involved in the music scene, so we saw each other a few times. We hung around with the same group of people.
August 11th of 2013, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to talk the jury through that day. So how do you recall when this happened?
That day, I was dropped off in Hazelwood to hang out with Tanner at an apartment that he was staying in with some friends of his. We were going to be drinking and smoking and playing drinking games in that apartment.
Were you invited by Tanner or someone else?
I was invited by Tanner.
And did you know the other people at this apartment?
I knew one of them. The people whose apartment that were on the lease I had just met that day.
And you said you were going to be doing these things. What did y'all actually do when you got there?
We exactly did those things. We drank alcohol, we smoked marijuana and cigarettes, as well as played drinking games.
Do you know about what time of day or night this was?
We started drinking later into the evening.
How intoxicated were you?
Very.
How old were you at this time?
16.
Did you purchase alcohol?
No.
You're drinking games, you're having a good time. What happens next?
I decided I was tired, and Tanner and I had agreed that I would sleep in his room instead of on the couch. So I said I was going to bed. I went into his room and went to sleep.
Was he in the room?
At that time, no.
At some point, did he come into the room?
Yes.
Tell me what you were doing and what happened.
I was asleep. I woke up to him grabbing me and touching me in my vaginal area, where he proceeded to again have sex with me.
And what did you do at that time?
I froze. I completely froze, shut down, did not know what to do, and just let it happen.
How did you feel at that time?
Violated, gross, not comfortable with myself. I hated myself a lot for allowing that to happen to myself.
Was there anything different this time versus the first time?
Our conversation after the previous sexual incident was that I did not want to have that kind of relationship with him. So he knew that I was not interested in him like that.
After this happened, what was your relationship with the defendant like after this?
I stayed very off-put towards him. I was very dismissive whenever we would speak. If I was around him, I would often talk to the others around him, but not him. I very much so tried to be as rude as I could be without possibly starting a anger fit.
Did you tell anyone at the time what happened to you?
Shaylee Moore.
Who was Shaylee Moore?
Shaylee Moore is a friend of mine. She is also another victim.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
Did you ever hang out with Shaylee Moore and Tanner Horner?
Yes.
Was that with just you and her and Tanner, or was that with band or in some other fashion?
We went to a music festival together that Tanner was playing, South by So What. I cannot recall if we hung out with Tanner privately with just her and I.
Do you know how she was introduced to Tanner? Was that through you or someone else?
I believe it was through me.
States Exhibit 291. This is the first page in that document. Can you just explain what we're looking at here?
This is the start of the Facebook Messenger thread of my messages with Tanner Horner.
And can you just say for the record what the date is on this?
January 13th of 2013.
I'll show you the second page. In here, can you read the statement? Read this on 9/26. Yeah, you need readers.
Do you want me to read from the beginning or just that statement?
You can read from the beginning.
Tanner had messaged me, "What's up?" So if you don't mind me asking what happened, I explained that the person I was dating broke up with me due to his family and he was tired of being made fun of. Tanner's response was, "Damn, you know, I've never understood why people freak out over weird age gaps. I mean, yeah, that's a little different, but still, LOL. So I guess you're not gonna try to set me up with one of your friends now, huh?"
What was he referring to with the weird age gaps?
His friend that I was dating was 21 at the time while I was 16.
And I guess at this time of this message, he did know your age then.
Yes.
Objection, false or speculation.
Overruled.
I'll show you on State's Exhibit 291, but it's going to be on page 25. Only going to have to show you can you read the last date on this message?
The very last date?
Yes.
August 9th of 2013.
And when were you sexually assaulted by Tanner Horner?
August 11th.
I'm going to show you page, it's going to be still State's Exhibit 291, but page 26. The next page. What is that next date?
November 28th of 2013.
I'm not good at math, but there's a few months between that.
Yes.
Why was there a gap in those messages?
I did not want to speak to Tanner during that time due to what happened on August 11th. I was very uncomfortable with it and felt that he had no respect for me and that my conversation with him previously was disregarded.
Show you page 40. And what is going on during these messages at this time?
I had loaned Tanner a Kingdom Hearts game for the PSP, and I was trying to get it back.
Had you asked previously for this game back?
Yes.
Is this essentially what we're reading about here?
Yes.
Can you read these?
From the beginning or starting December 1st.
You can start on December, and it's 4. And yeah, can you read that full date?
Yes.
Or December 1st, yeah, that's fine.
December 1st, 2013, I messaged him,
Is that 2014 or
2014, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
And then on December 4th of 2014, he messaged me, if you want your MFing game, just come and effing get it, Jesus effing Christ. I responded, I have no effing time, Tanner. You told me you'd mail it. You didn't. You told me you'd try to bring it to me and you didn't. Mailing is not that effing hard.
For record purposes, you're saying effing, but the full word is there.
Yes, the full word is there.
Okay. Show you, next page, 41. Continue. With I don't even.
Tanner then replied, I don't even have envelopes. I'm broke as F. Is it okay if I say the word?
Yes.
I don't even have the envelopes. I'm broke as fuck. How the fuck can I fucking mail something if I don't have anything to mail it in? God fucking damn. I said, ask your grandparents. I guarantee you they have stamps and envelopes. He said, they don't. I've tried and they won't buy shit for me anymore, which is understandable. I said, ask Cody then. He told you how to do it and he has some. It's effort, Tanner. He said, you're sitting here telling me to put forth effort. What effort have you made to even come get it? That's what I fucking, and then it goes to the next page.
Next page, page 42.
That's what I fucking thought. I said, I have asked Nakota 25 different times and he has said no. The only way I can go get it is if I walk, and I can't walk that far because of my knee. So quit being a prick and just do what you told me you'd do when I loaned you the game. Give it the fuck back. He then said, I'm a prick. Fuck you, cunt. I said, yeah, you are a prick. Warning you now, if I have to give gas money to someone or walk to get my fucking game, it's not going to be fucking pretty. I'm going to be severely pissed. And he responded, K.
And what was that next message about?
That next message is on December 5th of 2014. It starts with, hey, sorry about what I've said earlier. I've been stressed a lot lately, even though that's not, and then it continues to the next page. I've been stressed a lot lately, even though that's not an excuse. That's not how you're supposed to talk to your friends. That was childish and immature of me to do. I apologize.
So that whole little bit was all because you loaned him a video game?
And I asked for it back, yes. And I had no way to retrieve it from him, and he told me that he was going to get it to me.
And that previous date, can you show us that date at the top? What is that date?
December 5th of 2014, the next day after the anger explosion.
And what's the next date in these messages?
May 17th of 2016.
And can you just read that line?
Please tell me you guys aren't at Pizza Hut.
When we're talking about you guys aren't at Pizza Hut, what is this about?
This is about me and Shaylee Moore being at Pizza Hut.
And what happened at Pizza Hut?
We were there to see her friend, and Tanner saw us and proceeded to message me, confirming that I was there with Shay.
Can you read this part?
It says, please tell me you guys aren't at Pizza Hut. I said, yeah, we are waiting on someone. Why? Tanner said I was going to come up and say hi till I saw Shay there, so I just kind of decided against it. I said, probably a good idea. He said, for real though.
So why did he not want to come say hi?
Because
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Show you,
November 8th, 2016.
Okay. And then what's the date in the middle?
April 29th, 2017.
So another large gap in time happened. Can you tell us what's happening here in these messages?
Tanner had sent me the new trailer for the live action remake of the anime Death Note.
The anime Death Note. Who's the character in that?
Misa.
And that's what we talked about earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
So why did he reach out to you in July 2017? What is that?
Just your knowledge, speculation.
Sustain.
Have you and Tanner previously talked about this trailer or Death Note?
Death Note, yes.
Is that something y'all had in common?
Yes.
Are these messages talking about that Death Note?
Yes.
Can you read these?
Yes, Tanner sent me a new trailer. I said, I'm not excited about it. Tanner said, L is black and it bugs me, and I can't read the next message due to the arrow at the bottom.
We'll go to page 46.
I said, the whole setup bugs me. Gonna end up bringing my Misa cosplay to work though for the release of the movie. Tanner said, I forgot you did a Misa cosplay, LOL, but I'm probably gonna watch it just because I love Death Note, but I have a feeling it's going to bomb harder than the Twin Towers. I then responded, harder than an Ariana Grande concert, but probably gonna watch it too. Tanner then said, just saying though, William Dafoe is Ryuk. I said, I know, I don't know if I want to be excited, and then it goes to the next page.
Page 47.
I finished that sentence with, I don't know if I want to be excited or not. Tanner said, I'm not going to judge it too hard till I actually see it, but I'm definitely lowering my expectations. I said, I'm iffy. Who do they have playing Miss, but I autocorrected to Misa. Tanner said, let me check. I said, if she's not in the movie, I'll be pissed. Tanner said, I feel so bad for Misa. I said, who is it? Am I going to cry? I was hoping it'd be Margot Robbie because she's perfect. And then it goes to the next page.
Page 48.
Tanner then said, nah, just how Light treated her. And yeah, you're right, she is. Sent me a screenshot of the actress playing Misa, which is Margaret Qualley. I said, ew, no, I'm upset now. Tanner said, she ain't even blonde. I said, Margot would be much better. And it goes to the next page.
Page 49.
He sent me a photo of William Dafoe sitting in the back of a car and said it's Ryuk. I said it works, but I have to see the makeup and everything first. Tanner said it's probably going to be CGI. I said, WTF, no. If they're going to do Ryuk, it needs to be stilts and the waist cincher and full makeup mask. Tanner said it's Netflix, so I'm guessing they'll have a good budget. I said if it's CGI, I'll cry, and then it goes to the next page.
Page 50.
Tanner said, I just hope it's at least good. I said, they whitewashed it. He said, what do you mean? I said, no one is Asian. He said, especially L. I said, like it's fucked. The guy who plays Light is horrid. And then he sent me a photo of the character who's playing, the character L and the person who is playing him. And then it goes to the next page.
Page 51.
I said WTF. He said IK, which stands for I know. I said that's so wrong. He said it's blasphemy. I'm not racist, but good damn, he ain't no fucking N-word.
And for the record, can you spell that?
Nigger.
Okay.
I said exactly. He said he looks the exact opposite. He's supposed to look like an emo tweaker. And then it goes to the next page.
And this is back, I'm using my eyes here. This would be July of 2017, correct?
Yes.
Okay. After July of 2017, what was your relationship? I guess you can tell me, what was your relationship like now in this time period of 2017 and then after?
In 2017, I remained civil, and then after I started as civil but started to get more friendly.
In 2018, did you come across a defendant?
Yes.
At some point, did you take some pictures or do something for a defendant?
Yes, I took photos of the band he was in at a local venue while they were playing. The band hired me to shoot the photos.
What was your relationship like at the defendant at that time?
Civil.
Did you have a sexual relationship with the defendant at all?
Absolutely not.
Did he ever try to have a sexual relationship or anything with you?
He tried to kiss me at the bar, and I told him no, and he did stop at that time.
Did he tell you anything at that time?
He told me I was more fun when I was younger.
At some point, did you report this case?
Yes.
When was that?
Shortly after I received a call from my mother asking me how a mutual friend of ours knew Tanner because he was the one that is.
Sustained, don't testify as to what other people told you.
Yes, sir.
Did you report the case?
Yes.
How has this affected you?
Very badly. I have been struggling mentally since the news was announced online. It has been very hard on me. I have felt guilt due to the fact that if I had reported, things may not have happened to other people as they are accused.
Have you sought any counseling or therapy?
I did. I actually have a therapy appointment tomorrow morning.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Hagerman, these two incidents that you spoke about occurred in the summer of 2013, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The first one happened either at the end of June or the very beginning of July?
I want to say it was beginning of June. I can't remember the exact date,
At the
unfortunately.
beginning of June?
Roundabouts.
Okay. And then the second one happened, you said August the 13th?
August 11th of
I'm sorry,
2013.
August the 11th of 2013. Sorry about that. I want to talk a little bit about your dating history. When you first met Tanner, you said that you were about 15 years old.
16. I had just turned 16 in November.
At the time, you were dating a man that was in his band.
Yes.
And in fact, he's the one that introduced you to Tanner, is that correct?
Yes.
That's because they were best friends in the same band?
Yes.
The man that you were dating in the band, he was 21 years old.
Yes.
How long have you all been together?
Before I was introduced to Tanner, maybe a few weeks.
And how long were y'all together total?
A few months, maybe a couple. I can't recall exactly.
Before you dated Jonathan, is that the name of the man you were dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Before you were dating Jonathan, you were involved with another man by the name of Cody, is that correct? I'm going to object to relevance of her dating history.
Where are we heading with this?
Your Honor, it goes for credibility.
Oh, your objection sustained.
Yeah.
No, your objection sustained. You may make a bill if you need to, at some point.
Okay. Alright, so you were 16 years old, dating a 21-year-old, and then you two broke up.
Yes.
after you broke up with, or after Jonathan broke up with you, that's when you began dating Tanner?
Yes.
How long after you and Jonathan broke up did you begin dating Tanner?
Very shortly, I did it because I thought it was going to hurt Jonathan's feelings. I was 16 and very childish.
And so you and Jonathan broke up, I want to say it was in May?
End of May.
End of May, and then by the beginning of June, you already moved on.
I wouldn't call it moved on, more so as, again, I was being childish and petty.
I want to talk a little bit about the band that Tanner was in at the time.
Yes.
You had testified earlier that that you had gone to Tanner's house with Jonathan.
Yes.
And that was to see band practice.
Yes.
Was the gentleman that I referred to earlier by the name of Cody, was he also in that band?
In Recover the Lost, I don't think so. I can't recall exactly.
What kind of music did this band play?
Like post-hardcore, screaming, yelling music.
Not kind that you hear on a top 40 station?
No, ma'am.
And you would go and watch the band practice, is that right?
Yes.
How often would you watch them practice?
I believe I only went a couple times.
Where did they practice?
In Tanner's shed.
So you had been to Tanner's house on several occasions?
Yes.
Was it just you that was there watching the band practice, or was anybody else there watching as well?
I believe there was another girlfriend of one of the members there watching as well. I don't remember her name.
You just didn't watch the band practice, you also went to some of their shows, correct?
Yes.
And there were lots of, about how many shows did you go watch?
In that specific time or in total?
That specific time.
That specific time, I can remember maybe 2.
Well, I want to go back a little bit to the practices. When you went to the practices, there was drinking going on, wasn't there?
I cannot recall on that one.
And sometimes at practices, people would smoke weed.
Yes.
And you would smoke weed at practices.
Yes.
And no one forced you to smoke marijuana, did they?
No.
And if you were drinking, no one forced you to drink either, did they?
No.
Because by the time you had met Tanner, you had already been drinking and drugging. Is that correct?
I had already been drinking and smoking marijuana, yes.
But you'd also been smoking meth.
Objection. I don't know what the relevance is. Objection.
Overruled. I'll let her answer it if she can.
Not that I can recall, no.
You don't recall telling Tanner that Jonathan had introduced you to meth?
I remember telling Jonathan that, not Jonathan, I'm so sorry. I remember telling Tanner that Jonathan and a friend of his were smoking meth and wanted me to, and I told them no, and Jonathan blew it in my face.
And you put that's what you messaged Tanner in the Facebook messages?
I can't recall the exact messages that I sent him. Are they in the messages I have in front of me?
If you look at page number 17.
You might refer to it by date.
I will.
Yes, I have it here.
Okay. And I was going to ask if the state could put that one up on the screen.
Mr. Ferry? Okay.
Project.
I do remember this.
Okay, so we're now looking at June 19th of 2013, where you said, I have the one I loved name permanently etched into my body. I cry all the time, and I can honestly say the happiest I've been is when I smoked meth. I can honestly thank Jonathan for that. He showed me happiness when he smoked it with me, and one goddamn day, I hope it kills me.
Yes, I do remember this. It was that same night. I do apologize for my misspeaking earlier.
I'm sorry, I didn't. I want to talk to you a little bit about Tanner.
Yes.
Over the years that you have known Tanner, that you have had the opportunity to observe his personality.
Yes, ma'am.
And you notice that he is a little socially awkward,
Yes, ma'am.
and that, according to you, that Tanner seemed to try to pick up pieces of other people's personalities.
Yes.
And he would try to fit in using those bits and pieces of personalities.
Yes.
And you felt that Tanner was basically scared when he really wanted to be cool.
Yes.
All right. So let's talk a little bit more about these Facebook messenger posts. You said earlier that after you met Tanner, you messaged each other on occasion and would talk on Facebook Messenger.
Yes.
All right. So on May 20th, you reached out to Tanner via Facebook Messenger. I believe. That's on page 7. And you told him that you wanted, can you put on page 7?
Yes, I will.
All right, so you reached out to Tanner and you said that you wanted to apologize for annoying him while at Charlie's. You were being dumb to worry about him, and I hope you feel better soon and find yourself a good girl. See you around, Tanner. Who is Charlie?
Charlie is a mutual friend of ours.
And what is Charlie's last name?
Burris.
So when you had reached out to Charlie, you said that you had been annoying Tanner that night, and you were apologizing for annoying Tanner.
Yes.
So was this the incident at Charlie's house when you were basically being called out for being sexually aggressive towards Tanner?
I do not remember that. When I was talking about this, I was saying I was being dumb to worry about him. I was talking to Tanner about Jonathan.
Now, in this same conversation, you were talking about, and actually on June 19th of 2013, that would be page 8.
Yes.
Now, you reached out to Tanner again on June 18th of 2008, and would you please read the first couple of exchanges?
Yes, I said, dude. He said, yes. I said, I'm a strong, independent van whore who don't need no life. Tanner said, LOL, what? I said, IDEK, which stands for I don't even know. I'm 5 ever alone.
Okay, so you yourself referred to yourself as a van whore?
Yes, I did.
also during that conversation, you talked about dating older men.
I believe so. What page would I be looking at?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to talking about her dating older men.
Overall, if it's in the exhibits, you can go into it.
Anything in the exhibit is fine, outside of that.
Yes, it's in the exhibit. Let's look at June 19th.
I believe it's on page 14.
You said page 19?
Yeah, and Your Honor, I'm going to apologize. Their numbers are a little off the ones that we had before, so
If you refer to the messages by date,
That's
it
what
may
I'm
be
gonna
better.
do. Okay, so on June the 19th, you had spoken in the exhibits, and the jury will be able to take this exhibit back
Correct.
and look at it. So, but you recall on June 19th where you talked with Tanner about dating older men?
It looks like I was talking about a guy I was interested in and Jonathan in this conversation.
And Jonathan was older than you.
Yes.
Tanner was older than you.
Yes.
Cody was older than you.
Yes.
And all of these men were in their 20s when you were dating them at 16.
Yes.
And no one forced you to date any of these men, did they?
No.
You dated them because you wanted to, for no
Yes.
other reason. When you first started dating Tanner, or I'm sorry, when you first split up with Jonathan, you said that Tanner had started showing some interest in you. And at the time, you thought that he was really sweet, didn't you?
I did.
And you knew that he had Asperger's.
I was informed by him that he had Asperger's. I never saw any documentation stating such.
But you and Tanner had a lot of mutual interests.
Yes.
Music and animals and things like that.
Yes.
All right, so when you were dating Tanner, he was never really handsy with you, was he?
Not in public.
And at the time that you were dating him, you had made it known that you would hit someone if they touched you when you didn't want to be touched.
Yes.
And you made sure that Tanner knew that from the beginning, right?
Yes.
All right, so let's talk about this first incident back in 2013. Was that one of the nights that you had gone to see a show?
I can't remember if we saw a show that day.
But you knew you were going to be partying that night?
Yes.
And you knew you were going to be drinking?
Yes.
No one forced you to drink?
No, ma'am.
You drank because you wanted to?
Yes, ma'am.
You also knew you were going to be doing drugs?
Yes, ma'am.
And no one forced you to do the drugs?
No, ma'am.
No one threatened you to do the drugs?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you went back to Tanner's shed because you wanted to?
Yes, ma'am.
No one forced you?
No, ma'am.
No one threatened you if you didn't go?
No, ma'am.
You went to Tanner's place of your own free will?
Yes.
And it was your plan from the beginning to spend the night there?
Yes.
So when you went and laid down, you said that Tanner was in bed with you,
Yes.
and that Tanner made the first move,
Yes.
and you went along with it.
Yes.
When you had your forensic interview with the Fort Worth police detective, do you recall telling him that that encounter was consensual?
In the act that I did not say no, yes, I was still a minor child at 16.
But do you recall telling him that it was consensual?
I'll let her answer.
Yes.
You also spoke with the DAs, and you've also spoken with our investigators.
Yes.
And do you recall telling our investigators that that encounter was also consensual?
Yes.
This incident, the first time you had sex with Tanner, you said occurred in June of 2013. And as shortly thereafter, you were already texting him, messaging him, reaching out to him via Facebook Messenger.
Yes.
During one of these times that you reached out to him, you were bragging or telling him about a sexual encounter you had had with another woman.
Probably.
And this was in July of 2013. In fact, that was on July 8th of 2013.
Do you know what page that's on so I can refresh my memory?
I apologize. Their exhibit is, the page numbers are just slightly off from the one that I have. But it would be on July the 8th. I would say around page 21 or 22. And I believe it might be on page 13.
Ah, I see it here. Yes, I see it.
Okay. So now let's fast forward to August the 11th of 2013. Tanner had invited you over to his friend's, or to his apartment in Hazelwood.
It was his friend's apartment that he was staying with. He was not on the lease that I can remember.
Okay. So you were invited by Tanner.
Yes.
And you went over there willingly.
Yes.
You knew you were going to be drinking.
Yes.
You knew you were going to be smoking.
Yes.
And no one forced you to drink or smoke, did they?
No, ma'am.
All right. After you went to bed, you said that Tanner came into your room, and then that's when y'all had sex again.
That is when I woke up to him having sex with me, yes.
Well, that's not what you told our investigator, is it? In fact, you told them it was consensual. Do you remember that?
I don't remember talking about the second time with y'all, no.
You testified earlier regarding these Facebook messages that after this August the 11th encounter, that you tried to be off-put and dismissive and you tried to be as rude as possible. But you continued to initiate contact with Tanner via Facebook Messenger.
Yes.
So you initiated contact with him on November the 28th of 2013. And you initiated contact with him on December the 18th of 2013. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And with the December of 2013, you asked Tanner to give you a ride to a show. Is that right?
Yes, I believe it was a show that he was performing, the South by So What. I was trying to go so I could hang out with Shay and watch him perform.
But you asked Tanner to give you the ride to the show.
Yes.
All right. And then in January of 2014, you reached out to him again and told him that you had some weed, right?
Yes, I did.
And you asked him if he wanted to chill.
Yes.
And you even told him that you were right by his house, insinuating that you wanted to come over to his house, right?
Yes, I believe we actually went to the park down the street.
And then in March of 2014, you initiated contact again and asked him to go to a show with you.
I believe so. Roundabout what page would this be on?
It's March the 27th of 2014.
Yes.
And then again, on March the 28th, you got back in touch with them again.
Yes.
And then again, on April the 13th, you tried to video chat him.
April the 13th. Ah, yes, I see the audio call.
And when you didn't respond, what was your, what did you message him after that?
I said, answer me, faggot.
All right, so on April the 14th, you and Tanner had a phone call. Is that right?
Yes.
And then on May the 27th of 2014, you initiated contact with him again,
Yes.
and you asked him to come hang out with you.
Yes.
And then later that year, y'all had the fight about the video game, right?
Yes. I believe so.
After the fight about the video game, Tanner apologized for what he said the next day.
Yes.
After a while, I know that you two had lost contact, but at some point, you started up another messenger thread and contact with Messenger, right?
I believe so. Do we have a date so I could find it in the messages?
Let's say it was July of 2017 when Tanner sent you the death note, right?
Yes, I see this.
All right, and then later there was some time that y'all didn't have contact, but then in October of 2018, you agreed to do a photo shoot for the band, is that right?
Yes.
And in November, you did that photo shoot and posted the photos, is that right?
Yes.
But also in November of 2018, you and Tanner talked about your job and you encouraged him to come and apply where you work.
Yes.
And in fact, in November of 2018, you also asked him to help you move.
Yes, I did.
And he helped you, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Ms. Haberman, you had said that you had been to Tanner's house and that you had met his grandparents. Would that be Bill and Jackie Hobson?
I didn't know their names at the time, but it was the older woman in the house, so I assume his grandmother.
And you were there in the house at times when his grandfather would yell at him, weren't you?
I can't recall.
You don't recall telling our investigators that you heard Mr. Harbison hurl insults at Tanner?
It's been so long that I can't remember. I'm so sorry.
You don't recall telling our investigators that Mr. Harbison referred to Tanner as a shit stain on the face of society?
I would need to see my statement. Unfortunately, I can't recall. It's been a couple years.
And you were aware that there had also been some physical altercations between Tanner and his grandfather?
Yes, Tanner had informed me of those.
And after one of those physical altercations, Tanner tried to kill himself?
Yes, I believe so. He tried to hang himself on Facebook Live, I believe.
One moment. Okay, I'll pass the bench around.
Redirect.
Briefly, Bench. You were asked, or I guess you were, these older men forced you to date them. Did you force these older men to date you?
Absolutely not.
How old are you?
16.
consider yourself socially awkward?
Yes.
You stated earlier you lived with your grandma.
Yes.
Is that something you and Tanner Horner had in common?
Yes.
And how was your childhood? Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Honor, she's already testified to her having a wrong childhood.
I know, so it's repetitious.
And when you stated that you were a band whore in these messages, what did you mean by that?
That was a term that was going around on a website called Tumblr, which a lot of young people use to repost things about bands. And it was a term that a lot of younger music fans used in that day to say, oh, I'm a band whore. I love all of these bands. They're so great. It was not in reference to me being a whore sexually.
I'll pass it.
Any further?
Two questions.
Okay.
Did you file charges for statutory rape against Jonathan Harvey?
No, I did not.
Did you file charges against Chris White for statutory rape?
No, I did not.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay. You're gonna need to stick around for just a few minutes, okay?
Yes, sir.
So put her in the witness room. I would like to get started with the next witness, and then when the jury's lunch gets here, we'll break. Okay? Who do you have next? Come on, please, Ben. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Staten. Oh, sorry about that. All right, let's do a do-over. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully.
He raped me in December of 2014.
Now, what age were you when you first came in contact with him?
I would say around 14.
That'd be 7th grade?
Yes, sir.
And was Tanner still in school or out of school?
I believe he had already graduated.
And what geographic area were you in when you were having contact with Tanner when you were in the 7th grade?
Like, where was I living at the time?
What places were you having contact with?
We would hang out at the park in Azle with mutual friends around the same time, and that was how we first came in contact.
At some point after that, when you were in 14, did you similarly hang out with Tanner and some of his friends?
A few times, yes.
And we've heard a little bit about this, but were they in a band?
Yes, sir.
And how many different bands that he had did you hang out with? Multiples or just one?
As far as his band, only one.
And as far as this particular band, when did you begin, and I'll just use the term hanging out, with them, we'll talk about it, but when did you begin hanging out?
It would have been November of 2014. I was being picked up and taken to his friend's house for band practice, and I went to a few of their shows.
So at this point in time, in November of 2014, what you said?
Yes, sir.
How old are you in November of 2014?
I had just turned 16.
And so November 4th of 2014, you would have turned 16.
Yes, sir.
And you said this sexual assault occurred a month after that in December of 2014.
Yes, sir.
So during this time, you said that you would go to shows. What kind of shows were these?
Small band shows at Tomcats in Fort Worth.
Is Tomcats the name of the establishment?
Yes, sir.
And what type of establishment is this?
It was a bar music venue combo.
And would this be where Tanner is also performing in this band?
Yes, sir.
And as far as that's concerned, I'm going to ask you, did you have a friend by the name of Kaylin Hagerman?
Yes, sir.
And is that how you got to know Tanner?
She was one of our mutual friends, yes.
And was she around the band as well?
Yes, sir.
And should you exhibit here? Sorry.
That's all right.
I'm going to show you States 294.
And absent the other stuff on it, do you recognize that picture?
Yes, sir.
And do you have to know who took that picture?
I believe it was Kaylin.
Okay. And do you recognize the people that are in this picture?
Yes, sir.
And what date was that taken?
It was posted on November 21st. It was taken the night before.
So this was taken, say it again,
November 20th,
of
2014.
2014. And in this picture, who's in this picture?
Tanner, from left to right, Tanner Horner, myself, Cody Spiker, Charles Woolridge, and then the other gentleman whose name I don't fully remember.
Unknown band member.
Yeah.
Judge, we asked to admit States 294.
Okay.
States exhibits 294s have been.
And let me ask you, in this picture, how old are you in this picture?
16 years old.
And if this is taken November 20th, is that, if my arithmetic correct, how many days after your 16th birthday?
Less than 3 weeks.
Okay. So in this particular time, in November of 2014, you said you went to a couple of shows. Were those both at this Tomcat place?
Yes, sir.
And then you also said you went to band practice, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go to band practice?
At Charles Woolridge's house.
Is that one of those other people in that picture?
Yes, sir.
And so at this particular time, and you're hanging out with these people, do you know what general area Charles Woolridge's house is? Is it Tarrant County, Wise County, where is it?
It's in Tarrant County. It's in Arlington, if I recall correctly. Arlington.
And so during this time, Judge, can we publish that to the jurors?
States 294?
Yes.
Sure.
Who is this on the left here, the only female in this?
That's me, sir.
That's you. So this location in Arlington, what was the primary purpose of the band being at this location?
They would have a party the night before and band the next morning, or afternoon rather.
And so during this time, in November of 2014, you said that you ended up at this location. How was it that you ended up from where you were to this location?
Cody Spiker came and picked me up from my grandmother's house and drove me there.
Now, this guy, Cody Spiker, is he also in that picture?
Yes, sir.
And let me just ask you, how old is Cody Spiker?
Approximately the same age as Tanner Horner.
At that time, how old is Cody Spiker?
He would have been approximately 21 to 23 range.
And at this time, you're a month after your 16th birthday. How old is Tanner Horner?
23.
So if my arithmetic's right, that's 7 years older than you?
Yes, sir.
So these times that you go to band practice, where were you living at that time?
I was living in Roanoke.
And who were you living with?
My grandmother.
Now, your grandmother, would she have approved, if you know, of you being at band practice with these individuals?
No, sir.
And I'm going to ask you some other questions, but would she approve of what you were doing at these band practice with these other individuals?
No, sir.
And during this time besides band practice, is there some drinking going on?
Yes, sir.
And is there some smoking going on?
Yes, sir.
And you're participating?
Yes, sir.
Now, as part of this, you said initially that Tanner had raped you in December.
Yes, sir.
And let me just ask you, where was that location that took place?
That was at that was at Charles Wooldridge's house in Arlington.
In December of when?
December of 2014.
Now, do you know the exact date?
The early morning of December 6th of 2014.
Now, let's talk about, at some point, was there ever a conversation between you and Tanner regarding your age being 16?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jury, what was the substance of that conversation between you and Tanner about your age?
There were multiple conversations, but the gist of them, to my recollection, was him trying to convince me that we should be in a relationship, and me telling him that I could not do that because he was 7 years older than me, and I couldn't lie about something that big, and I couldn't be with somebody with that much of an age difference between us.
So at this point in time, and how did you communicate with him? Was it, you kids communicate different ways, but was it verbally, was it by?
It was written communication via Facebook Messenger and an app called Kik.
Any doubt in your mind that he knew your age?
Yes, sir.
Any doubt?
Or no, sir, sorry.
We knew what you meant. Any doubt in your mind that he knew that you had a problem with the difference between you two's age as it applied to dating?
No, sir.
Now, let's talk about this. Let's go back to your 16th birthday. Did you have a happy 16th birthday?
No, sir.
And why didn't you have a happy 16th birthday?
I had just gone through a breakup with my high school sweetheart of sorts.
And was that upsetting to you?
Yes, sir.
And when you're 16 and you just broke up with your high school sweetheart, what do you do?
Depends on the person, but for me, I kind of just sought attention and tried to stay busy.
And this is the time in which you've broken up and you begin hanging out with Tanner Horner.
Yes, sir.
And let's talk about your relationship with Tanner Horner. At any point, did you tell him that you wanted to have a relationship with him?
No, sir.
At any point, did you tell him that you wanted to have sex with him?
No, sir.
In fact, did you ever have an altercation where he attempted something with you and y'all had a discussion about what he did?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
That was at Tomcats in November of 2014.
Was this at one of these shows?
Yes, sir. And if I remember correctly, I believe it was the night that that picture was taken.
So the night this picture was taken, you have a conversation with Tanner. What's that conversation?
When I first got there, he told me that his mother was going to be coming and to tell her that I was 18 if she asked about my age. And then as the night progressed, he had kissed me, and afterwards we had a conversation the next day about how I couldn't do anything physical with him because of the age difference.
This sounds like the second time you made that clear to me.
Yes, sir.
And this was in response to him trying to kiss you.
Yes, sir.
Now, you said Tanner Horner told you to tell his mom that you were 18.
Yes, sir.
Why was that?
Because he knew that she would be, he told me that
Oh, you may answer.
he told me that she would be upset if she found out that I was 16, as well as his bandmates. He also told me to tell them that I was 18, though Cody Spiker knew my real age.
So going into this weekend, December 6th and 7th, are we doing a show or are we doing band practice?
It was band practice.
And so how does a 16-year-old Shay?
I had told my grandmother that I was staying the weekend with a friend, and it was a friend that I was supposed to be getting picked up from their house at the end of the weekend. So I was going to go to band practice late Friday night on the 5th. We were going to have some drinks, hang out. They were going to do practice, actual practice, on the day of the 6th. And then the evening of the 6th, we went to Tanner Horner's house.
I'm going to pick this apart here a little bit. So what I'm getting at is that you told your grandma a lot.
Yes, sir.
And so you would have cover so you could hang out with Lane
Yes, sir.
and do a little drinking.
Yes, sir.
Now, to get to Arlington or your grandma's house on this particular weekend, how do you get from point A to point B?
Cody Spiker picked me up from my grandmother's house and drove me to Charles Woolridge's house.
And that's one of the guys in that picture you just saw.
Yes, sir.
Cody Spiker. All right. So you get there, what do you do when you get there?
It's pretty late. We're drinking, smoking some weed, listening to music, hanging out. Initially, it's nothing out of the norm for a general house party besides the fact that I was there at 16.
And so how does the night progress? What happens?
We are drinking, and then eventually everything starts to wind down. People are starting to go to sleep. And I am told by Cody Spiker that me and Tanner were going to be sleeping in a bedroom. And Cody was going to be sleeping on the couch with his, at the time, partner.
All right. So a few weeks ago, you had a conversation with Tanner, and you testified that you would pleaded him.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. I'm just rolling on. Sorry, kids. You had a conversation where you said you were clear with him you did not want a relationship.
Yes, sir.
So prior to this weekend, was that less than a month on my calculations?
Yes, sir.
And had those same conversations that you said by Facebook Messenger and your app, what was it called again?
Kick. K-I-K.
Okay. Did you have those conversations in that same period as well?
Yes, sir.
Any doubt in your mind that Tanner Horner understands that you don't want to have a relationship with him?
No, sir.
So we've been drinking. We're at Cody Spiker's house, or Charles Woolridge's house with the band. Everybody's, I guess, crashing out, if you will. And did you find a place to crash out?
Yes, we were sleeping in one of the main bedrooms of the house.
Now let's be honest with the jury. How much did you have to drink?
A lot. I lost count at like 7 shots, and I had a few beers, plus we were smoking as well.
At this point in time, did you bring the alcohol with you?
No, sir.
Did you bring the weed with you?
No, sir.
This was provided to you by the bank.
Yes, sir.
Now, when this is going on, y'all are crashing out, you said, was it a guest house or just another bedroom in that?
It was just one of the bedrooms in the house.
And at some point, did you crash out?
Yes, sir. We go and we lay down.
All right. Anything at that time go on out of the ordinary?
As we were laying down, it was a pretty big bed, so I went to one side and he began to try to cuddle with me, and I told him that I didn't want to cuddle, I just wanted to go to sleep, I didn't want to be touched.
And I think you've said before that because of how much alcohol you had, you don't remember every single second that went on from the time you got bed until you got.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But let's talk about what you do remember. So you go to sleep. Do you sleep all night, or do you wake up at some point during the night?
I wake up at some point during the night.
And what causes you to wake up at some point during the night?
I became conscious and came to Tanner Horner raping me.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions about that, okay? I'm not trying to pry into your private life. I'm going to ask you some questions. When you say that Tanner Horner is raping you, you understand it's not legal for a 23-year-old to have sex with a 16-year-old?
Yes, sir.
At any point, did you consent to have any sexual relationship, even if you couldn't consent by law, with Tanner Horner?
No, sir.
And so you woke up with him raping you. Now, what does that mean? Describe it, or what do you mean? What does he do with you?
There are two specific moments that I remember as I was in and out of consciousness. He was on top of me. I was laying on my back. He had his penis inside of me, and his sweat dripped into my mouth. And then I remember coming to again, and I was on my stomach, and he had my hands pinned behind my back, and he was continuing to rape me.
Let's talk about this. You said that he was on top of you. Now, let me ask a question about that, a little more of a physical question. Has Jury seen a picture of you at the time, at or near the time?
Yes, sir.
Now, not to be rude to you, but were you bigger or smaller now than you were then?
I was quite a bit smaller.
Okay. And with regard to Tanner, as you see him in the courtroom today, was he bigger or smaller than he is today?
He was significantly bigger.
Okay. And so at that point in time, you said he is on top of you?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that his penis is inside you?
Yes, sir.
Now, with that, besides Tanner sweating on you, what else is he doing?
He is continuously thrusting in and out of my body, grunting.
Okay. And then you said that the next thing you remember is you're on your stomach.
Yes, sir.
Now, is the bigger version of Tanner still on top of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at this point, were you able to push yourself up off of him physically?
No, sir.
And even if you had been sober at the time, would you have been able to push yourself off?
No, sir.
And is that because of the weight difference with the two?
Yes, sir.
Now, the second time you said that he's on top of you, you said his penis is inside you again, and can you show the jury how that he had his hands pinned behind your back? How does that work?
I was laying on the bed, and he had my hands on the low of my back.
Like that?
Yes, sir.
And he had his hand, was it his hand holding your hands together?
I only recall one hand specifically.
Okay. But whatever it was, you weren't able to pull your hand back around.
Yes, sir.
What's the next thing you remember after that?
We woke up in the morning, went about morning as usual. I had no recollection of the night before.
So at that point in time, you get out of bed, are you still fuzzy from the night before?
I'm definitely still a little out of it.
All right. You've got some memory today. When did your memory come back to you about what Tanner Horner has done to you that night?
When he made a secondary attempt at assaulting me on the morning of the 7th.
So let's talk about that. We're in Arlington, we're at Charles Woolridge's house, right? You get up, how do you get from the secondary location? What is the secondary location?
Tanner Horner's house.
when we say his house, we've seen some pictures here. Is it just one big house? Are there multiple buildings? What is it?
There was one main house, and he had a room in a shed in the backyard.
Now, this particular shed in the backyard, did y'all arrive and go into the main house or the shed?
We went through the main house to get to the shed.
Right. And as far as this shed, is it a big shed, small shed? What if you remember?
I would say it's on the slightly bigger side for sheds, but it wasn't exactly like house-sized shed or anything.
Have you ever been in his house before?
No, sir.
And who took you to his house?
Cody Spiker.
Was it just you and Cody, or was it somebody else in the vehicle?
It was Cody Spiker and myself, and Tanner and myself, this day specifically.
So when this is going on, do you remember what time it is on day 2 that you finally arrive at Tanner's house?
It was pretty late in the day. It was dark outside, but I don't remember the time.
Okay. And so you get there, you get to the shed, what happens next?
He and I go through the house, go into the shed, we're hanging out, and then he hits up one of his friends to bring some acid over.
So Tanner Horner called somebody to bring drugs to the house?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever done those drugs before?
No, sir.
And so how does that work?
In regards to what exactly?
Well, I mean, what do y'all do?
His friend shows up. He gives me and Tanner the acid. His friend doesn't take any. The three of us are hanging out for a while where they're playing music videos on the TV. And then his friend leaves and things kind of start to wind down for the night.
So taking this acid, I mean, did anybody force you to do that?
No, sir.
This was your first time?
Yes, sir.
And so you're there in the house. I'm not going to ask you a lot of details about that, but how long does that go on? I don't know the terminology, but how long does it go on from the time that you do it until the time you do it?
It varies from my understanding, 6 to 8 hours on average. But for my experience specifically, it was around the 7-ish hour mark.
So during that hour mark, is anything going on during that 7 hour mark?
Mostly we're just watching TV or watching music videos specifically, hanging out, talking. And then at the end, we are laying down because I'm ready to go to sleep. It's approximately 7 a.m. at this point. And that was when the secondary attempt was made.
And let's talk about that and walk through that. You're laying down, you're coming down off whatever you've taken.
Yes, sir.
You lay down. What does Tanner do when you lay down?
He lays down behind me and begins touching me.
You say touching. Let's be more specific. What is he doing when he's touching?
More specifically, I was laying on my right side on the edge of the bed. I was kind of just scrolling, just trying to occupy my brain for a few minutes because I couldn't quite fall asleep. And he begins to trace his hand up and down my side, up and down my leg, my hip, my waist, talking about how he's sorry that my ex hurt me, that he would never hurt me like he did, that he wishes that I didn't have to go through that. And then I begin to have brief glimpses of the night before and start to hyperventilate. I'm on the verge of an anxiety attack. He's keeps touching me. Eventually, he starts asking me what's wrong, and I can't bring myself to respond because I didn't know how to even begin to explain what was wrong to the person that was hurting me.
So at this point in time, you said things are kind of coming back. Did you say you had a physical response to what was going on here?
Yes, sir. I started hyperventilating.
And so what are you trying to do, if anything, at the point at which Tanner's doing this?
My body is physically frozen, but since I had my phone in my hand, I did start texting friends to find somebody to come pick me up.
Were they able to come get you?
One person was, yes.
And so it's somewhat, you just get up and walk out and drive off with your friend?
He gets up at some point from behind me. He's pacing around the room. At one point, he's blocking or standing in front of the door. Finally, I get a hold of a friend who says that they can come get me. And she asked me what the address was. So I asked him what his address was. And he told me that he wouldn't give it to me unless I talked to him to tell him what was wrong.
Did you know where you were, really?
No, sir. I knew that I was close to Azle, Texas, but I didn't know where exactly.
And you've never been to this location?
No, sir.
And so, did Tim give you the information you were asking?
No, sir. He never gave me the information.
How many times do you think you asked him for the address to the house?
I don't recall specifically, but at least 2 or 3.
Okay. And he wouldn't give it to you?
No, sir.
And you said that he was physically in front of the door. Were you trying to leave when that was happening?
In the time that he was blocking the door, I was still standing over beside his bed. I was putting my stuff in my bag, trying to get out of there.
Okay. And were you finally able to get out of there?
Eventually, he moved from in front of the door, and I was able to beeline from beside the bed to out the door, through the backyard, through the back door that went through his grandparents' room where they were sleeping. I went into the dining area, found a piece of mail with his address on it, and hid in the bathroom until my friend could come get me.
And at some point, did your friend come and get you?
Yes, sir.
Now, initially, did you report this to anyone?
No, sir.
But did you tell anyone?
Yes, sir.
And who did you tell?
I told several of my friends. I told his bandmates knew about it, some of them. I told my brother, that kind of stuff.
Why not law enforcement at that time?
There's a lot of reasons, but ultimately I didn't think that I would be believed.
Now, at some point, you talked to us before about you and Tim communicating.
Yes, sir.
And did y'all, during this short time that you were hanging out with him, what were some of the subjects that he communicated with you about during that time?
The majority of our conversations revolved around music or the show Doctor Who. But he did disclose that he was into BDSM and rougher sex with me as well.
So these are Tanner Horner having those type of conversations with 16-year-old Shay.
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point during this, did you begin to speak out a little more about what had happened to you?
Yes, sir. I was telling people close to me, though I was limited about exactly how much I told and who I told for a few years. And then in 2018, I became public with it.
And when you went public with it, did Tanner Horner respond when you went public and communicate with you about you talking about what happened to you?
Yes, sir. He messaged me directly.
Yeah, let's stop for lunch, okay? Get an exhibit from the last witness. We will start at 1:30. 1:30.
Okay, Jen, they have taken a break for lunch till 1:30. We have been, you and I have been listening to these two women who said that they were sexually assaulted by Tanner Horner when they were 16. For me, it sure had the ring of truth.
I wholly agree. Their stories and their demeanor when telling the stories and testifying are really what I think lands that ring of truth, right? I mean, they're just kind of matter of fact, and I said this when we were talking before. I don't know what they have to gain by coming forward, right? So I don't know what they have to gain by being part of this. Even more clear, they've asked that they not be identified. Clearly their photos or their visuals have been blurred out. So there's no like attention seeking, which sometimes could be a motivation or play into this. I mean, it's clear they're just here to tell what happened to them. And I think they did a really good job and a brave job doing it.
Yeah, and then, we were talking also about, some people were saying, people say, well, why are they staying in contact with him? And you have interviewed probably dozens and dozens of sexual...
I'd say hundreds.
Hundreds of sexual assault survivors. Talk to us about that pathology, that phenomenon.
Yeah, I mean, they don't always do what the public would expect them to do, right? So, I mean, even... And I heard both of the women, I still want to call them young girls because I'm taken back to 2014 with them when this happened, right? Or 2013 and 2014. Both of them use the term freeze, right? So 20 years ago, I think everybody thought that a victim or a survivor in any violent situation, it's flight or fight. And we know now that what really is most common is the third, which is freeze. And that's really what they both did and both articulated doing. I know that the psychology behind victims is just explained in that there really isn't a psychology behind victims, because what they do afterwards may not make sense to you or I, because I'm not in their shoes. It is not uncommon at all for victims to continue to have contact with their predators, with their violators. So it may not always make sense to people who haven't kind of lived in this space or really maybe been through it or have a close friend or family member who's been through it. But it is an astonishingly high number, which is why the experts, and I don't know that they're going to put on an expert in this case. If this was simply a sexual assault trial, I think they would have an expert come in and say that this type of victim or survivor behavior is incredibly common. It's way more common than you would think. They'll pull out the statistics to show that it doesn't mean that they're not telling the truth, even though it may be, I don't want to say off-putting, but a little outside looking in. Well, that doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
Why don't you just not Facebook message him back? Why would you reach out? It is very common for victims to continue to have that contact.
They're also teenagers.
They are teenagers, and clearly they're teenagers that are doing, what we might say are common teenage things, but they have teenage brains. And I think these two young women or girls at the time really were kind of the perfect pick for somebody like him. So the hanging out with older guys, going to the band concerts, both women did a great job of kind of owning that and being like, yeah, I was 16, but I hung out with 21-year-olds. The cross-examination of it, they just owned, or at least the first one that we've heard so far.
Well, you said that you called it owning their warts, basically.
Yeah. So years ago when I was doing pretty much only child abuse and adolescent and then adult sexual assault victims, for years, you kind of just develop a spidey sense, and that's not a very good way of articulating. I'm not a human lie detector, but I've interviewed hundreds and hundreds of witnesses and victims, and you have to develop kind of a system to know, I'm not in the room, so how do I know if they're telling the truth? And I think at the end of the day, the theory that I came up with, or my test, was, do they own their warts, right? So no human is perfect, no person is fallible. Typically in these cases, there is a series of decisions that are going to be thrown in the victim's face or survivor's face by the defense. And so when I'm interviewing someone, if they own their warts, because we all have warts, that for me rings more truth. Both of these women from the very beginning have owned that they were hanging out with older guys, that they were smoking weed, that they were drinking when they were 16. Maybe they were lying about where they were at, where they were supposed to be, going to concerts, all of those things. Looking back in hindsight, I'm sure that they wish they'd maybe made some different decisions, but it doesn't discount his ownership and his accountability in this.
And the accounts are very similar. Both of them involve alcohol and, them waking up to this happening to them. I mean, they're really, really similar.
Yep. and the original relationship coming through kind of this band dynamic and the Facebook messaging and the kind of all of that communication. And it sounds like the girls continued to remain, and maybe we'll hear more of this from the second survivor here in a minute, but they remained in contact with each other in that small community as well. And I think for someone who, from the outside looking in, appears to be a predator, he's picking kind of the consistent victim in these cases.
Okay, we're going to bring Rebecca on for a few minutes to talk about, what she's seen and heard. Rebecca, we were both listening to these two women, and Jen and I were talking about these women really have the ring of truth.
Oh, absolutely. And they were, 16. Obviously, the age of consent in Texas is 17. So it is statutory rape either way. Even if it was consensual, you can't the 16-year-old when you are a 23-year-old man. And so so you're right. It looks like he is picking his victims, and they are younger women. And so I do think that the prosecution obviously is setting up this pattern of this predatory behavior on his part. And then the Facebook messages, between them when he's basically argumentative with this teenage girl, yet he's this 23-year-old man. It's just not a good look. And I think that the prosecution is doing a good job in setting all of this up to show who he is.
Yeah, well, that and the second victim's account of how she has this second incident at his house where she says he attempted to sexually assault her or molest her or whatever, and she's trying to get away. He won't give her the address. He's blocking the door. She hides in a bathroom. That brings it up to a different level, right? I mean, because that's more than just like a date rape situation. That's like, that starts to feel more like an Athena Strand kind of thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, it becomes a restraint situation, right? Like, you may not really, outside of the legal world, think of that as a kidnapping type thing, but it is restraining an individual's ability to leave. When she said, you've been tracing, and she didn't say these words, right? Her body is telling him that, because she said she felt like she was having a panic attack. And so her body is telling him she's freaking out, and she is in fact freaking out. She wants to leave, and he's restricting that movement and not allowing. Little key details that she shared, like the being in the bathroom, finding the mail in order to provide the address, the sweat dripping, all of those are details that to me make her far more credible, because they're sensory details. They're certainly cues that the jury is going to pick up on. If people are lying about things, either they get lost in the details because they can't make them consistent, or they don't really have them because they know that they will get caught up in the details of the lies. But for her to offer kind of those sensory cues. And the other thing really that leapt out, I think, to both of us was when she said that once she realized what had happened the night before, her hands being pinned behind her back. That, to me, takes it to, I mean, you're absolutely right. A 16-year-old cannot consent. That is a sexual assault of a child. That is never legal in the state of Texas by a 22, 23-year-old man. This takes it to a completely different level when he is essentially binding her hands behind her back. And again, that gets into this sexually violent, predatory behavior that we've heard just little rumblings of here today. And maybe during when he was pretending to be zero, when he was zero, giving that one piece of that one interview talking about his relationship with his fiance at the time. This is now becoming a theme that we're seeing throughout, 14, 15, 16 years of his life.
Right, and they showed that, and this morning they showed that Venn diagram,
the book.
whatever.
Yeah.
Remember that diagram thing that had like Catholicism and then autism, and in the middle it had BDSM, which of course we look, it's basically that sadomasochism, because we knew it was bad, but we both had to look it up. But then she brings up the second survivor brings up the same thing that he said he was into that.
And then I thought it was really interesting too, Tanya, that the second victim says that she told people, like she made the outcry before he's arrested, before the Athena Strand, where the first victim says she didn't come forward until after she learned that he'd been arrested. But the first victim did come forward before, and I'm assuming that they have the prosecution already knows the answer to that, and that they have the people that can back up her story as well.
Yeah, and also Rebecca and Jen and I were talking about this. Is like this is really kind of for the defense. They have a job to do too, right? They have to do the things they have to do because this is going to be appealed, obviously. And so, but you could kind of feel where they were trying, where Susan Anderson's trying to imply, like, you're trying to look for the right word, but you're up to no good, essentially. You were hanging out with a bunch of older boys,
like it's kind of victim shaming, honestly. I mean, and that's what you call it. You're trying to shame the victim. Well, you shouldn't have done this, or you shouldn't have done that. But again, these are teenage girls. They're being given drugs by these older guys, and they are they're victims. And so I think the defense has to walk a very fine line here, because you do get into that whole, are you shaming the victim? Like, if you hadn't put yourself in this situation, you wouldn't have been assaulted. And that never really, I don't think, plays well with a jury.
No, I think you're absolutely right, Rebecca. And if anything, it can even swing so far as to not land well, but to be offensive. And I think that Ms. Anderson and her co-counsel have an incredibly challenging job, because it is her job to advocate and to poke holes, but there is kind of strategic decisions about how does this land with the jury, in that, is it offensive? Because you are attacking, although they're adult females presenting right now, a 16-year-old girl who is, drinking and smoking weed with older boys, and hanging out and partying. And I think especially with the first witness, it made me cringe just a little bit, that line of questioning. I know that she's got to do it. I think there's a very delicate way to do it. It's easy for me to sit here not doing that questioning and kind of judge how it's done, because you are absolutely right. It does come across as victim shaming so much to where it can be offensive to those jurors. And you're in the room, so you're getting to actually read kind of how that's landing versus us just watching, and right now a blurred version. Yeah. So we really can't pick up on all those demeanor cues that I would want to, as the trial attorney, be watching the jurors to see, are they cringing? Are they looking away? Are they nodding along? Which tells me, maybe I can push a little farther.
What I think they were cringing, definitely. Yeah, there were definitely moments when they were cringing at the testimony. But also, I think that you could just, when you're watching the victims on the stand, because they're blurred, so you can't see them, they both are very poised and they're very confident in the stories that they're telling. They don't come off as someone that's just out to, get this person. They come off as very credible and again, just very poised on the witness stand.
Well, and they're not defensive. They're repeatedly asked essentially about their own warts, so to speak. Yeah. And they're like, yes, sir, no, sir. I mean, they're not trying to pretend like that they lived a perfect life. They're acknowledging that essentially when they were teenagers, they liked to hang out with older guys. They dated older guys. And they drank and they partied and they went to concerts, and to some extent they were teenagers.
They were 16-year-olds, right? And it doesn't excuse or explain or justify his behavior and his actions in any way.
No, Rebecca, go ahead.
Do you think it also starts setting up, again, those questions that the jury has to answer, and that is, does he pose a future threat? And when you're looking at somebody on death row, you think, okay, does this person pose a threat to society? And society for that person is going to be in prison. It's not going to be out in the general public, because either way, he's going to get life without parole or the death penalty. I mean, that's it. So does he continue to pose a threat to the people that are guarding him, to the other inmates? I mean, those are so when you're setting up this sort of predatory behavior, the jury might say, yeah, definitely, he continues to victimize people.
Well, and I think you brought up such a great point talking about, within the community is within a TDC unit when we know he's pled guilty. So we know, they're not contesting that piece of it at all. So you're absolutely right. And the other people that come into play then are the nurses, pastoral care, right? Like other kind of individuals who come in that aren't just correctional guards, right, or police officers essentially there within the prison. It's not other inmates. It is people who are doing their jobs and providing a level of care. And that question of future dangerousness, and this is what we talked about on the last break as well a little bit earlier, in regards to the neighbors kind of video and interaction that day before, that is a big question for the jurors to decide and answer. And when you have someone that doesn't have a lengthy criminal history, doesn't have a lengthy violent, like on paper, lots of fights, is a gang member or whatever, the state, I think, really has an uphill battle, and they're moving up that hill by putting on cases like this. Having 2 sexual assault victims, this may not have been, Mr. Horner may not have snatched them in a parking garage, or off the side of the road in order to commit that sexual assault. But this was 13 years ago, kind of the first incidents that we've heard so far. And now we are 13 years later, looking at it all and seeing this massive escalation that is not only violent, but he has that prior of the sexual violence. And that's very alarming when you look at the question of, is he a future danger?
Right, and we've kind of gotten hints, Rebecca, that we're going to hear something with Athena Strand that, they mentioned, I think it was one of the witnesses yesterday mentioned there was a long hair found in his underwear. We haven't yet gotten testimony about whose hair that belonged to. And then they talked about, I'm trying to find the delicate way to say it, but fluid in his underwear, although they couldn't say it was from, and that this whole thing they said in the opening statements that there was going to be DNA in places that shouldn't be found, and so it feels like we're leading up to these little bits, these little crumbs, little bit trails that we're getting throughout the trial, that like the surprises are not over with, right? I mean, because it's sometimes sometimes, Rebecca, this, and Jen, this. Sometimes in trials there are days when it's kind of boring, right? We have yet to have a day where there is not something that is not shocking, troubling, and all the things.
And I also think that we're going to hear from Athena Strand's parents. I know that we were wondering if we were going to hear from them yesterday, so I think you're going to hear them, and you're going to hear the impact them, and so I think that that's also going to play with the jury. And I mean, jurors are human too. You can tell that there are dads and there's moms on that jury, and there's 2 particular male jurors that are very they wear their emotions on their sleeves. You can tell what they're almost like feeling when you're watching them, like when they're seeing the picture of Athena's body and things like that. So I feel like even they have to answer legally those 2 questions, but they're also human, and will they vote just based on the emotion of what they are, hearing and seeing from Athena's family, and just the violence and the sexual violence, and that he has been around, and also that has happened to Athena. What happened to her? Do they want justice, even though maybe they can't reach the yes on those questions? Or the 2 questions that they have to answer. I don't know.
Well, and I'll be interested to see. I mean, again, the defense has a really, really hard job. I'll be interested to see how it is that they argue basically to undo this emotion, right? Like, this is an emotionally loaded case. Any case involving a kid, certainly now that we've heard about prior sexual assaults, I mean, the one girl they met when she was in 7th grade, right? Like, that's that's different to me than a 16-year-old. She was 14, and I think she said 7th grade. For him to have these interactions on top of it makes it even more emotionally charged. The images that have already been presented that I think are standing out in our brains as just the observers of the trial, so certainly the jurors that are in it, those are emotionally loaded images. And so I think the defense really, part of doing their job is going to be to argue to the jurors that their job is to look at the law, and decide whether the facts are sufficient to apply it to the law and make the right decision, and to take the emotion out of it as best they can as the defense. I imagine that the state is going to put on mom or dad towards the end. That's what I would do. I would put them on at the very end, and then I would play that audio, and I would rest right after it, and kind of allow that emotion to sit there, because it is legitimate and it is incredibly heavy. I mean, every day being here is incredibly heavy and watching it. So being in that courtroom where that emotion is compounded by being live, I think that that's how it's going to play out.
Okay. Well,
Would you play snippets of that tape in closing arguments as well? Because we're also going to hear 19 witnesses, defense witnesses, between the time the jury hears that tape and closing arguments.
Yeah, so if there weren't 19 witnesses, I probably would not. I would want to push through, and sometimes it's a game time decision because you don't know. I mean, like in the Siobhan Randall case, we had an outburst right before, and I anticipated we were going to put on other witnesses, and I immediately said, absolutely not, let's just rock and roll. Like, I want to get this case to the jury right now. This is when they need to get it, because there is going to be that 19 witness delay. I imagine some of the witnesses are going to be like neurology based, right, and psychiatry based, and so it is going to take a lot of the emotion out of it. So I think absolutely that the state is going to play snippets of the audio again. They're going to show images of her. They're going to show that one image that all of us have in our brains in the FedEx truck with her present, in order to remind the juries what they heard, because realistically it could be the end of next week. Right. And that's a big delay for the state and the jurors, and they need to have their memories refreshed.
Absolutely. And well, Rebecca, we're going to take, Jen and I are going to take a lunch break, and I know you're going to want to take a lunch break, and we're going to come back about 1:15. Thanks everybody for joining us. Okay, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8, joined, of course, by Jen Falk. She is our legal expert for the day. Again, as I mentioned earlier, Jen is a former Dallas County child abuse prosecutor and prosecuted sexual assault crimes. She did that for 20 years. So I think that you have a unique experience that you bring, especially it feels like today was the perfect day to have you here.
And we did not know who the witnesses were going to be when we set this up, but you know, I said this earlier to you, Tanya, and I said it to my girls and my husband last night. You know, it's really an honor to be here and have this opportunity to do this. I wish it was an honor that I didn't have to have, right? I wish that none of us had to be here and that Athena was still here, but I am truly honored to be here, especially on a day where I do feel like my experience it just kind of provides maybe a different lens than we might have otherwise.
Yeah, and you know, and we saw them this morning. I think, you know, it felt like today was all about establishing, and I don't know if you agree with this, it feels like today is about establishing future dangerousness.
Yeah, so, you know, if Mr. Horner hadn't pled guilty, what we would have heard is all the evidence to prove the actual capital murder, and then any of what we call the punishment evidence, right? So the rest of the chapters of the book that is Who is Tanner Horner would have come in punishment. I think that they've had to completely kind of change their strategy because of the unexpected, as my understanding, guilty plea at the start of this trial. And what that means is that instead of just putting on the entire case, so Athena's case from start to finish, and then moving on to the next chapter, I do think we're kind of getting into the middle and moving punishment right into the middle. So hearing about his prior acts, hearing about his background, then basically goes into the middle of the state's case. And I think at the very end, we will get tied up for the rest of guilt, innocence, i.e. the audio recording, probably hearing from her mom and her dad, any other key pieces of evidence that really show not just that he did it, but what it is that he did and how he did it.
Yeah, and I would tend to agree with that, because what we're hearing now would be what you would hear, at least this afternoon, would have been, or late morning would have been the traditional punishment type stuff, but up until probably the stuff that we had where they showed the stuff he was searching, that would have been guilt, innocence.
Agreed.
Most likely. But now we're, and then I get, so it kind of like probably shook it up. Do you think the prosecutors had to go back and go, wait a minute, okay, how do we restructure our case? Or were they expecting this?
I don't know if they were expecting it or not, and I don't have any inside baseball, so I can't comment on that, but I don't think that it really shook it up for them, because I do think that they're skilled and experienced enough that basically you just take that. Like if you've got a list of witnesses, you shift that block from here to here and just figure out strategically where you want to add it. They have done a fantastic job. All of the lawyers have. I have been immensely impressed with the state and how clean their questioning has been. So I don't think this was a heavy lift or a hard change for them in any pivot that they had to make at all.
Yeah, I have too. They have done a masterful job of really trying this case. I mean, this difficult case. You and I were talking at lunch just about, you know, both of us have done some version of this, me as a journalist, you as a prosecutor, and how cases like this really stick with you. They kind of haunt you at night. And you know, for me, that first day was that image of Athena in that delivery van, because you just know that's probably the last hour of her life, and you know, it's just a hard thing to listen to. For you, when we watch the testimony, the stuff we saw this morning, what are the things that really stick out that you heard?
So I think the Google search, I think that for sure leapt out. I had this expectation in my head when I was keyed in that clearly we were going to get a phone dump or a forensic extraction of the cell phone that was recovered from Mr. Horner. That evidence sometimes can actually be pretty boring and kind of daunting. I thought that the state did a knockout job of getting into what's important. And I also felt like it really told us who he was. And I've made this comment a few times now, but it is this self-serving, self-preserving, self-interest driven Google searches of her and news coverage and missing girl. It is the, do FedEx trucks have continuous recording, but it's also that net worth comment about a YouTuber really, really stuck out to me.
It's an odd thing. You've just killed a girl.
The Venn diagram that's an odd thing. It's more than odd, right? I mean, it's a jarring, eerie, creepy thing. So those leapt out, and I think that the state did a good job of, instead of kind of really introducing all the things in this phone and us spending 4 hours paying attention to things that really don't matter, they gave us the things that are going to jump out, that are really, really jarring and important, because they show us who Tanner Horner is and what he did, what he was thinking immediately after Athena's abduction and murder.
Yeah. Somebody's asking, what did the Google searches show? Well, these were Google searches that were mostly after, within a day or two of her death, or the day after, and he's searching for things like YouTuber with the highest worth. He's Googling Paradise Missing Girl. There's this weird Venn diagram that shows up that has the BDSM thing in the center, and autism and Catholicism and talks something about nerds, some weird sexual book.
A Google search right around the same time for "my fiance's family makes me out to be a demon."
Yes, well, and it's a pretty good assessment.
Yeah.
They were, if that's the way they felt, they're not wrong. He's searching for pictures of Athena. He's searching for. It looks like he's downloading photos. He's got they've done like these missing posters. He's also screenshotting Facebook posts about her and where she went amiss and the house where she was taken from. And then, of course, this one, the FedEx trucks continuously record. And as he found out, apparently they do record quite a bit, because this video evidence is going to be, very key. And then just a whole lot of stuff about Athena.
He had, even on the images, so I started doing tally marks because I expected there to be 1 or 2, but based off my tally marks, there were 19 photos that he had in his history that were either of the scene of the missing posters for her or of her through the years. It's not just that one photo that we all think of when we think of her with the cute red bow. It was additional images of her throughout the years that he then has on his phone. So I would say that was kind of a key this morning that jumped out to me, especially when my expectation was this might be relatively mundane or boring evidence, or kind of expected evidence. Right. I still was surprised, and I guess we know to expect the unexpected in this.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody's asking, when do we think we'll get DNA? I don't know. I mean, it could happen today, could be tomorrow. I don't know. When we get back, we've still got this sexual assault. This woman who says he sexually assaulted her when she was 16, and then held her, wouldn't let her go, and wouldn't give her the address of where she was at, and she hid in the bathroom. We've still got her on the stand when we get back from lunch, and I'm not clear on how much more they have with her. I think they still need to go through a lot of Facebook Messenger stuff with her.
Possibly, based off the cross-examination of the first sexual assault victim survivor, I don't think that that's going to close out the day. So I think that we're going to hear from at least 1 or 2 additional witnesses today. I don't know if it's going to be any sort of DNA evidence just yet. If I am the prosecutor, DNA evidence, although it is really compelling to us, when it's the actual presentation of the scientific legal stuff can be pretty mundane and boring. So that oftentimes comes in the middle of the week. So a late Tuesday, early Wednesday really wouldn't surprise me. The results of the DNA testing obviously are going to be key and important, and we've kind of had these signals that it could be huge in this case based off the opening statement. But the evidence and the testimony that has to come in legally is pretty heavy and scientific. So I wouldn't be surprised if they hold off and don't do that this afternoon, or maybe if they start it this afternoon and then kick off tomorrow or the next day.
Yeah, I don't know. Like yesterday, he ended at 3. I think he was just, there had been some really heavy testimony yesterday. We had heard from the medical examiner describing Athena's injuries, and then we had also heard recordings of him talking to his mom and his grandmother. And so I think, I didn't exactly say why they ended, but it was a heavy day for the jurors, because the medical examiner described just Horrible, the level of injuries this little girl suffered. And then we also, this morning, heard from this neighbor who's a constable, who just, Tanner Horner delivers a package to his house the day before, and his 7-year-old and 10-year-old daughters are out in the front yard, and it's very eerie. And it seems like this kind of goes to them trying to establish future dangerousness that he's trying to scope out. That seems what they're trying to imply, trying to scope out ways to grab other girls. Or I guess one could argue that he was legitimately delivering a package there.
But he also doesn't have to have that job, right? Like,
That's
he has
true.
chosen a job that puts him in a position
That's
so
true.
that he can legitimately be in these, opportunities, I guess maybe is the word that keeps coming to mind. It's an opportunity for him to act on impulses, which, we now know, and he's pled guilty to, he does the very next day after attempting to deliver a package with, what the constable said, and the constable/neighbor said, is that both of his girls were out front, right? And so he's playing the what if game. What if it had just been one girl? What if I hadn't been home? What if my wife hadn't been home? What if only one of the girls had been home or out front? I mean, it's the what if that is terrifying and creates that opportunity, I think, for jurors to then say, he has been a danger and he's going to continue to be a danger.
Right. Well, and based on what we've seen, it feels like they're building a case that he had these violent propensities, and they were starting, or deviant sexual violent propensities that began to manifest as far back as about 10 years earlier.
And I think that's really what we saw kind of on the back end of this morning and getting into this afternoon right before lunch, right? Were those additional witnesses that we've now seen an escalation, right? And it's an escalation to the nth degree, to kind of the worst possible unimaginable situation. But hearing from both of the women that came and testified after the neighbor, what really jumped out to me, outside of just their recollection of the sexual assaults and then the secondary attempted sexual assault, what also really jumped out to me was that both of them were instructed to lie about their age, right? So he knows that this is, I don't want to use the word consensual, but certainly an inappropriate relationship, even if the young women are responding and engaging in kind. He knows that it's, inappropriate and illegal, which is why he instructs them to lie to everyone, including his mom and his grandparents, and say that they are in fact 18. He puts them in these situations where they're partying and they're intoxicated, and then he takes advantage, and that's predatory behavior. It's what we've seen now, I think, is deviant, or what we would call sexually violent predatory behavior on top of it.
Well, and obviously prosecutors are trying to build a case that, that this whole thing about, he's autistic and this a mitigating factor, I think they're trying to build the case that no, he's just a predator.
Yeah.
And he'll be dangerous, and he'll continue to be dangerous, and there's nothing mitigating here.
And he recognizes the right from the wrong, which is why he's encouraging lying. He's, trying to cover up his past behavior, even with Athena, this alter ego, and kind of taking them all around. All of those are attempts to cover up his own actions and his own behavior, and that tells all of us that there is no diminished capacity, right? I mean, they're not claiming insanity, so I don't really want to say doesn't know right from wrong, but this isn't going to be sufficient mitigation, is what the state is slowly plugging along and proving.
Right. I want to ask you some of the questions that people have put in the chat.
Sure.
Somebody asked, why do they need to present DNA if he's already pled guilty and this is the penalty case?
So I think that it's really important, and I know that the prosecutors know this, you put on the whole case anyways. All right, so if this were not a death penalty case, it might be a different analysis that you would want to do about whether you put in all of the additional puzzle pieces, or is this enough? That was the question that we were saying earlier. Is this enough? Is that enough? When you are seeking the death penalty and you're asking jurors to give the ultimate punishment here in Texas, you take that burden and that responsibility very seriously, and it's imperative that they put on all the evidence. The jurors also need to understand really what happened, right? And so they need to hear every single piece of it in order for them to know and assess the appropriate punishment and answer the questions appropriately when that time comes.
Yeah, because it's a huge decision to ask jurors to give somebody the death penalty.
It's the biggest, right? The heaviest. And these are jurors that didn't say, oh, I want to sit on a death penalty case. These are jurors that got a jury summons, just like you and I do,
right?
Not having any idea what they're getting into until they're into it. And then it is a very, very different qualification process than what I would have if I were sitting in the city of Dallas for a speeding ticket. It's much, much more intrusive, really, and make sure that everyone has thought through the heaviness of this decision that you're making. But it's still people that just showed up for their civic duty, and they take that responsibility seriously.
Absolutely. So we can see Tanner Horner there in the courtroom. Zeke, remember, if when the sound comes up, just kill our mics. You're not going to hurt my feelings. And we're gonna be having. They're going to continue on. At least that was my understanding. They were going to continue on with this second woman who says he raped her when she was 16. And we were talking before the break about just what it is about them that gives them the ring of truth. Okay, we're seeing them stand up, which means that most likely the jury's entering the room. I'm assuming that, court, we were talking about this before we went live, that court operates on court's time and trying to understand, and from here we can only, oh, there we go, we got sound.
Yep.
One in the restroom. Why don't y'all sit down if you see them coming? That's your job. Mother in the bride at the wedding.
Say it loud, they're calling us to hear in the bed.
All right, everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. We are ready to proceed. Mr. Stanton.
Ms. Moore, I was asking you with regard taking the 2018, that's when you had indicated you started openly speaking out about what had happened with Athena. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that, what was Tanner Horner's response on Facebook to you with regard to what you were doing and speaking out about what happened?
He had messaged me directly on Facebook Messenger, claiming that I was slandering him.
All right. Good man, Coach.
Yes, sir.
You already have that exhibit here in front of you, ma'am. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 295. Is that the Facebook message that you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
And what is the date on this?
December 20th of 2018.
Okay. And is this where he's indicating that you're somehow slandering him?
Yes, sir.
And what were you saying at the time that that could potentially be construed as slanderous?
I was posting that he was a rapist and that he had raped me when I was 16.
And so have you taken a look at this entire exhibit? Is this the entirety of the message that he sent you?
Yes, sir.
And did you respond to this message in any form or fashion?
No, sir.
Is this a true and correct copy of the message? You recognize it?
Yes, sir.
Judge, can I ask you about States 295?
State's Exhibit 295 is admitted.
And What I'm going to point you to here is a couple of things here. When it comes here with regard, would you start with however, right where it says however, and read that please?
However, it has come to my attention that you've been going around slandering my name to people, saying that I raped, in quotations, you, when you know that is not the case. In the years since I've talked to you, I have not even once slandered your name or have said anything degrading about your character. I haven't had a reason to. Excuse me.
I'm going to stop right there. And that's what you're talking about, where he's indicating slandering you at that point.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then this message continues on here. What does he ask you to do at the very end of the message? What does it say?
So I'm asking you out of respect, please stop spreading lies and misinformation about what happened between us.
Are you lying about what happened between you?
No, sir.
So when you got this, what did you feel that Tanner Horn was trying to get you to do?
I was thinking that he expected me to stay quiet, to not speak about my rape, not speak about the things that he had done to me, and the overall view of his character that I was putting out to the world.
Now, this same exact information that you provided us today as to what happened, did you provide the same, or I won't say exactly the same, but the same story to the police when you reported this?
Yes, sir.
And when did you finally report it?
It would have been the Monday following Athena's murder.
You felt at that time compelled to come forward?
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point, let me ask this. You said that you and Tanner somehow had a conversation about music.
Yes, sir.
And during that time, would he also have an occasion to write music lyrics?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did you come across a set of music lyrics that you believe relates to you?
Yes, sir.
And what else down here? I'll show you what's Marcus states 296. Can you identify that?
That is a picture of Tanner Horner that he posted on his Instagram with song lyrics as the caption.
Yes.
With regard to Tanner Horner's, did he have an Instagram handle?
Yes, sir.
And what was his Instagram?
Well, Jim, what's happening right now, you think?
I think all of us are on pins and needles to know what this post or this picture says and what these song lyrics are. I think clearly the defense has lodged an objection. They've gone up to the bench to talk. They need to have a longer or maybe heavier conversation about it and the legal kind of jargon behind it.
I believe they could mean consensual non-consent.
And let me just ask you, with regard to that, is at some point at or near the time that he is using that handle, is that the same time that you have made the allegations that he raped you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at some point in time, did Tanner Horner have conversations with you? Let me just ask you, what does CNC mean?
Consensual non-consent.
Okay. And in layman's terms, what does that mean?
It's basically rape fantasies.
Okay. And is that something at or near the time that he raped you, that he communicated you with, that he had that fantasy?
Yes, sir.
Did he also have a fantasy, in addition to that, about tying people up and other things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Go.
Yes, are you aware of any fantasy Mr. Horner was in after you two parted company in 2014?
I heard about a couple.
Are you familiar with the band called Committed to Conquer?
I've heard the name, yes.
At the time he sent you that message in 2018, are you aware that he was in the band Committed to Conquer?
I was not paying attention to his social media, so no.
Do you have any personal knowledge of how many times he's changed his username?
I did not watch his social media, so no.
Are you aware that according to the Meta website, when you change your user handle, your username on either Facebook or Twitter, Facebook or Instagram, it will change that handle, that name on all old posts?
I am aware, yes, sir.
So if he changed that name after the two party company in 2014, that would change.
Go ahead, we're outside the presence of the jury. Go ahead.
That would change that handle to CNC Twitch on all of his other posts.
Yes.
You testified a moment ago that you said it could be consent, non-consent.
Yes.
So you're not positive that that's why that was made?
I never asked him directly, so no, I don't know what he had in mind when he changed his username. I just know that he has told me that he is into consensual non-consent and that it makes sense for that to be his username.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Is there an objection?
Yes, it's a speculation. She just said she doesn't know that why he changed his username. She knows that they had a discussion about consent, non-consent, and she knows what his user handle is. And we're about speculation.
Right, your objection is sustained as far as the exhibit, but if she wants to testify as to the other things that he told her, I'm going to let her do that. She testified that he told her at one point he was into something like that. I'll let her testify to that. But any speculation as to the exhibit is sustained.
So in that vein, am I allowed to ask her about what his username means according to her, but not the exhibit itself? If
No.
she knows that outside of the exhibit?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor, we've also raised an objection using the term rape. I believe the charge is sexual assault.
That's overruled. You may have any objection. Okay, let's go.
So I can't speculate on that.
All right, everyone may be seated. Mr. Stanton, you may proceed.
More prior to the time that Warner sexually assaulted you, did he ever communicate to you that he had any fantasies or desires with regard to rape or non-consensual sex?
Yes, sir.
And what did he communicate to you
He had communicated to me that he was into consensual non-consent, which is rape fantasy. He had talked to me about how he liked BDSM, he liked the idea of tying people up, those kinds of things.
That's what it's showing. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moore. My name is Nico, and I've met before. So I have a couple of follow-up questions for you. Now, once you did report the sexual assault in, I guess, 2022,
Yes, sir.
you have given a few recorded statements about what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
Let me clarify a few things from those prior statements. Now, you talked about, I believe you already testified, you had plans for that week, right?
Yes, sir.
And this was you and Tanner making a plan to hang out.
Yes, sir.
And the plan was, you packed a bag to close for the week, right?
Yes.
And the plan was on Friday and Friday night to stay at the band member's house.
It was Tuesday, Friday night with Charles Wooldridge, or at Charles Wooldridge's house, and then Saturday night at Tanner Horner's house.
Now, to clarify, when you talked, we were talking earlier about what had happened that night. When you woke up that morning, you didn't realize you'd been sexually assaulted.
Correct.
And you took a shower at Charles Wooldridge's house while the band was practicing.
I have no recollection of that.
If I told you that in your original interview with Investigator Lowe and Deputy Ratliff, at the 47:39 mark, you said, yeah, I showered there. And then at the 49:01 mark, you said, from what I can recall, he was dressed when I got up. Then I remember showering while they were doing their band practice.
That's possible. This was 11 years ago. I know that I wasn't hanging out with them while they did band practice, so.
Sure. But if you did, if that was correct, your recollection that time, and you did shower that morning, you didn't realize that you'd been sexually assaulted at that point.
Correct.
The two of you, I guess Cody Spiker took you to Tanner's place.
Correct.
You dropped acid and hung out.
Yes, sir.
Conversations, watched television, all that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
And then it was when you testified that when you were coming down from the acid, and I guess he touched your leg or side, that you remember these two images, two moments in time.
Yes, sir. He was trailing his hand up and down my body, and I started to have flashbacks from the night before.
And that would have been early morning on Sunday the 7th.
Yes, sir.
So even, you never gained any kind of continuous memory of the event?
No, sir. Those are the only recollections that I have of that night.
I just want to clarify, and I think I understand what you're saying, and I know it's been a while. But you talked about Tanner got up and was pacing the shed.
Yes.
And he was talking to you about what's wrong, that sort of thing.
Yes.
And you were able to get someone who's going to come and pick you up.
Yes, sir.
And at that point, he was between you and the door, but you're still packed.
Yes.
And then he continues to pace around and you leave.
Yes.
He did not follow.
No.
I don't think you've ever stated that you thought that he was intentionally blocking you, he was just in your way.
He was standing in front of the door, and when I asked for the address, he told me that he wouldn't give it to me until I talked to him. So I would classify that as trying to prevent me from leaving, yes.
But you were able to walk out and get involved.
Yes, sir.
Your friend Taylor Bell's mother came to you.
Yes, sir. Yes,
And she went inside and came out and drove you to Taylor's house?
correct.
And you did not tell her what had happened?
I did not tell her the details, but she knew a little bit about that morning. Are you referring to her mother specifically with that question? Yes.
So whatever you told her mother that morning, she didn't follow the case?
Correct.
And you testified that Cody Spiker was around Tanner's age,
Yes, sir.
and he was dating someone younger than 17.
I believe so, yes, sir.
And also stated before that Taylor Bell's boyfriend was someone that's too old for her.
There was a age gap between them, yes, but not 7 years.
And I believe you had stated before that there was another young lady named Woodard who was dating grown men too.
Yes, sir.
And this is all in this little friend group.
I wouldn't say that my friend Taylor was friends with them per se, but yes, there were other other teenage girls that were hanging around with Cody and Tanner.
I want to talk a little bit about Tanner and his communication back then. You have previously stated that he would say just off the wall,
Yeah,
and that he would recognize when a conversation was making people uncomfortable.
yes,
And he had kind of an erratic energy.
I would say that, yes.
Didn't understand social cues.
Speculation, but yeah.
Well, and I don't want you to speculate. I mean, your experience with him and seeing him in a group social setting, did you ever notice him get trouble picking up on social cues?
I would say that he was weird, but as far as being able to pick up on social cues, specifics, we only had a handful of interactions with other people. So I would say yes, but I have limited experience with that.
What about his appropriateness in conversation?
I mean, he was having conversations with me about his rape fantasies when I was 16, so I would say that he was very inappropriate in his conversations.
You said the bulk of your conversations you had with him were centered around music and Doctor Who and things like that.
That was how he began our interactions, yes, was by talking about Doctor Who and music.
That's all I have for him.
Redirect.
These recollections you have are the same ones you've been talking about since 2018?
Yes, sir.
Are they the same ones that Tam Holman tried to shut you up about in 2018?
Yes, sir.
After this happened, and up until today, how is this event, how has what Tanner Horner did to you affected you?
I lost my sense of self for years. I became very erratic in my behaviors while also losing all sense of voice for myself. I was angry. I was angry at everybody and at everything. I ended up getting into an abusive relationship that lasted 4 years.
Let's keep it question and answer.
Once this happened to Athena, how did you feel differently than you did before?
I felt like I had been put back into 16-year-old me's body. I felt guilt for not coming forward. I felt shame for not speaking up sooner, legally speaking. I felt a lot of pain reliving those memories over and over and over again, as well as thinking about the amount of pain that other people have experienced at the hands of him over and over and over again. I am now back in therapy. I've struggled with opening up to people, communicating effectively, because I don't feel like I will be heard, because I go back to that 16-year-old version of me.
Mr. Goble.
Ms. Moore, when you say that he was trying to silence you or whatever with this message, and he says, basically denies the rape happens, and asks you to stop spreading lies and misinformation about what happened. Is that correct?
That is what he messaged me, correct?
Mr. Stegman.
That's where we are.
May Ms. Moore be excused subject to any potential recall? May she be excused subject to any recall? Thank you, ma'am. Our next witness will be testifying remotely, so it's going to take me a few minutes to set the equipment up. So just give me a few minutes, we'll try and get it started, and we'll bring you back in when we're ready to go, okay?
Okay, so they just wrapped up the testimony from this second woman who says she was raped by Tanner Horner at 16, and it was a pretty strenuous objection from the defense trying to keep, this out, but it came in that, he was into, she said he was into basically tying people up, and she mentioned this consensual, non-consensual thing, which is a BDSM term. Jen and I had to Google it because both of us are not into that, so we weren't familiar with it. So we looked it up, and it is a thing, and it's like a thing in BDSM for people that are into like consensual, like I'm trying to find the right words, but like the use of I'm looking at this like the use of restraints, dominance. It's all these things. Yeah.
Right. It's non-consensual sex, but in a consenting way.
Right.
Or an agreed upon way. And what I think really leaps out in that is that, and she even said, he talked to me about being into BDSM and liking rougher sex. This is a conversation with a 16-year-old little girl, right? And I know that she's, according to her own testimony, she's partying and going to, I say partying, drinking, smoking weed, and going to these concerts with the bands, but she's still a 16-year-old, which means she's learning how to drive or driving. She's worried about a chemistry test because she's probably a sophomore in high school, and he's having these very adult and very inappropriate conversations with her about his sexual proclivities and what he's into. Again, just another not on my bingo card moment of the day, but certainly one that, leaves me a little bit speechless, but certainly shows us who he is and who he has been since he was a young adult as well.
Well, and they're building the building blocks to say this is a man who is dangerous, he's dangerous in the future, and there's nothing mitigating.
Yeah.
This is, like you said, this is who he is, like deep down in his core. And then of course we saw all those searches that he did, which kind of chilled me to the bone, and then the fact that he thought he could get away with it, apparently, that he could do all these searches. And you and I were talking at lunch about just the fact that there's a good chance that but for the video evidence and a lot of this other evidence, that he gets away with this maybe 20 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, technology has changed so drastically, and when I have been doing this type of work for long enough now to where I've really seen the technology grow leaps and bounds, right? And so there are numerous cases, and I think this is a kind of a prime example of a recent case that, but for technology, I think that it could be one that isn't solved. If we didn't have the video evidence and the ability to track the truck and able to identify who we think it is with him, and even if you think you have a suspect, knowing who the suspect is and being able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt in a court that they did what we've accused him of doing, that is a huge burden. Now, because of technology, we've got audio, we've got video, maybe we're going to hear about some DNA evidence, we've got his cell phone searches, which certainly look bad. We've got even kind of more basic technology, but his recorded phone call in the jail to his mom. Without any of the other evidence, that would be the kind of the smoking gun, so to speak, here, because it is a confession. I mean, he says that outside of the additional pieces of evidence.
Right.
I'm still pretty surprised that he spoke so at length with law enforcement. I mean, I think his confession at the end of the day is the most compelling piece of evidence by way of true evidentiary value. By way of putting on in trial, I think the other pieces are really the most compelling pieces.
Wow, and you're right. He talked to law enforcement over and over and over again. I mean, he called that Texas Ranger back down to his to talk to him at the Wise County Jail a week after Athena has kidnapped and killed her, and he's already in jail. He's held at that point on. He probably already held on that $1.5 million bail, and he spends 2 hours with law enforcement, and of course he thinks I'm gonna cut a deal. I'm gonna get out for 30.
Right.
They're gonna let me out for 30 days if I just tell them all the details. And
he's gonna get something out of it, and I think that was his self-interest, self-preservation, self-serving goal in that conversation in particular.
Somebody's asking how old is Tanner Horner. I'm gonna have to actually look.
Like 34-ish?
He's 34.
Oh, look at that.
I just Googled it. He's 34. And folks, we are happy to answer your questions in the chat. I'm trying to monitor them. Somebody was asking how long this trial will last.
I think a while longer. I think definitely through this week, likely into middle or end of next week.
Yeah.
I don't know how long they have predicted. I've heard rumblings about how many witnesses the defense has, and they're substantial, and I think some of them are lengthy witnesses. I have been very impressed today, and I made this comment earlier, but the lawyers have really gotten in and gone to work on both sides. They're not spending time talking about who was your third grade teacher and where'd you go to middle school with the neighbor, because it really doesn't matter. What matters is what he knows and how he knows it, and they've really done a good job of honing in on that. Judge Gallagher has done a fantastic job of kind of keeping things rocking and rolling. Even with 19 witnesses, we're not California, so that's not a 6-month-long trial. But I think realistically, it's into middle end of next week in all likelihood.
Yeah, I think so. And we have been given to understand, and we're still confirming this, that we think, based on what Rebecca's been hearing, that the judge on Monday and Tuesday will have hearings that are outside the presence, and so we're not sure we don't think we're gonna be able to live stream those. We don't know yet. My understanding is that it's a no. It's also only Tuesday, and we'll see what happens, but that's kind of what we're hearing. And so what's happening right now, I see some folks asking what's going on. So they're preparing, they're setting up for another witness. We don't know who that is. It sounded like they're setting up a remote feed maybe?
Yep. So they said that they needed a minute to do the technology. They've got a witness who's going to be testifying remotely, so via Zoom or Teams or what have you. I'm really intrigued.
Thoughts on what it might be?
I'm hoping that it might be somebody from Quantico within the FBI, and we might get to hear some DNA evidence. I know that the FBI did a substantial piece of this investigation coupled with the Rangers. Normally, when they offer their services, in the investigative part, they assist with follow-up testing and then kind of litigation support as well. And so instead of having a local lab or DPS do the testing, FBI will do the testing. And I don't know who did the testing in this case, but what immediately jumps out is that it's clearly not somebody local. It could just be a fact witness who happens to be in California or internationally and can't travel back. But my gut immediately goes to it's some sort of professional witness that is not here locally, and that isn't like a fact witness. I think the defense would object to it being done remote or virtually, and they'd have grounds to do that. But if it is some sort of kind of, I say more mundane, but like a scientific a scientific witness or an expert witness, they might acquiesce on that and say, that's fine, we can do it remote to keep things moving.
Okay. Somebody's asking, I guess they want me to explain a little more about what we won't hear on the live stream. So Lauren, we've been given to understand that on Monday and Tuesday they may be doing hearings outside the presence of the jury. In general, the judge has not, most of the time, not every time, has not allowed us to live stream stuff where the jury's not present in court. Sometimes he has, but for the most part, no. And so we've been given to understand that at this point, and now maybe that'll change, it's only Tuesday, and that we will not be able to live stream that. I mean, I hope we can. I mean, personally, I think there's high interest in this, and we'd certainly be willing to. And we don't know exactly what they're going to be arguing about, or what those hearings are about. But we may have greater clarity as we come closer. You know, we're only at Tuesday. Okay, so somebody asked, have they shown the jury the video of Tanner putting Athena in the truck? No. They have not shown that video. We are given to understand that this video will probably be shown, I don't know, Thursday or Friday. We know court's going to end at noon on Friday. I guess it all depends on, and we think, based on what we're hearing, that they'll probably have her parents than that video. Is that how you would wrap it up?
That's what I would do if I were presenting the case. I would maybe do the video and then her parents, or her parents and then the video, and then rest right behind that. You know, we're kind of, as we were talking about a minute ago, because this is punishment, but the state's still proving up the guilt case. Even though he's pled guilty, they still have to put on the entire case. And so instead of doing all of the guilt case and then the punishment case, they're kind of just bookending guilt innocence, because I do think that the most compelling evidence is going to be the audio and that video and her parents. I think that's very impactful for the jurors. And so I would imagine that they end with that.
Yeah, I think so too. And we have been told that we will not be able to live stream that audio and video from that FedEx truck. And again, I don't know that I would want to, even if we were able to, because there's just things in life that the general public doesn't need to see, and I think that is in fact one of them. So somebody's asking, are they saying the parents are going to testify today? No, I'm not saying that at all. I would tend to think the answer is no, because we're only in Tuesday, and I really think we've got a couple more days to go. Somebody's asking if they've covered if his DNA was inside Athena. All we know is what he said in opening statements at this point was that there was Athena's DNA was found, that his DNA was found under her fingernails and in places where it shouldn't have been. Now, what that means, I don't know. They have not said. They've given us, breadcrumbs is what I would call it. Reason to believe that it's going to be something, but we don't know. You know, it's. You think we'll hear that today?
I don't know. If we are getting the DNA witness, then I think that kind of card will be turned around, and then we'll know, what is on it. Because right now, I think all of us are really on the edge of our seats, right? Like, we're waiting with bated breath to know exactly what the prosecutor, meant when he said that in opening statement. That's a bold statement. And so I think, he's absolutely got to back it up, because all of us are expecting to hear evidence to support that. And I think, it's a mistake to oversell your case, especially in a case like this where they don't need to, not he, but the entire team really doesn't need to sell this case anymore, even on its most basic level. It's horrific. So I think all of us are really, really intrigued. DNA evidence can be just heavy to hear because it is so scientific, and the legal standards to put it in front of the jury are pretty heavy, and so it can be pretty boring. But I think this may be the least boring DNA presentation ever, because all of us just want to know what was found, where was it found, how was it found.
Absolutely. I know I'm certainly interested in having the clarity in that question. Somebody's asking if we're going to be live streaming the day they decide whether he's getting life in prison or the death penalty. Absolutely. We're going to live stream anytime that the judge allows us to. and Jen knows this, judges have the absolute authority to allow live streaming. They also have the absolute authority to allow, even if they've allowed live streaming, they have the absolute authority at various points to tell us that we can't.
Yep.
You know, and so that's just the reality of it. And this judge, he is, I think, I've known him for quite some time, and I think highly of him. I think he's a very good judge, and I frankly just appreciate the judges that allow us to do this.
Well, and he's done a great job in being intentional, and, you know, although we're sitting here looking at tiles, we know that they're working in there. What he's allowing you all, the viewers, to see is exactly what the jurors are seeing. So the jurors get sent out, they don't get to hear what's happening in the hearing, because we use the phrase like, you know, the bell cannot be unrung, or you let the horse out of the barn, they can't be put back in. So the jurors can't hear that testimony. Those hearings need to be held without the jurors present. And so when we're looking up at camera tiles, right now it's a logistics tech thing, but every other situation has been the jurors also aren't in there. So outside of the video and audio, it really has been that we're all hearing it the exact same way that the jurors are hearing it.
Exactly, and that's kind of how he's trying to run this. Okay, so somebody's asking what was his search history. We've talked about that, but we can talk a little bit about it again. It was, you know, he talked about, or they showed his search history. We had an FBI digital analyst that testified, and, you know, it was searching my fiance makes me out to be a demon. YouTuber with the highest net worth. He repeatedly looks up Paradise Missing Girl, some
live Texas news.
Yeah, and then this weird Venn diagram of BDSM in the middle, and autism and Catholic. And I was trying to make, like, did he make that? Like, how does that get made?
I think because it was an image that was captured from his search history or his communication history, that it was something that he saw. I don't think it's something he created. Otherwise, it maybe would have been through a different program. I'm definitely not a tech person, but it was that intersection of what he had labeled as Catholicism, autism, and nerd stuff, and how they overlap. And, you know, one of it was like, wears costumes or something. But the one that really leapt out was in the center. It was BDSM. And this was kind of very first thing in the morning that we heard.
We both looked at each other like, what?
What? For someone who speaks for a living, I'm pretty speechless at this point. But the more that I've heard today, and the more that now I look back at what we've heard over the last several days, you know, it kind of gives me great pause to wonder what is next. There's been this thread maybe of like the sexually deviant behavior, and specifically when it comes to the bondage and predatory behavior, that we've now heard a little blip, I think, every day of testimony somehow, some way. And then today we've heard a substantial amount more of that type of language or evidence, and kind of that, maybe it's of that piece of him, right? Like when you peel it away, this is who he is at his core. He had that secondary book called Hot and Unbothered about sexual proclivities or preferences maybe. And, you know, then we heard almost immediately thereafter from two women who say that he sexually assaulted them when they were 16 years old. So one of them even kind of gave, again, that little thread that if you pull at, you know, she used the phrase, he had my hands pinned behind my back.
And then he wouldn't let her leave.
Yep.
According to her.
And he told her that he was, you know, the conversation with a 16-year-old at age 22, I'm into BDSM, I'm into rough sex. And so this, to me, has kind of taken over. Like, if I were to say what happened today, what's the theme of the day, I think it's been that we're learning more about his sexual proclivities, and that makes me very much wonder where we're going next. What's happening next?
Okay, so they're opening that door, and Tanner Horner's, you know, the way this works is he's going to be coming out of that holdover cell, I would expect any minute, and then I would expect to see the jury to come back in, and then whoever this witness is. And again, Zeke, just kill our mics whenever we hear sound from that courtroom.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm curious to know who it is too, because I'm not sure where we're headed next.
I know. It could be Susie Smith, a neighbor. It could be an FBI analyst. It could be another tech person.
I don't know. I mean, okay, so everybody's standing, so I'm guessing they're waiting on the jury to come in. And we can talk, somebody was asking about this question about, what, okay, here we go.
All right, everyone may be seated. On the board, you see a bunch of names and things I want to explain to you. The witness is in the top left corner. The middle box is coming from this camera right here. Okay. The names of Henson and Callahan are observers to the testimony. They will not be saying anything. Lisa Morton's ID is Ms. Morton's cell phone, so she can hear well. And the last one is this thing right here. Okay, so just pay attention to the upper two where you see the video, and everything will be just fine. We'll dim the lights. If you would raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Whose witness is this? Mr. Barrett, you may proceed.
Ms. Ferrara, I'm raising my hand out here if you can see me. You kind of have a bird's eye view of the courtroom, is that correct?
Correct.
There's a little bit of delay, so I'm going to ask a question and then give you time to answer. And if you do the same, that'd be great. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I just want you to introduce yourself to the jury, state your name, and then I'll ask you some questions. If you spell your first and your last name, and if you've ever been known by another name, you can say that as well, spell your first and last.
My name is Jacqueline Ferrara. It is spelled Jacqueline Ferrara. My name during the time of my analysis for this case was Jacqueline Winston, and that is Winston.
Thank you. So, on this case, at the time, I'm going to say the date of December 2nd, February of 2023, would you have been known by Jacqueline Winston?
Correct.
And on that date, was there some items that were brought to the DPS Garland Crime Lab that were then taken out of the box, and the process of at least preparing those items for analysis, did you have a part in that?
Yes, I did. I have the lab submission forms with the items that were submitted for my analysis, and that was dated February 21st of 2023.
February 21st, 2023, and does it say the printed name of the person that delivered those items to the Garland DPS lab?
Yes, it says that it was Job Espinoza who dropped off the evidence.
Thank you. Now, I want to talk, before we go into what you did on the case, I want you to tell the jury about your background and your education that qualified you to have the job at the DPS Garland Crime Lab that you had at that time.
I received my Bachelor's of Science degree in Biological Sciences and have fulfilled the completed coursework required by the FBI's quality assurance standards in order to be a forensic testing analyst. I am also licensed, or I was at the time of my employment, I was licensed by the Texas Forensic Science Commission
as a licensed forensic biology screener. During my employment at the Department of Public Safety Crime Lab in Garland, I was employed from, it was November of 2020 to December of 2024. After my employment, I underwent a series of training modules in order to prepare myself to be a forensic biology screener and a DNA analyst.
And on this particular case, you said that you have a copy of the Garland lab submission, is that correct?
Yes, the submission form, correct.
And I'm going to ask to approach Your Honor just so I can show on the video.
Okay.
Ms. Ferrara, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purpose now as State's Exhibit number 297. That is a 1, 2, 3, 4-page document, three with the items listed, and then the original cover sheet. Oh, it's upside down? Oh, there you go. All right. So can you see that now? Is it upside down?
Yes. It's upside down for me.
Okay, is it upside down now?
No, it's right side up.
Okay. I was trying to watch up there on the screen. So for you, is this a true and correct copy? Does it appear to be, from your perspective, of the document that you have in your possession, which is also a true and correct copy of the lab submission in this case?
It would appear that the first page looks similar to the document that I own that is also 4 pages.
And I would just ask if the defense would be willing to stipulate, based upon the pretrial hearings in December on this case, that this is one and the same document.
Your Honor, in the interest of judicial economy, I will stipulate these are the same documents. I trust Mr. Berry's position.
Thank you, Mr. Scoville. Appreciate that.
Now, with regard to this case, before I sit down, I want to identify a couple of more documents. First of all, you issued 2 lab reports related to this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the first one, I believe, was issued on March the 16th of 2023, and entitled the DNA Male Screening Laboratory Report. Is that right?
Correct.
And I'm going to show you what's now been marked as State's Exhibit number 298, and asking, at least as far as the front page, if that appears to be that same document.
It does.
And then next, I'm going to show you another lab report that was issued on June the 14th of 2023, entitled Biology Laboratory Report. I'll show you that's now been marked as State's Exhibit number 300. Can you see that?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same as the one that you issued in this case as well?
Yes, it does.
Now, Ms. Ferrara, with regard to these items, before I offer them into evidence, I want to kind of talk about what you did in this case. Can you give just a brief, I'm going to let you talk as much as I can, to just tell us sort of the progression of the things that you did in this case. Let's just start with the first thing that you did in this case, once you were assigned to do your first lab report.
So my first lab report is this DNA male screening lab report. When I was first assigned to this case, I had retrieved the evidence that was stored inside of the locked and secured DNA vault. The first thing I had to do was to enter into the larger package of evidence which is itemized as Exhibit 01, which is a large ground box. Inside of this box, I had to retrieve the right buccal swabs and left buccal swabs from Tanner Lynn Horner in order to cut and retain those to be used as references.
And did you
After,
sorry, go ahead. Keep going.
no, you're fine. Keep going. Okay. After I had cut Exhibit 01AA, which is right buccal swab 1 from Tanner Lynn Horner, I retained the right buccal swab 2, left buccal swab 1, and left buccal swab 2, as well as Exhibit 0112AA, which was the blood card from the victim. I cut a portion of the blood card for DNA analysis to be used as a reference for the victim, and I retained the remainder of that blood card. After those known samples were cut and retained, I then was able to enter into the sexual assault kit from Athena Presley Monroe Strand and start my analysis for this male screening procedure.
And what is entailed with doing the male screening procedure with regard to those items?
So the male screening procedure is a procedure that I believe now it's phased out of the lab, so DPS does not do this analysis anymore. But it is a rough estimate of how much total human DNA and male DNA is present on items of evidence from a sexual assault kit. So it allows us to very quickly get an estimate and a determination of which swabs, specifically inside a sexual assault kit, would be eligible and beneficial for further DNA testing.
And with regard to the sexual assault kit from the body of Athena Presley Monroe Strand, did you do that analysis?
Yes, I did.
And explain how that analysis was conducted, please.
So upon opening the sexual assault kit, I itemized the 3 swabs that were present inside, or the 3 sets of swabs. There were vaginal swabs, which are itemized as Exhibit 0201. Exhibit 0202 are anal swabs from Athena Presley Monroe Strand, and Exhibit 0203 are the oral swabs from Athena Presley Monroe Strand. So in order to start the analysis for this DNA male screening procedure, I opened up each swab box that was labeled properly with the case number for the case, my initials, and the date of examination, and a small portion from the tips of the swabs were cut and placed into a labeled tube that would then be placed on a barcoded plate and used for the lab analytical side of the DNA male screening procedure.
May I ask you a follow-up question on that?
Yes.
I want to talk about the swabs from the defendant, the blood card, and then these 3 swabs from the sexual assault kit. When you cut those, do you cut the entire item up, or is there part of it that's still retained for further testing if needed?
When a swab is cut, so a buccal swab from the suspect, when that is cut, only half of one swab is used for that DNA analysis. That leaves the remainder of that one swab for any future testing, as well as the other 3 buccal swabs from the defendant.
Okay. What about with the blood card from Athena
Yes.
Strand?
With the blood card specifically, the blood card had 4 spots of red-brown staining that was taken from the ME blood standard. I only cut a 5 millimeter by 5 millimeter section for DNA analysis, and the entire rest of that card is retained frozen for any future analysis.
And now with regard to the 3 swabs from the sexual assault kit.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the same?
So exhibit...
Sorry, I cut you off.
It's okay. Exhibit 0201, which are the vaginal swabs, there were 2 cotton swabs inside of the closed swab box. So from those 2 cotton swabs, the swab tips were cut and placed into a tube for male screening. That is the same for Exhibit 0202, the anal swabs, and Exhibit 0203, the oral swabs. So I would estimate about 80% of these swabs are left for any future testing. We only take maybe a 15 to 20% of the swab from the very tip of the cotton swab for male screening.
Understood. So go forward from that point. Now you've cut the tips of the swabs. Tell us what you do next.
So after these swabs the swab tips are cut, they are placed into a labeled tube and put on a labeled plate as well. Another analyst can then take this plate with the samples inside, and they will add the different chemicals needed during this male screening procedure. So male screening, or a rough definition, the procedure is where we will add chemicals that will extract any cells present in the sample to release DNA from inside of those cells or other cellular debris. Once the DNA is in solution, more chemicals are added to those samples and moved to other instruments to start what is called this quantification process. And that is where we will get the data for male screening for my report as well, where it will let us know how much total human DNA is present in the sample, as well as how much male DNA in along with it. It will also let us know if there are any quality indicators associated with the data, or if there's anything that needs to be looked into further. For this report, there was no quality indication errors associated with the data, and I had normal results for all 3 of these swabs.
So with regard to the results themselves, are those listed on your lab report that we previously identified as State's Exhibit number 298?
Yes.
Now, before I offer that into evidence, I want to talk to you about State's Exhibit 297, the lab submission. When you went to retrieve these items originally and opened the box, did you just get the things that you immediately needed out, or did you take some steps with regard to the other items as well?
So in order to retrieve the buccal swabs from the suspect as well as the known blood card from the victim, I had to itemize and take note of the rest of the items of packaging and evidence that were inside of Exhibit 01, which is the large brown box. So a portion of my notes for this male screening lab report included notes describing the packaging details and labeling on these other items of evidence that were inside of Exhibit 01.
And for those items, other than the ones that we've already talked about, what did you list with regard to those items?
All of those items are reported as this item was not examined on my report.
Okay. So we can look at just, this report really just pertains to the buccal swabs from Tanner Homer, the blood card from Athena Strand, and then the 3 sets of swabs from the sexual assault kit. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So now I'm going to ask it, when you itemize those reports, or those itemize those items, including the ones that said this item not examined, was that from the items that were listed on the lab report that you previously identified as State's Exhibit number 297?
Those other items are, they are itemized, I think, further on the later biology laboratory report. These are just itemized so that they are given an item number and I can label the items of evidence inside while I retrieved the other swab.
All right, thank you. Now, let's talk, I'm going to go ahead and offer into evidence, Your Honor, at this time,
State's Exhibit number 297, which is the lab submission report, and State's Exhibit number 298, which is the DNA male screening laboratory report.
There are no additional protections on it.
All right, State's Exhibits 297 and 298, is that correct, Mr. Berry?
Yes, sir.
Are admitted.
Now, Ms. Ferrara, with regard to the lab reports themselves, would your name be listed as Winston rather than Ferrara?
Yes, on this DNA male screening lab report, my name is listed as Jacqueline Winston.
And then, so on this report, now that we have it admitted into evidence, I'd like you to tell us what the results were, first of all, from the vaginal swabs from Athena Presley Monroe Strand.
Exhibit 0201, vaginal swabs from Athena Presley Monroe Strand. The report indicates that male DNA was detected on this item utilizing the Plexer HY quantification system. This item was collected and retained.
And can you explain a little further what the Plexor HY quantification kit or system is?
The Plexer HY quantification kit is just a box that contains all of the chemicals that we use during this male screening lab procedure.
Now, with regard to the anal swabs from Athena Presley Monroe Strand, what were your findings for the anal swabs?
Exhibit 0202, anal swabs from Athena Presley Monroe Strand. Male DNA was detected on this item utilizing the Plexer HY quantification kit. Due to the presence of high amounts of total DNA relative to the amount of male DNA present, the sample was not processed for autosomal STR analysis. Trace evidence was collected. The collected trace evidence has been packaged with the evidence. No further trace analysis was conducted at this time.
So for vaginal swabs 0201, male DNA was detected, correct?
Correct.
And for anal swabs 0202, male DNA was detected as well.
Male DNA was detected, yes.
Now, with regard to 0203, the oral swabs from Athena Presley Monroe Strand, can you tell the jury what your finding was with regard to those items?
The results from the report for Exhibit 0203, oral swabs from Athena Presley Monroe Strand, was that the detection of male DNA on this item was inconclusive utilizing the Plexer HY quantification kit due to the low male quantification value.
Now, does that absolutely mean that those items cannot be further tested?
No. Any items that are positive for male DNA or are inconclusive, like the oral swabs, they are retained, frozen, and can be definitely used for further DNA testing downstream.
Now, that didn't and wouldn't have involved you in that process, correct?
Correct. I did not proceed along with the DNA analysis for those samples. That was another analyst who performed that work.
Now let's talk about the itemization of these other things that were taken out. And is that documented in what has been marked and referred to so far as State's Exhibit number 300, the biology lab report issued on June 14th, 2023?
Yes, that biology lab report has more information for all the other items that were itemized from inside of that large brown box.
And when you itemize these, do you also not only say what they are, but where they were recovered from, if possible.
In the names for some of these items, I will use the information that was provided to the lab via the lab submission form. I also note in my own personal lab notes that any labeling that was present on the packaging that could also help us indicate any other details such as location where the item could have been found.
Your Honor, at this time, I will offer into evidence stage exhibit number 300, the biology laboratory report.
State's Exhibit 300 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, with regard to this lab report, I just want to kind of walk through each item and what you did and what your findings were. So let's talk in general sense. When you encounter these items, does your action depend upon what that item is, or is it the same for each item? Can you kind of explain that?
Yes. So when I was performing this forensic biology screening on these items, for clothing items, there is usually the same kind of screening procedure that we will follow. If there are other items that are not typically standard, then those can be screened and approached in a different manner. For the most part of this evidence, they were articles of clothing. So for every article of clothing, they are first tape lifted. And a tape lift is just a method to collect any trace evidence that may be present on the article of clothing. So tape is used all over that article of clothing to collect any trace evidence that's present, and then those are sealed and properly packaged in another envelope in case additional trace analysis is preferred and performed later on for that item. After trace analysis is performed, if an article of clothing is needed to be tested for semen, which was the case for this evidence, then all the articles of clothing were viewed using an alternate light source to hopefully identify any possible stains that we should test for semen. Any ALS positive stains were noted and tested using a semen presumptive test, as well as...
Hold on for a second. May I stop you and ask you to explain what you mean by, I think you said ALS positive, is that right? Can you explain that?
Yes. So ALS positive refers to an alternate light source. So we use an alternate light source. The wavelength, I believe, at the lab is 455 nanometers. You've probably seen it in crime shows where they'll use something like a black light to hopefully identify bodily fluids or other stains. So we use a specific wavelength in the lab to hopefully identify any stains that could be tested for semen or other bodily fluids.
All right, so then I stop you. So once you've done that, what's the next step?
So any ALS positive stains that fluoresce would be tested with a presumptive semen test. If the presumptive semen test was positive, then I would move on to a confirmatory semen test, which would be to actually make a slide and try to visualize sperm cells for that sample. Aside from semen testing, the article of clothing is also visually examined to identify any possible blood stains as well on the item. So if any blood stains are visualized, or any possible blood stains are visualized, they are also tested with a presumptive blood test as well. Any positive stains would be collected and noted and retained for any future DNA testing, along with any positive semen stains as well from that article of clothing.
And before we talk about the results on the individual items, when you say that a positive stain would be retained, how would that be retained?
So that would depend on the size of the stain as well as the thickness or density of stain. So if any stain reacted positive to a presumptive blood test, that would be cut out from an article of clothing if it is in a size that would fit inside of the baggies we use at the lab that would fit in the freezer. It would be cut. If the stain is too large, then a portion of that stain would be cut out from the article of clothing, and then the remainder of the stain would remain on that item of evidence, which would still be secured in the locked vault after testing was performed.
So let's talk about your findings. So item 01, you said was what?
It is a large brown box that was submitted to the lab.
And what is item 0102?
Exhibit 102 is itemized as the FedEx Polo from suspect's property.
And was the presumptive testing done on this?
Yes, presumptive testing for the presence of blood was performed, as well as testing for semen that included presumptive testing as well as an actual sperm search.
And can you explain the findings?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. Semen was detected. Trace evidence was detected or collected, The collected trace evidence has been packaged with the evidence. No further trace analysis was conducted at this time. And then I reported that samples were collected and retained for possible DNA analysis.
With regard to the semen, if it had just been a presumptive positive, but actual semen had not been located, how would it have been notated in your report?
It would have been notated similarly to the presumptive blood result. It would have said that presumptive testing for the presence of semen was positive, but no spermatozoa was detected.
But in this case, what did it list regarding the semen?
It said that semen was detected.
Now let's talk about 0103. What was that?
Exhibit 0103 is itemized as the gray sweatshirt from suspect's property.
And let's just talk about, without regard to the trace evidence or whether you kind of generally told us what would happen with all the samples based upon what you found. So let's just talk about the findings related to blood and the findings related to semen on these items as we go through them. So 0103, the gray sweatshirt from the suspect's property.
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was negative. Semen was detected.
0104, a multicolored sock from the suspect's property.
No stains having the appearance of blood were observed. Presumptive testing for the presence of semen was negative. There is an additional reporting statement on here too. It says that swabs were collected from this item and retained for potential DNA analysis. That is another type of analysis that we can perform on clothing in addition to the presumptive test that I have noted on previously. I collected swabs from this article of clothing, this multicolored sock, to hopefully collect any potential skin cells that could indicate who that sock possibly belonged to. So in this case, in addition to tape lifting the sock, looking for any positive ALS stains to test for semen and presumptive blood tests, that item was also swabbed, and the swabs were retained for any potential further DNA analysis.
All right, next, the 0105, the white and green Hanes underwear from the suspects, found on the suspect's property.
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was negative. Presumptive testing for the presence of semen was negative, and swabs were collected from this item and retained for potential DNA analysis.
All right. Now, 0106, is that one item or multiple items?
0106 is one item. It is a medium brown paper bag, but inside of that brown paper bag, there were 2 items inside.
The first one is listed as 0106-AA, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was that?
That is itemized as blue jeans from suspect's property.
And what was the findings on that?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. Presumptive testing for the presence of semen was negative. Samples were collected and retained for possible DNA analysis.
And 0106AD, the second item from 0106?
It is itemized as a multicolored sock from suspect's property. No stains having the appearance of blood were observed. Presumptive testing for the presence of semen was negative. Swabs were collected from this item and retained for potential DNA analysis.
And I think I'm going to just go over the rest, any items where you have positive findings, other than to just name them what they are. So the next item, 0107, the FedEx Polo from Tanner Lynn Horner, were there any findings positive related to that?
No.
0108, black and gray socks from Tanner Lynn Horner.
No.
0109, jeans from Tanner Lynn Horner.
Yes.
Can you explain what the findings were with regard to those jeans labeled as 0109?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive and semen was detected.
And what was done as far as collecting samples from that item, the jeans?
Those samples that were positive were collected and retained for possible DNA analysis.
And is it, are there multiple samples that can be collected from the same item, potentially?
Yes.
Explain that, please.
So according to the Department of Public Safety Crime Lab's policy regarding death penalty cases and capital murder cases, every positive sample that can be used for further DNA testing has to be collected and retained. In other cases, not every single positive stain would maybe be retained and sent for DNA analysis, but DPS has a specific and different policy for these types of cases. So every single positive sample and positive stain that was identified and collected from these items of evidence were stored frozen, and I believe, you would have to confirm with the DNA analyst, but I believe they were all additionally sent forward for DNA testing.
All right, thank you. Now let's talk about item number 01-10. What was that, and what was the result?
Exhibit 0110 were black Hanes underwear from Tanner Lynn Horner. Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was negative. Semen was detected. Samples were collected and retained for possible DNA analysis.
All right, let's go on to 0112 AB and AC. What were those?
0112 AB were right hand fingernail clippings and clippers from Athena Presley Monroe Strand. And exhibit 0112 AC were the left hand fingernail clippings from Athena Presley Monroe Strand.
And were swabs collected and retained for DNA analysis on both of those items?
Correct. Those swabs were also presumptively tested for the presence of blood.
And was one of them positive for the presence of blood?
Yes. Exhibit 0112AB, the right hand fingernail clippings and clipper, were presumptively tested and they were positive for the presence of blood.
What about the other swab? I mean, the other
Mhm.
hand?
Exhibit 0112AC from the left hand, the presumptive testing for the presence of blood was negative.
But as you said, the swabs were still collected and retained and sent forward, is that right?
Correct. So these were fingernail clippings from the ME's office. So they were sent the actual clippings from the victim. So these clippings themselves were retained, frozen and stored, and the actual swabbings that I personally took inside the lab from these clippings were also retained, frozen, and stored.
Let's talk about 0113. I believe that's green bungee cords from truck, is that right?
Yes.
And we don't have this in front of us right now, but in your lab notes, do you often take pictures and show the items where if you collect swabs, where you collected the swabs from?
Yes, I do.
And are there sometimes different swabs that are collected, say, from the end of the set of bungee cords versus the middle of the set of bungee cords?
Yes. It sometimes depends on the case and the suspected way in which the evidence could have been used. But yes, in this case, I took photos and detailed notes to describe where and why I had swabbed that specific item differently.
Now, what was the findings as far as the presumptive test for that item, 0113?
Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was negative, and swabs were collected from the item and retained for potential DNA analysis.
What about 0114, the black bungee cords from the truck?
No stains having the appearance of blood were observed.
Were swabs nonetheless collected?
Yes.
And let's go on to 0115. 0115, I believe, has ten different items associated with 0115, is that right?
Yes.
And all of those are taken from where?
According to the information on the submission form, those are all swabs that were collected from inside of the truck.
Okay. And does it state, I'm not going to have you read it, but does it state for each of those swabs where those swabs came from within the truck?
Yes, there is a general location for where those swabs were collected.
And on any of those, was a presumptive testing for blood or semen positive on any of those swabs?
No, they were all negative for blood and semen.
But nonetheless, were those swabs still sent forward for further testing?
They were all collected and retained. You can confirm with the DNA analyst if they were for sure sent forward for DNA testing, as that had occurred after I left the lab. But it is the policy that those would have been sent forward for DNA testing.
And then finally, I think there was just a folded piece of toilet paper that was collected as 0116. Did you do the same testing procedures on that?
Yes, I presumptively tested for blood and semen, and they were both negative.
Now, as part of your duties with, well, let me ask you this first. Ms. Ferrara, did you leave, what was the reason you left the DPS Garden Crime Lab?
I had just delivered my daughter, and my husband and I made a personal decision that I would stay home with her instead and resign.
Okay. And how old is your daughter now?
18 months.
And y'all live in Texas, or do you live in a different state?
We relocated to Kansas.
And is that why you're testifying by Zoom today?
Yes, that's part of the reason.
Okay. Now, with regard to your further duties on this case, were you asked to put together or involved in putting together a list of items that might potentially be depleted with further testing?
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose of that?
At the end of my biological testing, I had put together a list for the agents working on the case of any items that had positive samples that could be used for DNA analysis, and of those samples, which samples would potentially be depleted during said DNA analysis. This was so that the agents in charge could potentially get a court order for any DNA testing where samples would be depleted, as that is required by DPS policy.
And so, because of this policy with DPS, the court has to issue a specific order to further test those items. Is that right?
Yes.
And part of the reason why death penalty cases take longer is to comply with this requirement so that you can get agreements from the parties if possible, or at least have the court look over and determine where that testing should take place, correct?
Correct.
Sustain. Jerry will disregard the last answer.
Ms. Ferrara, I want to thank you for your time and your work on this case, and I will pass the witness round.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Hello, Ms. Ferrari, good to see you again. So,
Yes, hi.
A couple of quick questions. You were not the person who collected the swabs, right?
Are you referring to the swabs from the truck?
Well, any of these, you weren't out doing the collecting, these came to you, right?
Correct. Any evidence that was submitted to the lab that were swabs, I did not collect it. I had taken swabs from certain items of evidence as part of my own testing, and those were collected by me and retained frozen.
Yes, and some of these things were stains and things like that. You don't have any way of knowing how old the stain is, right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last bit?
I said you wouldn't have any way of knowing how old the stain is on the items you received.
Correct. I cannot determine the age of a stain.
And it's the same for any DNA on that item. You would have no way of knowing when it was deposited on the item.
Correct.
Now, it's a little confusing when you're talking about the quantification kit. That's not to calculate how much DNA is present, is it?
So the Plexer HY quantification kit that I mentioned for the DNA male screening lab report, that estimates a total human DNA, so autosomal DNA, as well as total male DNA present in those swabs from the sexual assault kit.
Okay, so if there are calculations in the bench notes as to that number, that would have been you that calculated it or someone else?
The number that we get for the quantification values for the male screening lab report, that is calculated through a software that we use in combination with the Plexer HY quantification chemicals for that process. So it is an estimate. It is not an exact, precise calculation, but it is a very close, rough estimate of how much total human DNA is present in that sample and how much male DNA is present as well. It's just to give us a good guide on which samples would be beneficial for any further future DNA testing.
Okay, and can you clarify when you're talking about the presumptive testing for semen, and you also mentioned viewing under a microscope for spermatozoa. That's, you have your presumptive testing, but then to actually follow up on that, you have to do the microscopic viewing, correct?
Yes. The DPS policy for testing for semen and sperm cells are to go ahead and perform what's called a sperm search using a slide with a portion of the sample. So that is only performed on samples that are positive, presumptively positive for semen. That would be the next step in that case to confirm whether that stain is actually semen or not.
And is that step done at the stage you were working on, or was that farther down the process?
That was part of my procedure in the lab.
I'll pass away, John.
Redirect. No further questions, Your Honor. May this witness be excused.
Yes, John.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much, ma'am. We appreciate it.
Goodbye.
Let me see, counsel.
Okay, Jen, obviously, let me start off. I'm Tanya Iser, Senior Investigative Reporter here at Channel 8. I've got Jen Falk with me. She's been with us all day. She's former child abuse prosecutor, former sexual assault prosecutor. We've been listening to this testing of this evidence, looking for blood and semen. Just what your assessments of what we've heard so far?
Surprising, not surprising. Right? So surprising in that I feel like every time we take a turn on this case, it actually manages to get worse. Not surprising in that this, I believe, is what was alluded to in opening statement. And we've all been waiting with bated breath to see what the prosecutor meant when he said that there was DNA where DNA doesn't belong. And now we've heard the answer to that. And although we've heard kind of the scientific compounded answer that I believe is going to be wrapped up hopefully with the next witness, but certainly in closing argument, what my takeaway from that, from the testimony that we heard without actually seeing the lab report, is that there was a presumptive positive on Athena's vaginal swab. There was a positive for semen on a gray sweatshirt. There was a positive for semen on his underwear. And then there was a positive for blood underneath one of her fingernail sets. To me, those were really the four key takeaways of where DNA was, that it really doesn't belong. Maybe his underwear not as much, however, we're talking days later. And I think this just, if you look at this as a massive puzzle, this fills in huge pieces to kind of an evil component that's been running through this case.
Yeah, and somebody asked, they found, there was, on the vaginal swab, they found male DNA was detected. Now, obviously, we don't yet know. We haven't yet got testimony as to whose male DNA that was, but I think, based on what we heard in the opening statements from the prosecutor, it's a pretty safe assumption it's going to be Tanner Horner. I mean, I would be shocked if it was someone else. I feel like that would throw a big curveball, so I'm pretty certain it's going to be him. But you think that's the next witness up?
I do, yeah. I mean, unless there's some sort of massive scheduling issue as to why that witness is unavailable until tomorrow or something. If I'm doing my trial lineup on this case, I'm absolutely doing the serologist, which is the person that we just heard from, and then the DNA analyst who will give us those kind of wow numbers to link this matches to this person to this degree of certainty, essentially.
You want another curveball? Yeah. They're done for the day.
Okay. I mean, it's been curveballs all day. Maybe that means that the DNA analyst isn't available until tomorrow and they'd rather take today to work through some things. It's only 3 p.m. I'm pretty surprised.
I know. They did this yesterday too. They ended at 3 o'clock, and I don't know why. It's just kind of becoming a pattern, and that's one of the vagaries of this. Is we're back here at the station, and so unless Rebecca calls us or texts us, we don't necessarily know exactly. Well, wait a minute, because Jen and I were sitting here waiting, and we're thinking, okay, we're going to get the DNA. Okay, we just heard the analysis of where they found the DNA. So let's tell us whose DNA is it.
We've got 2 more hours of work to do. And really the jury has 2 more hours of work to do. And the court's done such a good job of plugging along that it kind of fits perfectly. This is exactly where a DNA analyst and those reports would fit. But it sounds like the court has different plans.
Yeah, and like I said, like Jen says, it just could be that a witness is not available. So let's, since we're going to talk for a bit, and
okay.
Because we're not going to talk for 2 hours, but we'll talk for a bit. So this has been a big day. Mm-hmm. Your key takeaways.
I think biggest takeaways that we learned today are the prior sexually assaultive behavior, the prior sexually violent predatory behavior. My brain doesn't go to those initially, and I think it's because of our decades of being exposed to this type of thing. But I think if I'm a viewer looking in, or somebody watching the live stream and commenting, that's kind of the biggest surprise and the big takeaway of the day. From an evidentiary kind of, if I was the prosecutor, if I was the defense attorney, the key takeaway from today was that search history.
Oh.
I think it's really, really damaging for him. I think it's really beneficial. It is damning. I think it's really beneficial for the state. I think it really shows who he is, and as do his acts, especially with the 2 women that we heard from through their bravery, with the witness, the neighbor witness that we heard from as well, the DNA evidence. I think what I've found most surprising probably is the search history of the day. In a day full of surprises, that's been my biggest surprise.
Yeah, that search history was telling. It tells you something about his mindset, what he's worried about, what he's thinking about. Searching for like who makes the most money as a YouTuber, and searching for missing girls and weird this BDSM Venn diagram, and then constant, and then looking like he's downloading her photos, and then do the FedEx trucks continuously record? And I go back to that one because, and the reason I go back to it is because when I don't know if you watch this, but during the 2 hours that the last interrogation he does with the detectives, they basically let him know, hey, there's video in these trucks, and he seems kind of genuinely taken aback. I think he thought the camera wasn't working or something, and so he seems surprised. That's
caught
off guard. So I truly think, and I don't know if we'll know for sure because I don't know that I ever would want to actually get into the mind of Tanner Horner. I think he didn't think there was going to be camera footage.
Well, that's I think why both you and I find the search history so compelling, because that is when his guard is down, right? Like he does not have an audience when he's doing those searches. His statements to law enforcement, his taking them out to find her, that is with an audience, right? Like that is him performing, that's him putting on, and sometimes it truly is him performing with this alter ego of zero. But who he is in private at home with this search history, I think is really showing us, his true colors, and he's let his guard down.
Do you think he actually thought he was going to get away with this? I mean, yes. It's hard to get in.
To Google those types of things, I mean, maybe. This goes back to...
Is there voyeurism? Is it voyeurism a little bit?
It could be that. It could be the wanting to be famous but not infamous. It could be whatever is going on with him intellectually that I think we're going to learn more about. It could just be what we talked about at the very beginning of the day, which is I will never understand how that brain works because I fundamentally cannot understand it. And I will drive myself nuts trying to figure out why or what he's thinking, because my brain just will never work that way. Yours will never work that way.
No.
So is he brazen enough or cocky enough or dumb enough or smart enough to think he was going to get away with it? I'm dumbfounded by it.
Yeah, I don't know. And somebody was asking, I think Candy was wanting to know about, so they found male DNA on the vaginal swab. They found semen was detected on the gray sweatshirt. I think that was Athena's sweatshirt, but I wouldn't swear to that. They found semen on his jeans, semen on his underwear. Again, not totally shocking for it to be found there, and blood underneath the fingernails. And again,
Yep, and blood on his jeans. That was the other thing that I had starred that I didn't move over. So that she said the jeans from Tanner Horner are positive for blood and positive for semen.
Yeah, and they've said that his DNA. They said in opening statements that his DNA would be found under her fingernails, and again in a place where it wasn't supposed to be. If you guys have any questions for us, we're happy to answer them. We're going to stay on, I don't know, another 10 minutes or so. Somebody's asking, is there any way to watch day 6 or the past days? Absolutely. You can just get on our website. We have what do they call that when you have like a slate where you can go back and watch all the days of coverage. All these are out there. There's hours and hours of coverage, and it is helpful. I know having sat through all this, it is like a book being written, and these cases are a little bit like a puzzle, like we were talking about earlier, and it's like they're slowly building the puzzle, and the puzzle pieces keep getting put together, and I guess when they finish the puzzle, they're going to close.
Mm-hmm. I think that's exactly what's going to happen, and they'll tie it all together. Anything that does have laps or holes right now, they will tie all together. I would strongly encourage that you go back and watch the days that you haven't watched. I did that last night. Not all the days, obviously. But
well, you do have a job besides this.
I do have a job and a family and all the things, but I watched last night in order to prepare for today, because I think taking things out of context really isn't helpful for you all, because it doesn't kind of pull together the entire case. I really found most compelling, I think probably day 2 and day 3 specifically, his interviews and how the detective handled him. I thought was pretty impressive.
Oh, that Texas Ranger was amazing.
And playing into it and not kind of rolling his eyes at some of the stuff that was so nonsensical. Instead, it was 0. Come on, man, tell me, talk to me. And I thought that was a masterful investigative technique or tool in order to keep him and get him talking.
Well, and people think, let's do bad cop. Well, bad cop doesn't always work. In fact, bad cop often doesn't work. Yeah. Actually, what really works a lot of times is really just to, and I do this in my own interviews. It's rare that I'll do, generally I want you to talk. I want you to tell me. In some cases, I want you to dig your hole as deep as you can, but I want you to talk. And it may be sometimes, in a story I'm working on, it may be that if somebody talks, it actually does them some good. It's hard to say. Okay, so somebody's asking, before I lose this train of thought, so we were talking about, did he want to be famous? I remember Eric Williams. I go back to this case because this is the other death penalty case I covered. He was a former JP that killed the DA in Kaufman County and his wife and another prosecutor. And he didn't want to get caught, but I also think he wanted to be infamous. But he also would do, he called Crime Stoppers and then wrote that unique number down. And so later on, when they got the search for his house, they found the imprint of that unique identifier number that only the person who made that call could have.
Okay. And
that was a pretty key piece of evidence. I mean, there's a lot of key pieces of evidence in that case, but
and it's is that the dumbest crook ever, or is it the smartest crook ever? I mean, who,
Well, I think he thought he was smarter than law enforcement, and of course the prosecutors that handled that case, Bill Werski and Toby Shook,
they're legends.
They are legends.
Yeah.
They are absolute legends. Okay, so somebody's asking, are they done for the day? Yes. They are done for the day. The judge wrapped up about 3 o'clock. We had that DPS analyst on the stand. They wrapped up with her. Jen and I were thinking they were going to go on to DNA, but no. Maybe we'll hear that in the morning. And then somebody asked, do you think he put her in the river in hopes that it would wash DNA? I mean, we don't know, but
I don't know that I'd give him that much credit. Maybe. Again, this goes into trying to get into his brain. I think that certainly is a method to get rid of any sort of DNA or biological evidence, just like getting rid of her clothes. If her clothes were going to contain any DNA or biological evidence, getting rid of the clothes, moving her from one place to another, getting rid of the body at a location other than where the person was killed. Those are all ways to kind of get rid of biological or DNA evidence. So I think it's hugely possible. I don't know that I think he's so smart that this was part of his plan. I don't think this was like an impulsive crime, but I do think he's acting on impulse. I don't think this is something where we're going to learn that he'd been plotting it out for 3 months or anything like that in order to think through the aftermath and what he did. So I do think he's kind of in go mode afterwards. And
yeah, he's just, like you said, I think he's got something he wants to do, right?
Yes.
Maybe something he's thought about for a long time.
Yes.
And he's looking for the victim to do that.
Yes. And then afterwards doesn't know what to do next. And so submerges her body in water instead of, what I've seen historically is really the best way to get rid of evidence is to burn it up. And so I've tried a handful of arson murders because it really does truly eat up any of the potential biological or DNA evidence that we might be able to recover. Obviously that calls attention when you've got a fire, maybe not out in the country if we're burning trash or, during that season. But I think he's in kind of damage control mode at that point and realizing that he's got some cleanup to do. And I think in one of his statements he even talks about going to a corner store and asking for some cleanup materials in order to clean up some mess that was made in the truck.
Well, I think he tells them early on. He tells the FBI agent that before he has when he's initially more of a person of interest, he claims that he threw up, and that's why trying to explain why he didn't quote unquote deliver the package, but he really did put that package back there. But he and I don't know if you remember this part, but he claims initially that he saw this person with this green Astro van, trying to throw him off the scent. He's I don't know. Every time with this case that I think I can't be more grossed out, horrified, I'm wrong.
Today's been that day.
Today,
right? Like we went from a really ultra violent worst case scenario to now a sexually violent worst case scenario.
Yeah. Well, guys, we're gonna. Here's what I want to do. So we have wrapped up. The judge has wrapped up day 6 of this trial. We are expecting, of course, day 7 tomorrow. We're waiting to see, waiting for the answers of what this DNA that they found, the semen that they found, on this vaginal swab, and to see what that shows. We also still don't have the answer about this hair that they found inside his underwear, what that is. But today we heard his internet search history, and troubling does not begin to cover it. And then also we heard from 2 women who said he sexually assaulted them when they were 16 years old, and describing in graphic detail and what Jen said, very believable detail about what happened. One of them saying that he had said he was into essentially rough sex and BDSM and that sort of thing, and then said that he kind of held her against her will when she wanted to leave at one point from his house and wouldn't give her the address. Just a lot of really troubling things today. Jen, as we wrap up, I want to ask you, just if you had to sum up today in 30 seconds, how would you sum today up?
We learned who Tanner Horner has been, right? So far I feel like we've really only learned about him in a 3-day vacuum, and today we've started filling in the rest of the book and getting the other chapters, and who he is when other people aren't watching.
And who is he when other people aren't watching?
A very, very scary human.
Well, on that note, we're going to wrap it up, and I will be back tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. We'll have Tali Hafar. For those of you who have watched us before, Tali is a former federal prosecutor and a very, very great attorney. And I just want to say, all the attorneys that come on here, none of them are paid. They come on here, they give their time, And I was going to wrap up, but then I had one more thought. For those of you that watched the Siobhan Randall, I do want to talk a little bit about Siobhan Randall.
Sure.
Because Zeke and them are thinking, oh, she's really finished, but she's really not. Siobhan Randall. For the, they read their. I hear Jason saying, "You read our minds." Siobhan Randall, little girl, in some ways similar to this, and not exactly, but she's kidnapped by these guys. And just walk people through what happened in that case, and how, like, even a live stream like this informed how you prosecuted that case.
Yeah. You know, and I said this a little bit earlier, but I know that people join in at different times. I'm really having a full circle moment because Siobhan Randall, I think, was the second trial. We think Amber Geiger was the first. Siobhan Randall, her abduction and then murder was the second trial, where Tanya did this format of live streaming and allowing commenting. And as the prosecutor handling the Siobhan Randall case, I had already put immense pressure on myself because I cared so deeply for that family and ensuring that the right thing was done. And that case was hands down the hardest case I've ever worked on in my entire life.
Give folks a quick summary of what happened in that case.
So in 2017, essentially there was a dope rip, so a robbery of drugs from one group by another. The group that got robbed was able to figure out who did the robbery pretty early on, and they wanted, you know, either their drugs or their money back. And as a result, they wound up kidnapping it was right at her 13th birthday. I think the weekend after her 13th birthday party, Siobhan Randall, 13-year-old little girl from Lancaster here in town, and she was literally snatched out of her home in broad daylight. I mean, I think it was 9 in the morning, and she's snatched from the house. They immediately make a ransom call to her family to let her family know that they have her. An Amber Alert goes out at about 5 p.m. that day, and it was, I think, 5 days before her body was located. It was horrific. I think the entire city was up in arms. All the billboards were taken over with this live Amber Alert, everyone looking for Siobhan, a massive Crime Stopper reward in order to try to locate her, on the hope and the prayer that she was still alive. And unfortunately, when we were able to find her, she was not. She had been shot 4 times, very horrific, again, with bindings, all of kind of the how can you make the worst thing ever even more terrible? Well, it's through this. Right. And it was a very evidence-wise, very complicated case because it was circumstantial. So, you know, the way that I tried it, it was a 10,000-piece puzzle. And I put on tons and tons of witnesses and different pieces of evidence and scientific evidence in order to pull the case together. But one thing that I did throughout trial was each night I would watch I didn't need to rewatch what I'd heard in court, so I would zoom forward to what the commentary was, and then I would scroll quickly through the comments to see if there was something that I missed strategically that I just glossed over because I had lived and breathed the case for 5 years. My agents and my prosecutorial team, but also the agents that we worked with on that case, we all worked so collaboratively that we were in the weeds. We were in the forest. We could not see the forest. We could barely even see the trees because we were looking at bark at that point. And so I would rely on the comments to say, okay, they did not understand that. The forensic evidence.
And so maybe the jury didn't understand that.
Yep. And the commenters really are just like my jurors. You're hearing the same evidence. And so if you've glossed over in something, then I'm not maybe going to recover it in evidence, but I'm going to make sure that I really wrap that up beautifully with a red bow during my closing argument. Specifically, the firearms testimony in that case was complicated and candidly a bit boring. And it was clear to me in the comments that I needed to clean that up in a way during closing argument that was impactful and also made it clear. So really having this full circle moment here today, sitting here and being the legal analyst on a case with lawyers and a judge that I respect immensely.
Yeah, and we, you know, here at Channel 8, we do, I particularly enjoy doing this. This is one of the highlights of my job, is doing these live streams and helping walk people through these cases. And so I'm super glad to have had Jen on today, and she'll be joining me again in the future on some other case, I have no doubt. So.
I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're done for the day. For real, Jason and Zeke, I am done. See you tomorrow at 8:30.